मेरा गांड साफ करने वाले। आया क्या? कुछ आया? आवाज आ रहा है मेरा? सच में? मेरे को क्या करने का? कट करना? रिकॉर्डिंग क्यों करना चालू किया था? दिखा इधर ला। हेलो 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 हेलो। मतलब आ रहे? ए हेलो 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 चेक वंश। हेलो 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 हेलो। आ रहा है ना? बहुत अच्छे से आ रहा है। और कितने अच्छे? मैं आ रहा है ना? आवाज है इधर। मैं क्या करूं? मैं तो अभी तक वो आवाज भी खोला नहीं हूँ। मैं सिर्फ चालू किया हूँ। चेक चेक। हेलो 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 हेलो। अभी देख। अभी नहीं आएगा। चेक। चेक वंशु। हेलो। आने लगा क्या? इतना लेट? 2 सेकंड नहीं, 5 सेकंड का। Hello, hello. Check, check once. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, check. क्या हुआ भाई? Hello, hello, hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. check, check, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello. Check, check, check. Check, check. Hello. Check.
चार्जिंग पॉइंट
त्याचं मला
काहीच
हॉटेलला
नाही.
जावं.
नाही ते दिसतच नाही म्हणून म्हटलं आता विचार.
Hello. Check. Check. One, two. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Check. Check. One, two. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello.
Check, check. Hello. 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 Check.
स्टार्ट करें क्या? बोल दूं? हेलो। टीम्स पे वॉइस जा रहा है ना? हेलो। Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Hope you all are doing great today. Yeah. Acha. He's not able. Okay. Yeah. So, good morning again. We welcome all our esteemed Thermax channel partners to Propel 2.0 launch. It's a pleasure to have the presence of our leadership team. We have Mr. Asad Hussain, CBG head, Mr. Vinayak K, CRH, and Ms. Meenal Rao, IPHR head. And it goes beyond mention that we have our CBG team led by Ankit, Vijay, and Gitesh. So, as you all are aware, we have took inputs from your end and curated this session full of insights and where thoughts will be deliberated. We will discuss on the challenges you are facing and can understand where we can work as a catalyst to mitigate these challenges. So, without a further ado, I request Soham to please address us.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, great. Inclusive, so it's a part of that. Hello. Am I audible to the people who have joined virtually? Can anyone confirm? Hello. Acha. Can anyone from the Google Meet unmute and confirm? ऑडियो नहीं आएगा ऑडियो नहीं आएगा बट आते ऑन म्यूट हु हैज जॉइन बिकॉज़ मैं उधर जाऊंगा तो हाय मिस्टर विक्रम am I audible to you? Okay. Okay, I think your voice is not coming, but we need their voice as well. Then how can we understand what we are saying? Can you add in something in the meantime we start while we are starting? Okay. So once again, welcome to each and everyone in the in this meet. So we have a format that we have curated. We are meeting mostly after 1 year now till we meet, right? So this meet has a uh, objective, has an agenda to now stabilize Propel with a more accurate vision and a way forward. So to help or so to join hands with all of you for a better people prospect, to create a better people prospect in the organization. So in your organization, I would love to share the format that we have shown in the screen. So the format of the whole discussion will be basis on the practices that we will show, the practices we follow at Thermax. We will also love to hear from you all that what practices you follow in your organization, and we will identify the gap and try to bridge the same. And while we will be doing that, it will happen through various interactions, Q&A and activities. And I will like to ask all of you or request to all of you to please have or shower a lot of questions. We are looking forward, lot of participations that we are looking forward, and let's make the session interactive. With that, I will like to request Asad sir to please come. And before Asad to come, we have taken some of the inputs from you all, and we have gathered some of the points. Please help me understand if there are more pointers you want us to cover. So we have got the points of PMS. Yes, we have got the pointers from PMS from all of you, that is performance management system. We have got the point of recruitment, lateral recruitment, campus recruitment from all of you. That is another point. We have got the point of upskilling or people development, right? We have got the point of statutory compliance as well, where I will be mentioning it over here only. Any point you want us over here to cover apart from all of this? If you can say now, I will add it and we will discuss on that. Any such points that is coming to your mind, or we can take up on the discussion? Okay. So now, as I have already mentioned, this Propel has come with a new look, with a new objective. So I will request Mr. Asad to please come and please join us for the launch of Propel 2.0. Please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So after a long time, we again meeting in such a forum. So first of all, a warm welcome to you all for this session. See, we have how many people were there in Prague when we launched this Propel? I remember Jaideep Gandhi was there. Prague, who were there in 2019. So almost everybody in this room was there in Prague. So very good. So we launched Propel in Prague, wherein there was a lot of voice that was coming in from the channel partners that we would like to enhance our organization structure. Organization structure is not only about hiring people. Organization structure is about hiring people. Yes, that is important. How do we, commensurate the work amongst the team, and how do we build up the departments? All these things put together, and how do we take care of our people? How do we assess the performance of the team? All these put together becomes a real organization structure. So Thermax is a fairly large corporate company. And some of us might not be that large an organization. Not some of us. Nobody from the dealer fraternity can be as large as Thermax. But that doesn't mean that organization structure cannot be defined in a smaller organization as well. So that's where we felt that there would be some channel partners who are not matured enough to that level wherein organization structure is at the top of their mind. Okay, there are some channel partners amongst you as well who have got a pretty large setup, pretty good organizational setup. So we still have called them as well in this room. The reason for this is that we would like to understand the experience from their channel fraternity itself. Okay, and while we will be talking about what is there in Thermax that we do for the organization setup. And if we talk about, there are channel partners who have 100 crore turnover. There are channel partners who are having, maybe less than 10 crores of, organization setup. But then all the channel partners are equally important for us, because the essence of the being channel partner for us is that online friends, can you please be on mute? I think now your voice is audible to us. So now your voice is audible to us. In case if there is anything that comes to your mind and you want us to stop I mean clarify your doubts or talk about your question that is coming into your mind, please don't hesitate and ask questions and give us the suggestions as well, not only asking questions. So coming back to our topic of organizational setup, so what has happened that even if the smaller organizations are there, okay, the essence of this channel partnership is that we are I mean, as a Thermax as an organization, we are known in the entire India setup, and a lot of credit goes to the channel partner fraternity. Be it small, be it big, everybody has contributed enough uh, to I would say, take the Thermax business where today Thermax business is. So, we had an annual annual CBG conference wherein Ashish had come, and he made a very, very important statement, and I would like to quote that statement over here. He said that Thermax is a company which is 9,000 crore turnover. The results are out now. So Thermax is a company which is 9,000 crore turnover, approximately close to 10,000 crores of order booking that has happened last financial year. Out of that, CBG is how much? Anybody can guess? 818 crores. Okay, so that means that we are 8%. So by this virtue, looks to be a very small business, right? Very small business, 8% is nothing. But Ashish's point was very, very apt. He said that you might be only 8% in terms of turnover. But in terms of order booking, he was not having the data at that point in time, but I have the data available with me. So I'll give you that data as well. But in terms of the percentage of customers that you serve is close to 85 to 90%. It's not only that CBG business you are handling. Number one is CBG business. Yes, you are. That's the largest business for you. Second is heating services, which you are also handling. Third is chemical portfolio. So 818 crores of order from CBG, are approximately close to 74 crores from heating services, and approximately close to 112 crores from I would say chemical business. How much is it now? 25 crores, 24 crores is from cooling services as well. And I don't know how many people are doing cooling services in this room, but that is also one portfolio that is there, right? All these things put together, if I add up, you have already crossed 1,000 crores. So that's a huge, huge achievement for us. Even then, the percentage becomes only 10%, right? It barely crosses the double-digit mark of the entire order booking that is being done by Thermax. Now, the most important part of it is that 75 to 80% of business is being handled by you guys in terms of the customer management, right? So we have clocked almost close to 6,000 number of orders in last financial year. Out of which, any guess how much would have been channel business? Forget about CBG. Channel, TCF fraternity. Out of that 6,000, 6,500 number of orders that has been booked. Close to 5,000 number of orders have been booked, very right. Out of that, 4,400 number of orders are from channel business group itself. 600 number of orders are from chemical and heating services. Now, just imagine out of 6,000 transactions that Thermax has done, or maybe at the max, it would be 6,500 transactions Thermax would have done. It's close to 80% of customers have been brought into the fold by you guys. It's pretty huge. I will make it even larger now. Now, those customers who would have bought TBWS boiler today, who would have given us 200 crores worth of order, at some point in time, you would have sold a TP05, TP06 or VTCY06 to that customer. So who has brought that customer into the fold of Thermax? Channel partners, right? Asad Hussain might be there. Asad Hussain might not be there. Ankit Singh might be there. Ankit Singh might not be there. Vijay Deshpande today is here. Tomorrow he might not be here. Gitesh, same. Nobody is permanent in a corporate world. He might be permanent in Thermax as an organization. Nobody knows that today Vijay Deshpande is serving as regional manager for West 1. Gitesh is serving as regional manager for West 2. Tomorrow he will be there as the regional manager for West 1 and West 2. Both of them, right? Tomorrow they can move. So typically in a corporate culture, 4, 5 years, 6 years, you move from one position, 3 years, 3 to 6 years, depending upon the role that you are serving in. So 3 to 6 years, you tend to move. But it's channel partner who is a permanent face in front of the customer. I remember a story which I got to know in 2015. I joined as a zonal manager at that time in NCR, and I had finalization with a company called VACMET. I don't know how many people know VACMET. VACMET is a top 3 polyester films business company across India, and they are competing against Uflex, SRF, and VACMET. So it's very difficult for me to tell you who is number 1, who is number 2, who is number 3, but definitely VACMET is one of these top 3 guys. So Rahul Agarwal is the owner of that organization. Now, he himself shared a story with me at that point in time that 1998, he established this organization. He himself established this organization. It was a first generation business for him. At that point in time, the dealer was Hydrotherm. And Hydrotherm also started dealership business in 1999. Okay. And both of these guys have become friend at that time. Right. And it was Rahul Agarwal's word that at times it had happened that I have traveled along with Manoj Agarwal on his scooter, and at times Manoj Agarwal has traveled with me on his on my scooter that days. Okay, and then the story came about Vespa and all, so that's irrelevant over here. So what I'm trying to and at that time in 1999 when this set up the factory, the first unit that was sold was TP02. That time a model was there, TP02. Okay, so that unit was sold. You know what is VACMET buying from us today? So VACMET is into VTRGs, VACMET is into HTRGs. So it's a big client. Might have gone out of CBG portfolio for a brief period of time when RG was not there with us. So now it's coming back to our CBG portfolio with this RG coming in. So what I'm trying to say is that particular HTRG, which was 3 numbers and the order value was along with ESPs and all put together, the order value was approximately close to 10 crores. This 10 crores might not have been added into CBG portfolio. But where this 10 crores have come in from? Channel partners. And I'm 100% sure that there is a story that is there for every channel partner, like what I am just telling you now. Right now about the Rahul Agarwal story. There are many Rahul Agarwals across the country, and if you do not build up the organization structure, this story will not be sustainable. No organization can develop if the organization structure the basics are not strong. And I'm sorry to say this, a little negative tone over here right now, but I'm sorry to say that I would say approximately close to 25 to 30% of channel partners that I see that we have out of 122 channel partners, I see at least 35 channel partners who do not have any organizational setup. Might be only 4 or 5 people, and the entire show is being run by the promoter of that organization. Now, how many times you can run behind an inquiry generation? Not possible for you. You will, because you are human. So you can spend 10 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours in a day for the work purpose. Right? In those 8, 10, 12 hours, is it possible for you to roam around 200 kilometers and generate inquiries if the inquiry is not coming back to you? Now, since you have spent a lot of time into that region, there are still customers who are sending you those inquiries, right? And you can go and the relationship that you carry with those customers, you can go and get those orders finalized. Imagine the amount of inquiries that are getting missed out because the customers might not be knowing you. Number one, customers might not be happy with you, or customers might not be happy with Thermax services or your services as well. Those inquiries might not be coming to you at all, and you are not even aware about those inquiries getting closed, or those inquiries are being pursued. If you would have the organization set up, if you would have a good set of service engineers, if you would have got good setup of sales engineers, those inquiries would have also, there are chances, at least there are chances. If you know setup, no chance at all for those inquiries to coming into our fold. But if you have set up, at least there is a chance that those inquiries will come into you. Whether we win those orders, whether we do not win those orders, that will be decided only if the people are aware about you, right? So it's extremely important, and we felt that and the voice that was coming in from the channel partners 5 years back was about how can we help them out in terms of setting up this organizational setup. We will not set up the organization for you. It's you only who will set up the organization for yourself. What we can help you is that what are those factors which should be looked after, and how once you have the people around you, and we will help you in terms of recruitment that you would like to have from our side also, wherever we can support you onto this. And once you have done this, right from goal planning to performance evaluation, performance management system, as we all say in Thermax. So if we do this, then I think that will be a win-win situation for Thermax and channel partners both. So that's where we felt the importance of relaunching this Propel 2.0. And we have come to you. We have done it in northern region. We had tasted real success over there, wherein it was very, very transparent discussion. At times there were some debate, counter debates as well, but we would like to have this debate, counter debate as well from you guys as well. And let's make it a little more informative, little more interactive session, so that there would be some experiences that we can carry from your side as well. And once we have those experiences, we can actually suggest you what to do in a better way into your organization. So with this note, I would like to have the end of my addressal over here. Yeah. So you can play the video. Just look at the teamwork and the synchronization. So there's a proverb in Hindi which says "Akela chana bhar nahi podta," right? And that's what teamwork is all about. For teamwork, a team has to be there, and if a team is there, certain set of professional environment has to be there for the team to actually grow and do the come to the level of expectation that you and we would be having from you, and you would be having for your from your team members for your own organization. So let's start, Soham, now.
Thanks, Asad. I will request now Meenal to please come in and help us revisit Propel 1.0 and how we can see Propel 2.0 growing and coming forward. Yeah, over to yeah.
Okay, very good morning to all. I think we've met before, most of you. That was way back in 2018, 19. Yeah, 19, I think, the Prague visit, of course. We took a little break in between, with the Propel project because we also had some changes in the organization. Then I think Soham came in back and he started visiting all of you all once again to, reinvent the wheel to say, what more can we do for you? Yeah. And I think that's where we are back with Propel 2.0. What's going to be different from Propel 2.0 is that we want to make it more sustainable this time. I think that's the differentiator we want to get in. If you ask me, the fundamentals of HR don't change. Yeah, but the challenges of HR keep on moving up. Yeah, and the way you all are facing challenges, I think we are nowhere away from you. Yeah, if you are facing challenges at a smaller level, we are facing it at a much more intensified level. I think the difference is only that. The objective of trying to connect with you all every time from now would be specifically to support you all, guide you all, advise you all. Yeah, because maybe as part of a larger organization, we will be able to help you in a better way, in terms of the networks, in terms of the philosophies which we can bring to you. When we were back in Delhi, which was our first Propel session for this 2.0 session, we got a lot of inputs on the performance management piece, and I'm glad that we're going to talk more on that this time. But feel free to also get in any other perspective which you may want to understand from us. Yeah. What we want to also do moving forward from today, and maybe I would have said this at the end of the session, but maybe I'll open with that. We want to also ensure that we stay connected with you all at intervals. Yeah. So this cohort, which I've requested Soham, and I'm going to thank Soham and Mugdha for this entire session because Soham is not a part of CBG anymore. He's a part of heating now, as an HR. But I think for Soham, Propel 2.0 is what he started when he joined CBG, and he had decided to then move out for some personal reasons. So he wanted to stay connected with the entire Propel 2.0. So we've requested him to take it, along with us. So coming back, I think we would like to connect with you all every 3 months via Teams call or a Google call or whatever suits us. The objective of connecting is just to ensure that we discuss with each other on what challenges we are facing and what support could we continue to give you on a continuous basis. Okay. Apart from that, I'm sure there are going to be a lot of suggestions which will come in today on how we can support you apart from what we are going to discuss today. Yeah. So Soham, you want me to take it up to the next? Yeah. Okay. So I think performance management was one part which you all wanted to discuss with us. Yeah. Do we start typically with what are the challenges which you all are currently facing, and then we move to our slides? Will that be a better way to take the session? What exactly would you like to know in performance management? So how are your organizations currently being structured, if I could know? And maybe we didn't have an introduction, Asad, but if we can quickly have an introduction back, because from 19, I'm sure the way Thermax has grown, the TCA organizations would have definitely grown. Yeah, so let's probably have a quicker view of where the organization is today, what kind of organization employee numbers do we have, and what probably are the one or two challenges which we are facing today with performance management. Yeah, or maybe is it that you will want to know from us how do you have the framework of performance management? Yeah, maybe you want to start.
Yeah, morning. My name is Gautam Karnakaran. I'm from Veda Engineering Private Limited. So we are channel partners for both Pune and Bombay. Now our team is now about 70 people strong. We have a dedicated HR function also in the organization, which we have introduced from the last 2 years. We do have a performance management system wherein we have KPIs, KRAs purely defined. The problem that we are probably facing is in the middle management level, the understanding of it and the review process that needs to be implemented right down to the last level to understand how he is being reviewed, and that's how the growth happens for that guy or for that individual.
Good to know your organization has been pretty structured and big. That's nice to know.
Good morning. Jaideep Gandhi from Sriji INC, Engineering Consultancy Private Limited. We are representing Thermax from Ahmedabad, Central and North Gujarat. We have 6 people in our team. We have currently
Challenges or anything that you want to know from us apart from what we are going to present?
mainly the campus recruitment.
So we talk about campus probably in the second half when we're going to take up recruitment. Okay.
I am Mahesh Naik from Boiler House Corporation. We are handling the Baroda regions. We have the 14 peoples in organization. We have the challenges of handling the stability of the source.
Yeah, this is Amit Popat, and we are from Cooling Heating Services. We have currently we have 4 to 5 people in our organization. We are handling the Saurashtra and Kutch region for heating and CBG and all division, chemical and all. And we have currently last 1 and 2 years we are facing the as exactly review process is required in our system, but currently stability of the manpower and the skill manpower in our area, because in Saurashtra and Kutch zone both mindset is different. Saurashtra in mainly try to do business, local business like hardware shop and all. So if we are providing 35,000 salary and all, so he will get the 30, 15, 20,000 easily for the 2 to 3 business over there. And Kutch zone, there is a all corporate group. So there is a all local.
More of business orientation.
Yes, in our area. So job, हाँ, yes, exactly. For वहाँ पे क्या होता है, job के लिए no one can, yes, they are always believe in his father and mother and all are you are stay here, do small jobs locally, not more travel or so. We are currently what we are doing there, do the ITI people the hard mechanical and all. So yeah, yes, then we are, yes, then we are giving the training. So he will stay for a longer period. So otherwise diploma in mechanical streamline all are moved within 2 to 3 years. So just we are develop the team, breakdown, and feel as a owner we are travel together in all region and do the businesses. But there is a break even always by 1 or 2 years, 1 or 2 years. Stability is not there. That is the main concern for us, and there is an impact to the performance of our organization.
Hi, I'm Nilesh Abhankar, Environ Engineers. We take care of air pollution and water pollution, air and water. In water, especially, we take contracts for operation maintenance of STBs and WTBs. Our strength right now is around 40, 45 to 50 people. But 80%, 85% are the workers who do the operations at site operation maintenance people. Main challenge is the retaining of those people and getting back new one for expansion of business for operation maintenance. We need new people, but getting the new people, especially at worker levels, is a little bit difficult. That's the
When you
main
say worker level, what is your qualification?
minimum 12 hours or at least or
Okay, so those are
ITI or
typically for erection, commissioning,
erection commissioning
site
services
maintenance,
and even the operations team,
operations
the
also,
operation
O&M also.
O&M team. Basically.
Okay, okay.
I'm Shashank Khandekar, Thermovision Enterprises. We are based in Thana district, mainly our office is in Dombivli. We have a team of 15 people. We have actually no problem about stability. They are probably more than stable.
Oh, we want to hear from you about that then, because
sometimes I
that's
fear-
going to help Thermax also.
Sometimes I fear this stability. In fact, the people are just with us. The problem is getting new people. The engineers are available, but they don't even know hertz and frequency and voltage. Those kinds of engineers are available to work with us. The people who are real engineers, they work into IT or some
That's right.
other location. So recruiting or getting new people is a big issue. People are not even coming for interview. They ask काम क्या करना है, sales, service, boiler,
नहीं
ठीक है,
करना है.
आएंगे देखेंगे. So that is the problem.
And these 15 people who work with you, what's their tenure with you?
See, whoever joined, no one has left actually.
So what is the average age, if you can tell me?
Average age you can say around 35,
35.
35 to 40.
Okay. So is it a good sign or not so good sign? For
Maybe
you,
considering
for
my
you.
age, I will say it's a good sign.
Good.
But financial impact, it is bad.
See, we
Why
have.
so?
Yeah, because probably.
We are dealing with the gratuity and everything
Mm-hmm.
in future. That financial impact will be very high.
Yeah, but then we have already come to a stage wherein we are talking about sharing.
Sharing
of whatever we are generating or
so
earning.
commission based.
No, not commission basis.
Okay.
No, not even profit sharing, but whatever is the earning of the company.
Mm-hmm.
So
Incentivization.
So suppose 50% is retained by company, 50% is distributed within the employee. So that percentage we are, we have slowly.
Reducing.
No, we are increasing,
No,
not reducing.
reducing for the organization.
Yeah.
And
So we want to
for the
come to a
employee.
level of almost 50-50 kind of thing. As of now, we are at around 46-54 kind of thing. And all these cards are open with the people. They know whatever is happening.
On
Absolutely transparent.
Mm-hmm.
They have been given all the kind of facilities, personal accident, LIC support, whatnot like.
Sure.
So retention is absolutely not a problem.
Okay. Good. Yeah. I mean,
so-
that's a huge number if you ask me, Ankit. Way too huge. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, I was about to ask from the business perspective.
Our job to maintain. Na? So then why we are doing business if you are not able to sustain all this?
Profitability of the organization might be
Reduced.
2 years back when you were not having this kind of a situation.
See, percentage, we are talking about percentage. Na? So the absolute number will keep going up.
Yeah, but the share also goes up eventually.
Yeah.
So if it's a percentage
See, the
based,
problem is we are not getting new people. We are not getting good new people.
so
we
you
have to
are
go
also
along with
wanting
the
to
same team.
focus on retaining what you have.
Yeah.
So it's maybe a retention tool how they're using it, because
Because if you don't retain, we'll not be able to, continue
with
at pace or what quality.
okay.
And then we have all this performance culture in place.
That's nice.
So it is not that 50% is shared with everyone. 50% kind of,
Yeah, the
with
top
performing
performers.
it. Yeah.
Top performers. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Rajesh Paranchwe from Signal Sales Services. So we are a channel partner for last 24 years, Thermax. And we operate in Mumbai, Raigad, Ratnagiri. We are a team of 21 people. We are a mini Thermax. We do everything what Thermax does. As far as challenges goes, we have a HR document made.
Okay.
However, we have clear-cut KRAs laid down, goals laid down. As far as challenges goes, like what he said, since we operate in the same territory, new people recruitment is a big issue. I have advertised number of times with in Times of India, in all local newspapers, even with Naukri.com. I have had a contract with them. But the quality of people who apply is horrendous. I mean, there is no other word for that. So that is one big challenge. If we have to grow, we need the right people. Again, as like he said, attrition at our end is also pretty low because there is a lot of freedom to work. There is no day-to-day interference. So attrition, touchwood for us, has been very good.
Sure.
Biggest challenge is manpower first, and second is quality of manpower.
Okay.
Himanshu Pari from Parchem Industries, starting business, TCA business from 1987. And right now we have got 2 territory, Boisar and Vapi, and 25 people are working with me. Somewhere around 80% people with me from 1987. No one from my organization has left.
Very nice.
So this is
So we
the
would like to, we'd love to hear from you. What good do you do to them?
nothing regularly, but every year get together some benefit of the financially for their children's education point of view, say yearly their investment part or some insurance policy and everything. That's only. That's all.
Sure. Very nice.
PF, ESIC. But only thing right now it is for me it is a very difficult to judge the individual's performance because in our office it will be a teamwork. We can say that each and every person will go to the each and every customer for one or two times or some other type of the part. So retaining of the customer is the for performance point of view to the individual, it is very difficult for me to judge for any issue for me.
So it's difficult, or you
For
or
me
you don't
to
want to do it?
I wanted to get some type of the some
And I'm sorry, I'm going to
documentation.
ask some difficult questions here. Okay, because as organizations, each one of you, most of you have been working with Thermax for number of years. Yeah. And if you look at Thermax also as an organization, has been very, very close in terms of the culture of how you all have built your organizations. Yeah. But when we start growing as organizations, or we've got the aspiration to grow bigger, then sometimes we also have to be extremely clear on how do we evaluate people, because one, emotion plays a very important role in the way we look at our people. And especially, and we also face the same thing, if you ask me, people who spend 15, 20, 30, 40 years in the organization, but they have reached a apex level of contribution which they can make. Yeah. But we still will want to take them along because we've seen them contributing when the organization was growing. Yeah. But yeah, we have to take tough calls at times, but I think we'll also discuss this piece today.
Is there any documentation to do the evaluate their performance?
Yes. So we will take you across some format. We are going to share this to you by tomorrow. We'll do it through JB Singh, who connects with you all frequently. So we'll have that mechanism put in place. But yes, I take your point. But good to hear many of you who are lookalikes of Thermax saying that we've got a fleet of people for very long. But of course, we also are going into that stage now as an organization where we've seen trends in the organization of people between 0 to 3 years of tenure leaving us. Okay, and we are wondering why are they leaving us? 0 to 3 years tenured employees. I'm not talking about experienced employees. So anybody who comes in the organization now leaves within 3 years of joining us. Okay, so we're doing a lot of research on that, trying to have some practices put in place. So we are doing our own attempts, but we'll also discuss that with you, how we are doing it.
A point which I want to say is that when we say that there is no attrition, we are as directors or as proprietors, even we are aware as that it's a question of loyalty versus performance. But the other way around is that because manpower is so rare, because getting people is so rare, sometimes we tend to overlook performance. Because if somebody
You
goes,
said it, yeah.
there is no substitute. Finding a substitute, making him go through all the grind, training, etc., etc. So it takes almost 3 years for a person to give the returns.
True.
So at our level, yes, sometimes loyalty overrides performance.
And we will also talk about a part of loyalty, where we would also talk about clock behaviors. Asad will take up that. That doesn't directly connect to loyalty, but it connects to a part of ownership. Yeah. So when you own an organization, when you own your work, you start becoming loyal to that organization. Maybe I'll put it that way. Does that mean loyalty is you're going to be very high on ownership? Not necessary. Yeah. But it's very closely interconnected, because you would love to be, you're so highly owning that organization, the work which you do, so you continue to be with that organization, you continue to engage yourself with that organization. And sometimes there's a saying, when some people in an organization complete a certain amount of years in that organization, and we are trying to do that research also right now, that if you move up the bracket of 3 years now, because that's the trend, then you're likely to stay for some time. So that 0 to 3 for us has becoming a very, very important stage for us to engage people more. Because if they move that ladder of 3 years, there is a high possibility they'll continue for longer.
For junior levels?
No, that's what I said. They're lateral hires. They will be in any experience bracket. I'm saying tenured. So the moment Meenal joins in, say at a 10 years of experience, she moves out within 3 years of joining. So 70% of our population today at attrition is 0 to 3 years. The rest for, yes. Yes. So we also have those cases.
We have people from joining. Those who left, went to
Of course. Yeah. And in fact, most of our trainees which we pick up, and campus we're going to talk about, we've got a lot of them. I mean, this year we've got in one business close to, out of the 20 who have left us in first quarter, there are 9 of them who have gone for higher education. Simple. So then we are also thinking, should we look at MTechs? Okay, so that's the hiring policy we are thinking of now, because MTechs very rarely will move out. And we're not talking about MTechs from very tier 1, tier 2 colleges. We're talking about tier 3, tier 4 colleges where they may still be looking for jobs and they may not get jobs. Eventually, if they've got basic qualification of communication skills, where they can communicate and they have those skills to, face a customer.
The kind of philosophy like Thermax kind of companies will operate, and the philosophy is what we operate. There will be a
lot of similarities, if you ask me. In fact, you all engage much more than what we would engage at this stage, because we are growing.
But I have a point. Can I make a point?
That's because of your Gen Z. Gen Z is extremely clear. Yeah.
We have a cases where people left with 7 days.
And मुझे करना ही नहीं है. Whether I need the money, I don't need the money, I need salary is secondary for me. It's about a meaningful job. Okay, and that is, if you research on Gen Zs are talking about only meaningful job.
business industry, the old generation kind of,
Yes.
yeah.
Still, working with coal and all that, Right.
सब कहा था वो किसी भी fireman.
एक बार साइड पे जाने के बाद
There is a point that as a principal company, Thermax should also realize that there is a limitation to how much we grow. Each of us works in a particular area. You are limiting us to work in a particular area. If you look at Bombay as a territory, there are 4 or 5 channel partners who operate here. So if you ask me what is the future 5 years down the line for Mumbai, I don't see a very bright future.
Okay, so that response doesn't fall in my purview. I'll leave it to Asad at a later time to
So there is
discuss.
I am saying in terms of when you ask us about what practices about us, there is also as a principal company, you should also realize that there is a limit on which each individual, each channel partner grows. Beyond a certain point, there is a limit. I mean, you guys have put a full stop.
Because there's a limitation on the growth.
The growth is not permitting you to invest in the
Manpower.
Absolutely.
Sure.
In fact, Minal, if you ask me, we have been here for quite some time. From your side, we see a new face every time.
Except me.
Mm.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, in fact, that is also the case in Thermax. And I think as a sales organization, we've been hearing that from a lot of our people also, that every 2-3 years you see a new face in Thermax, which is a fact today. Yeah. Yeah.
Not the impact of your gratuity part. If we are talking that if it is a 5 years completed, then the gratuity, if you are thinking, it is the very, very high investment from our
Absolutely. And
organization.
if you ask me, gratuity is mandatory if they finish 5 years. And I mean, they can go and probably go to any court of law to ask for it if they want to.
The turning of the 3 years, that means you have to not to give any gratuity part.
But that should not be the objective, if you ask me.
Huh?
See, by the time, if you look at
अपना ये एक बढ़ जाता है ना रिस्पॉन्स कॉस्ट टू कंपनी बढ़ेगा कॉस्ट टू कंपनी बढ़ते जा रहा है ना सपोज हम कस्टमर को पर्सन को रिटेन कर रहे हैं हमारे यहाँ
That's why it comes back to his point when the cost to company goes, what is it that he's bringing onto the table? Does he have a market?
Market. Okay, so that's separate for us.
Loyalty versus performance का monetization start हो जाए.
The best way is to have a perfect product so that less service interventions are required.
Okay.
Yeah, today the guy for 5 years, he's handling the same territory, same market. Probably he's adding only one more product to his basket. Is that return in terms of turnover? Is it justifying the cost of that individual? Providing somebody fresher and operate it. Now, but then that upsets the apple cart somewhere also because he's lost the knowledge of it.
Sure. So maybe that also talks about the upskilling piece. I'm talking about two parts to upskilling, but I think upskilling for you all should not be such a big concern at this point of time, because I think we are still grappling with wanting to get resources and even keep them for a certain number of. Okay, so upskilling in two ends. One is a technical upskilling, which I think you were mentioning, but maybe a upskilling which is non-technical. Yes, sure.
Because at the end of the day, the freshers would be working with them.
Right.
Today we are not really involved. I don't get to sites or whatever.
Okay, what kind of middle population would you have for upskilling? So percentage-wise, if 10%, can you all please tell me what could be the middle population which you would have, the middle management population in your organization? He said 10%.
Our organization is flat, no middle management.
No, middle management, when you say it, probably would talk about a person in the experience bracket of 10 to 15 years, ideally. That is how you may define middle management, not as a structure. 10 years experience. Okay, sure.
60-70.
Okay, sure. Okay. So I think let's move next. We've got an understanding of what you may want to hear from us today, but feel free to ask questions as we move along the session. Yeah. How many TCAs are there? Anybody from Google online? Anybody wants to ask anything? Any questions? Yeah, we can hear them. Anyone online? Any challenges? Anything that you may want to discuss? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Mahesh, would you like to say something? Yeah, please do. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And how about diploma holders? Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, fine. But you haven't explored diploma holders. You still wanting to, or you've been hiring more of engineers. Okay, okay. They've never explored BScs and all, our TGP model. For higher studies. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. They have to only do 3 years of engineering. That's right. Easiest part. They don't go for mechanical, and so they either go for IT or they go for E&I. They would go for computer science, or they would go in for what you call now is electronics, ENTC, biotechnology. Mhm. Okay. Right. Hmm. Sure. But nowadays, if I read, it is computer science, IT, whatever those categories are, and then next category would be civil, and then maybe other options are. Okay. Right. So let's move ahead. Okay, so let's first talk about the entire PMS framework. I think some of you have a robust process mechanism. Do share in your best practices while we go through the session. We're going to talk about goal setting, and I think we wanted to understand. You had a question on how do you look at individual performance evaluation versus a team performance evaluation. Yeah. So maybe we'll throw some light while we take up this goal setting piece. How many of us today in the room do goal setting for our employees at the beginning of the year? So how does that goal setting happen? Is it only a number game ideally? Training would mean individual training, skill development for themselves.
We have taken a target of the retaining the customer. Whatever the last year we have retained the customer.
So those customers have to be retained and more to be added.
Added. That will be the my.
One of your KRs.
Automatically the business will be the increase. So retaining of the customer plus addition of the some percentage, 5%, 7.5%, 10% will be the customer, new customer will be the added.
And how do you evaluate? For example, how many average goals which each one of you would have for your employees? Like, is it 5, 7, 2, 4?
No, it is the total. What I have said is it is the teamwork.
Okay.
Everyone, means totally team, we have given the target. Okay, this year we require the 10%. मुझे customer add चाहिए. Last year, somewhere around.
And do people within your teams hold individual customers? One person takes care of 5 customers, or everybody takes care of all customers? Everybody takes care of all customers.
We have got so many.
What's the average number of customers you may have, each of you?
250. For me, for the chemicals plus service and everything, it will be the more
250 and
250 plus.
250. And if how many people you have? 25, you said. So there is no differentiation between who handles which customers? And may I know the reason why?
Because if it is a service business, I can't say that this person is only going to this customer. If his emergency will be there, any person is available in my organization, immediately he will go there and do the service. So on that time, he will generate the inquiry of the spares, MC, additional some business.
So you are saying because of this reason where the team needs to be fungible between one customer to the other,
Only
to one
we have
service
got the chemical
call to the other.
Only the chemical
Specialized.
division will be the separate because they have got not to attend this service part of the heating division. So
Got it.
but they are also going for the sales part.
Yeah.
Of the
So
heating
I
So they say that as one as chemical heating services, everything all together.
Okay, and then there is a chemical engineer, chemical person who is handling chemical would be different. And all these 250 customers, chemical, approximately close to 80-90% of the customers, chemical will be there. So, I mean, and how many chemical guys are there with you? 2, 7. Okay, out of these 3 people, okay, I mean, just an idea over here that, see, because, I mean, I really could really understand that you cannot allocate कि ये बंदा को ये कस्टमर एलोकेट नहीं है तो ये अगर ऑफिस में ही बैठा है तो ये नहीं जाएगा कस्टमर रोता रहे राइट सो वो तो पॉसिबल नहीं है बट द आइडिया ओवर हियर इज दैट इफ यू कैन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट दोस 250 customers into those 10 people 25 number of customers each people and I mean this is your account you need to deal with these accounts okay so that he understand that आज मेरे पास में 25 customers हैं I have to retain at least say for example if you set a target of 80% retention होना चाहिए so that means that आपके 20 customers retain होंगे और 5 customers आपके portfolio से बाहर निकल जाएंगे right I'm just taking an example right now so आपके 5 customers because 100% retention तो आप customers को कर नहीं पाओगे I mean it's so then in that case it's even better so that means that I was actually taking the worst case scenario okay so yours is the right like the best case scenario my point is that if he's able to retain 100% of the customers so 25 customers he knows that मेरे को यही customers retain करने हैं एवरीबडी नोज इट राइट सो मैं इनके पीछे तो डेफिनेटली रहूंगा और मुझे और ये 10% ऐड करना है तो 3 कस्टमर्स और ऐड करना है या 5 कस्टमर्स और ऐड करना है द मोमेंट इट बिकम्स लाइक दिस अभी नाउ 10% फॉर दैट 25 कस्टमर्स इज 2.5 सो अभी 3 कस्टमर रिटेंशन के लिए तो उसको आई मीन उसको खुद को पर्सनल सेटिस्फैक्शन नहीं मिलेगा तो ही विल गो फॉर 4 और 5 सो दैट वेज योर रिटेंशन परसेंटेज विल आल्सो ओवरऑल इन योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में गो अप if even if it doesn't go up what will happen is that if somebody is not able to retain that 10% at least this compensation would be coming in that is one point second point is that I mean customer retention jab main karta hu okay so there is a certain skill set which is required and you probably would have I don't know I mean how true is it for your area but you probably would have a different set of customers each and every set of customers might not be having the similar kind of skill set that would be required okay so you may be able to evaluate that person and basis that you can evaluate and the geography that he's going to cover you can give that to him and so that he's very clear that how many customers which customers what kind of profile of those customers I'm going to handle and then say for example if he's today is not working out anything that doesn't mean that you have to make it so strong that agar wo office mein baitha hua bhi hai to bhi wo kahin bahar nahi jayega for xyz different customer okay but if he is not I mean that's where the clock piece comes into picture, which talks about the collaboration part of it. So अभी X बंदा है आपके यहाँ पे, Y बंदा है आपके वहाँ पे. X को 25 कस्टमर है, Y को 25 कस्टमर. Y के कस्टमर में किसी एक के यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट हुआ एंड then वो Y बंदा is not available because he is at some other site and X is available. So there is no harm in providing that site to him, okay, and asking him to visit. Okay, you can maybe, I mean, because you're talking about 40, 60, 50, 50 ratio of profit, I mean, not profit sharing, but margin sharing, I would say. So then in that case, it can be, I mean, in some kind of a form of award or something, we can actually give it to him that this is your award. But then see, from the perspective of clarity of the role that he's having, he will be very, very clear that what is his prime responsibility. His prime responsibility is to manage these 25 customers. So I'm very clear. So मेरे दिमाग में जरा सा भी I mean I would say डिल्यूजन नहीं है कि मुझे यहाँ भी जाना है, आज ये आया तो यहाँ चला गया, आज ये आया तो यहाँ चला गया, आज यहाँ आया तो यहाँ चला गया. सो
इश्यू हमारे यहाँ पर क्या है कि हमारा जो रीजन जो बोला जाता है, इट इज मोस्ट ऑफ द गुजराती. करेक्ट. गुजरात से. So all the Gujarati people's mentality is the business. If I will give it a 25% of this customer मैंने उसके हाथ में दिया, if he
अच्छा वो अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर देंगे, रॉकेट सिंह हो जाएगा.
So that's why we can go away with your customer. I want to. So that's why I'm giving the total fee. In that case, क्या कर सकते हैं? Yes, sir. I mean, I'm just वही समझ गया. So in that case, what you can do is you can change. In which way the face is not constant to. I think I don't require this. Yeah, you can change customers every 1 year. Yeah. So every year you can change the customer also. So आज ये X बंदा ये 25 customers को handle कर रहा है. Next year when he is getting the target, he will not handle those 25 customers. Maybe only 10 which are common. उसमें प्रॉफिट क्या होता है? ये पूरा साल मैंने मेहनत किया ये कस्टमर को रिटेन करने के लिए, तो वो कस्टमर मेरे पास नेक्स्ट डे आगे होना चाहिए. आज वो आपके करंट सिचुएशन में इनविजिबल नहीं है कस्टमर, because he is roaming around to those customers where the need is coming in. Correct. So he is not working on into that level to get any customer. See, then that fear would be there that मैंने इस customer को grow किया है मुझसे छीन करके किसी और को दिया जा रहा है. Because today also it is not happening. Because he is not assigned any customer at all. So you can try it out if it is it's feasible in your area. I think you can try that. Take a pilot of 3 months or 6 months and then see that how can it, because goal setting में सबसे important चीज होती है सर clarity. And I have the clarity. Okay, I will try to perform that to the level. अभी क्या होगा, एक कस्टमर के पास में उसको आज ये प्रॉब्लम आया, मैं गया, ठीक है, कल को एक दूसरा प्रॉब्लम आया 4 दिन के बाद में ये गया, दोनों के पास में ओनरशिप नहीं, because those problems might be interrelated to each other. And that एक प्रॉब्लम मैंने सॉल्व किया, दूसरा प्रॉब्लम इसने सॉल्व किया, दोनों के पास में अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है, ओनरशिप.
And that is one way you can also move to individual goal plans. You have a concern now that you are not able to individually evaluate. If you shift to this, I will suggest make a pilot. Do a pilot with some set of people or all years who are frontline, and do it for full 1 year cycle.
And not necessary that you have to change the entire set of 25 customers from. Keep 10 customers, 15 customers आपने किसी और को. Another 10 should be added to move in that direction, because that will help you to address your problem of individual evaluation. And then you also know that who has contributed. Say for example, for your organization, you have set a target of 10% retention of the customer. You actually know that who is responsible for that 10%, who is not responsible for that 10%. What is that it is lacking? I'm not saying that fire. I'm saying because you yourself are saying that it is very difficult for you to get a new hire. But then you understand from that particular person that why is it so that these 6 people or 7 people are able to retain 8 to 10% and able to add 8 to 10 new customers. And these 2 or 3 people are there who are not able to add any new customers. So what set of in the same market, we will not be able to do. That means that the work has to be done on the skill set of those three employees. How do you know it? Because you are setting the target only for the team, you are not setting the target for the individual.
What we have done, right? The business comes from existing, the business comes from new setup. Almost 75 to 80% of the business, at least in our case, comes from the existing set of customers. The existing set of customers is given to a group which is called, we call as a PSG, post-sales group. And one will be the sales group.
Which acquires new customers.
Yeah, and then this PSG is divided into existing customers with numbers and value. Right? And that is given to individuals. This is your responsibility, and from here you need to get whatever is the incremental business or additional business or whatever.
So in that case, you are actually defining the role for that person pretty well, and so he's clear in his thought process. He's clear in his deliverables.
That is clearly defined for every quarter that is reviewed.
I have an input on Himanshu Bhargava आपका point है कि वो लोग expire भी कर जाएंगे बीच गुजराती और mindset से तो जैसे आप लोग आज भी अगर एक variable आपने रखा हुआ है जैसे आपने बोला 40% है आपका हो सकता है different होगा but you are sharing some part of your profit with your team if अगर वहाँ पे set of customers होंगे say 25 customers allotted to one particular individual or 15 customers allotted to one particular individual उन कस्टमर से जो भी बिजनेस प्रॉफिट आ रहा है ओके दैट यू कैन अर्न एंड दैट यू कैन शेयर
only that ratio
so that individual can also be shared
so the performance of the person will be automatically justified.
I will decide it is sufficient to me.
But still, what we're trying to do, what I'm really saying is there should be a better clarity for them. For example, if these set of employees are going to get say 50% of your business, the total turnover, then they only get a portion of that 50%.
Yes.
Instead of everybody getting everything.
See, the difference is we want to retain whoever is with us.
Right.
But even giving even C-grade guy is also not affordable to us because we are not getting any guy.
Sure.
So जो बोर्ड में बैठा है उसको लेके चलेंगे. That is the philosophy on the people. Until unless he makes a blunder or some
but there are difference but as an employee I think so. There is always a thought process ki I am doing XXXY jobs and I am getting also same what second individual is getting. That thought process.
Performance incentive is something different. It is separate.
Yeah. That I was saying कि अगर वो set of customers है उससे जो भी profit बना ठीक है अब उससे मैंने share out.
There are two scenarios. One scenario is that individual goal setting is done. One scenario is a team goal setting is done. Okay. Now, say for example, in both the scenarios, you have decided that I have made 100 rupees. Out of that, 50 rupees I will distribute it to the team. Right? This is what the scenario is. Now, in this scenario, how will you distribute this 50? अगर उनका टारगेट अचीव हो गया, 100 कस्टमर का उनको 110 कस्टमर करना था, उन्होंने 110 कस्टमर कर दिया. So then, who is eligible for that? Somebody would have worked harder. Somebody would have worked lesser. Okay. Do you think that it is justified enough just for the context of retention of the team that who has worked harder should also get 5 rupees and who has worked lesser should also get 5 rupees?
It is not like that.
नहीं because इस सिनेरियो में पता ही नहीं है ना कि किसने क्या किया.
आपके लिए थोड़ा डिफरेंट होगा.
आपके लिए थोड़ा different
ये ऐसा है.
मैं सिनेरियोस की बात कर रहा हूँ.
For him it is like that. I totally understand. So maybe we discuss.
Salary का percentage.
So we need to discuss on that. If you are open with that, we will be able to discuss.
Yes, just an idea that
I have to giving this some solution.
Because salary is something which is fine. Because salary is something whether there are only two options. Either you will get the salary or you will not get the salary. ऐसा तो होगा नहीं कि मेरी salary 10,000 रुपए है तो आप मुझे आज 8,000 दोगे कल 15,000 दोगे ऐसा तो होगा. तो अगर आप 10,000 दोगे या फिर आप ले जाओगे.
Which whether you perform, maybe I put it differently.
Correct.
Salary is whether you perform or don't perform.
You will get.
Okay, but why salary given? Salary is given to take care of your basic needs. Incentive is given to drive your performance.
We had made out a system where monthly the efforts we are making.
So efforts are defined as what?
Clear cut, I'm saying that the clear cut बड़ा line is there. Every system will get point. नहीं वो वापस इधर आएगा इधर आएगा ऐसे घूम ही रहा है नहीं घूम रहा है. Milestone is clearly defined, point is defined, and point converted into the money. Every. So maybe 1 point is so and so. What will it's working. Last 2 years we are working on that. Monthly we are paying on effort. So every effort. So what happens if you pay for efforts? There is a point of finalization of waterfall for whatever reason. Every step we have given a point system. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a calculation of system which is known to employee as well as us. Every month we have a report sheet. We put it to the point, and as per the point we will pay for the efforts. Result is not defined in this.
That also will have maybe concerns at a later stage.
Quarterly, we are paying on a result, like invoicing business. What is the retention business? Some percentage. New business, some percentage.
Sure.
And that is divided into the team.
And this monthly, they get monthly?
Monthly, we are paying on the effort basis.
Yeah, but will that effort basis?
Result basis.
So you have a quarterly incentive. No, but please understand, he's got a smaller organization also of 6 people. So for him, it could be easily doable.
Ultimately, it is about CPC. So that's a different distribution system that you have made. But until and unless, and see, we are discussing about the goal settings as of now. Until and unless you make that goal setting, how will you identify that this guy is performing his goal and this guy is not performing?
That is what, like he has to suppose like a sales agent, he has to make a visit to the customer. So for cold call, point system is different, or point will different. For a follow-up, point will different.
So idea is that goal setting is very clear.
Yes, very
so this is what I'm saying, that goal setting cannot be of the team. Goal setting has to be of
For
the
individual.
Even if he's a manager, even if he's
A 0 level experience or a 1 year experience person.
That is also very important.
Only difference is like you ask us to define the customer wise. We are not defining on customer wise. We are defining on the action wise.
That's fine. That's your philosophy. We are not asking you to change the philosophy altogether. It is your basic. I would say the basic crux of your building up your organization structure. So we are not going to change that. Okay, that you have to define. What I am only trying to say is, whatever you are defining that goal setting, it has to be clear. It has to be clear at the level of the owners themselves. I'll give you
even also when we give the appointment letter, we will clearly define this is your
deliverables.
That's fine. But every year you are not giving the appointment letter.
So
every year the goal setting has to be.
Yeah.
It's not that at the end of the year only you should be reviewing your team for that.
In our case, it's a monthly basis and quarter.
So, say for example, and how many times have we documented this? That is point number 1. Okay, because whatever is said is forgotten. Whatever is documented will always be remembered, and it will only be reviewed. I'm not talking about only one organization, I'm talking about in general. Second point is that if my goal is not set, how Ankit's goal will set? If Ankit's goal is not set, then how Vijay and Hitesh goals are.
I will share you. This is a very useful technique for us because पहले लोग ऑफिस में आने के लिए झगड़ा करते थे, अभी ऑफिस नहीं आने के लिए झगड़ा करते हैं। बोला मैं ऑफिस में क्यों? मुझे ऑफिस ना होगा तो पॉइंट नहीं मिलेगा।
So you don't want them to be in office, you want them to be on the field.
So that, whatever philosophy that you want to have,
that should be rewarded.
But the goal setting has to be there. Against that goal setting, you can set up the review mechanism, whether it is monthly, whether it is quarterly, whether it is half yearly, whether it is annually.
Monthly आता है तो salary में आता है उसका सीधा.
So that is you can define that, and again, because of the repetition,
It's about goal setting, clear goal setting for the individual as well. And that individual includes yourself.
So it's the goal setting, what he's trying to get in, the goal setting has to be a top down approach, because it needs to start from the top and then it trickles into, as you said, breaking it down into deliverables, actions, milestones, and then you move to the last level. Yes.
I'm sure that आपको सबके दिमाग में आपका गोल सेटिंग तो है ना. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि आपके दिमाग में because you are an entrepreneur, you are a businessman, so you will have your own goals about yourself. But how many times have you documented it? And आपको तो कोई रिव्यू नहीं करेगा. आपको रिव्यू करने के लिए आप खुद चाहिए. And you review yourself that my plan was this, have I achieved this, how much percentage have I achieved this. So I mean, you will not even incentivize yourself. But then you will be clear that where my organization is, in which direction, even as my strategic input and the action level input coming in from the employee.
Okay, in interest of time, if we can, yeah, in interest of time, if we can move, yeah.
Regulars, what we had needed is a Google Sheet, routine work. So he has to enter every day. तो वो उसको और मुझे पता चलता है कि ये तेरा डेली रूटीन है, मैं क्या क्या अचीव किया क्या नहीं किया.
See, for an organization as short as user, very normally
It may be becoming easier, yeah.
As an organization,
as you learn, yeah.
70 people, micromanagement is not feasible at all. That's what my feeling is. Micromanagement, going into bigger organization like Thermax, CBG, I cannot micromanage it. I cannot talk to daily to Vijay Deshpande and Gitesh, and I'm
also
business.
Also, how much time are they spending on noting this down? Also take that in consideration, because if they're spending lot of time to do this, then it's not a productive time. नहीं, आप नहीं, वो ही भरते हैं, लेकिन उनका भी एक टाइम जा रहा है उसमें, and every day number of minutes to number of hours, check that. No, but no, it's about an individual, na. Individual has to. No, he nahi. I'm saying about the person who is filling it every day. Yeah. Time spent, man hours spent, you may want to relook. I mean, that's just a suggestion from us. Okay, we'll just quickly move to the goal setting format. I think a couple of you all wanted to understand what the format is. This is a usual format which most of the organizations use, including us, but of course we are on Darwin Box, so the format may not be in an Excel, it's in some other form, but typically with the same content. Yeah. And just for all of us, we typically should have 4 types of goals. Okay, a financial goal, which is nothing else but your number. Yeah, each one of you will have number for most of your people who are sales people. You also will have back-end people. Okay, so in back-end people, wherever you have support people, you can have a finance goal in terms of cost saving. Yeah, you may probably look at streamlining of processes, something which they can do sitting within the office, but which eventually gives you an outcome of a cost saving somewhere. Okay, customer, I think here where you are talking about, how do I retain my customers? Okay, could be the goal in customer. How do I add new 5 customers every year? Could be that goal in customers. What customer experience are you giving? And this is where maybe I'll slightly differ from your philosophy today, where you are saying there are 5 people who go to one customer as and when required. Also imagine the way somebody mentioned here, every time there is a face change in channel. It's inconvenient for the customer.
That is the problematic situation for you.
Yeah, you can imagine. Exactly.
It's not because all are by the employee for the last 15 to 20 years, so that's why every customer knows.
Yeah, stability will remain, but you also need to please understand there is a larger issue which we are not going to touch upon today. We will have to touch upon with some of your organizations is succession planning. Your own people, because if they have lived for 15-20 years, okay, I don't know even if we have thought about succession planning, because we are going by today and we always can have drop dead situations in all our organizations. Yeah. So how robust are we there? And maybe we'll also guide you whenever we get time on succession planning, because you'll have to do that. It's a larger word, But if you have an average age of 35, 40, some of them could be very old, very knowledgeable. They'll know everything about your organization. But what next for them?
So that is my the organization itself can take care. And the second dimension that I would like to add over here is about 5 people getting into one customer. What happens is you're talking about new customer increase. Okay, so अगर आप आज 250 customer use कर रहे हो, so on an average CAGR if I put only 6% in that. Okay, in next 4 years time, another 40 to 50 customers will be added. 50, not more, in fact, 50, 60 customers will get added into your portfolio in 4 years. Now, if these 50, 60 customers are getting added on your portfolio, he doesn't know if because he is a new customer to you. He doesn't know even you at this point in time. Was not even knowing you at this point in time because he is a new customer. Then how will he know?
Yes, what we have every 3 months, my service manager will visit the site, new customer, compulsory. And every 6 months, I have to visit. If it is a business will be there or not, business will be there or not. Every
he might be knowing Manjupa, he might be knowing a service manager. But what about the 2-3 service engineer that is going to his place?
Every 3 months, whoever he will going along with my team. And going there, so
but think over it, evaluate that whether your thing is still better, because I'm still not convinced that it would be more sustainable. It has been sustained till date, but the way new generation coming into the businesses, your customers also new generation will come into the business, they would like to deal with one person. They don't like to deal with one. And that's the story for channel businesses. So they don't like to deal with 10 people for boiler, back filter लाओ, water treatment के लिए एक अलग बंदा है, chemical के लिए एक अलग बंदा है, service के लिए एक अलग बंदा आएगा. So that's the success story that we have amongst ourselves. So if that has become a success story, I think it should be replicated back in the
technical items जो है उनके लिए तो हम लोग जो टॉप मोस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी डील करते हैं, लेकिन जो रेगुलर आइटम्स है, केमिकल्स है या स्पेल्स है या सर्विस पार्ट है, तो उनमें कोई भी जाके उसमें टॉप लेवल से नहीं हुई, उनके जो ऑपरेटिंग लेवल और मैनेजर लेवल है वहाँ तक ही जाते हैं, तो वहाँ पर सब लोगों को तो ये मेरा
मेरे नीचे 10 मतलब मैं
evaluate for some time जो मैंने जैसा बात किया ऐसा अगर आप करते हैं and if you see the result better, you don't see the result better, you can again shift back to your older
ऐसे कई प्लांट्स तो
better होंगे, but I believe truly believe that you will get a better.
Okay, can we move ahead? They're behind. Yeah.
I know all of them for quite some time now. So what Asad is saying that we want. It's okay. I'm audible, I guess. Yeah, I'm audible, I guess. Okay. Anyway, what Asad wants is that they want all of you to be an organization. Okay. They want you to have multiple layers in your organization where the business operating a business becomes easier. Okay, since all of you have multiple divisions, you're handling chemical, you're handling water, you're handling spares, cooling, heating, all of them. Like an organization with 6, 10, 12 people is a little insufficient is what I feel from what Asad has told me. So we want all of you to grow into an organization, do more multiple businesses, and your turnover or your business volumes to grow. So when your business volumes grow, this is the kind of a goal setting, or this is a a pattern of human resources practices you need to follow.
So how many of you are game for this? You know, how many of you want to take this forward? Because this is very essential, right? Yeah. Yeah, you do it in pockets.
But maybe in a more formalized way. What you
Correct.
meant is, you start this process, you discuss it.
Wherein, when we were doing 750 odd crores, okay, CBG was doing 750 odd crores, the set of number of channel partners that were there at that time was also huge. Okay, I have come to that data. When we are doing 820 odd crores last year, same set of 83 channel partners are also there. Okay. So, we have not increased the number of channel partners. We might have changed the face. Yeah, that is, we might have changed the face. We might have asked somebody to go. We might have asked somebody to change the entire business philosophy. If you are not with us, then you are, and then you have to think otherwise. That has happened. Now, what growth we are talking about is 800 crores to 1,000 crores in one financial year. Financial year, 1,000 crores. We're talking about 1,000 crores. The base has to be there in revenue for the right. 25% growth. I mean, do we feel that there is a growth that will happen of 25%? I seriously. 25% growth is cannot happen until unless you have an organic growth that comes into play. Whether that in organic growth can be coming in from comparative customer acquisition, that can be coming in from different product portfolio that we are beginning to meet all these things. So, I mean, your organization also would have gone into a similar trend, wherein 5 years down the line, 5 years back, you would have been doing 6 crores, 7 crores, 5 crores, whatever that number. Today, you might be in the range of 9 crores, 10 crores. Tomorrow, yesterday, you were handling 150 customers. Today, you are handling 250 customers. The same, because unless you grow, we cannot grow. I mean, because we don't do business other than you guys. So, जो हम grow कर रहे हैं तो आप भी grow कर रहे होंगे. But is it the same rudimentary organization structure or same? I mean, I would say the old thought process will still continue. Today it may continue because you would not have realized it, but it may happen. I'm not talking about one person. I'm talking about in general. It may happen that when you were 150 people, when you were 150 serving 150 customers, at that time you were actually oversized. Today with 250 customers, you might be at a similar level, but at this level, will you be able to serve 400 customers tomorrow? That's the question. That's the question. So that is why building up the organization structure is really important. That doesn't mean that you have to increase the manpower. Okay, and we have a clear set of philosophy. 25% growth doesn't mean that 25% employee add कर अगर मैंने 25% growth करने के लिए 25% number of employees add कर दिया तो फिर benefit क्या होगा मेरे को 25% grow करने?
And you know, channel across all the industrial products business, because since I take care of the HR, channel has not added people. You will not believe, and I think the credit also goes to you all.
On ground, you reduce people.
No, we did reduce, but our number has not been going up.
Change the face,
We have changed the face.
Earlier you had one regional manager, today you have
Yeah. Okay, but as you rightly said, other businesses, if there is 25% growth in the ABP revenue, OB, I don't think we are adding. What you also mentioned categorically is what we have started doing today. If category,
That is what we are also doing. Multiple products with the same set of people.
Correct. Then you have to change the basic, maybe, I don't know.
So here, if you have to motivate your current set of people to do more, because that's going to help you keep your cost into your pocket. Okay, that's the philosophy of channel today. You will have to look at how would you allow them to grow in incentivization.
Like you have CPG sales, we have kind of CPG service, which you also should develop rather. And like a person should,
So that discussion I've had with him maybe 1.5 years back.
Everything, and that is how we are developing. So
yes.
That is need for all kind of organization.
Yeah,
so
sure.
We are working on that, sir. So
there has been an ask.
We will.
it's a very, very nascent stage. So channel will be a completely different phase 3 years from what it is.
Yeah.
That is my comment.
So, continuing on one other thing is he's not increasing his set of people. He wants, or the channel wants, all of you to put more people and grow. So that
Wherever the shortage of staff.
Yeah, don't put in more people
Jaideep
for the
Gandhi,
sake of it.
he is handling 20 crores, 15 crores, 15 crores. Jaideep Gandhi included into this, handling with 6 people. Can he take that with 6 people only 20? I don't see that happening.
no, sir, you want
So
to 40 crore, no?
So he has to. I'm talking step by step. So he has to, include people into the system. And again, you will talk about that. Look at the profitability. How would I increase the manpower? Today you have shortage of manpower. I'm not asking you to increase the manpower. Today I am asking you to fill that shortage only. Okay, and grow the business without adding people. Adding people doesn't mean that अभी मेरा workforce requires 70 people and मैंने 40 लोगों के साथ ही काम करना है तो उसके बाद मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि मैं ऐड नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
And then I'm saving on cost or increasing my profit margins is not the way ahead.
So the point is that you have to fill up that shortage definitely and align your system in such a way that more output can be taken out from the same set of employees. But first thing first is that today जो आपका demand है, that demand has to be fulfilled. So a lot of channel partners are there who have the current setup is very, very less.
So Asad, is there a mechanism? Is there a mechanism you all do with the TCS?
Yeah, we do have a mechanism with that.
For the entire manpower.
So what kind of turnover, what kind of number of orders that you are getting?
Sure.
Basis and what kind of category as a channel partner you are. So how many number of employees you should be having in sales? Okay, so that is what we do that, and that is a part of their balance scorecard.
Yeah. So going forward, any questions on the format?
How you will derive the points part?
Yeah. So there is something called as a weightage. Can you see a weightage there? Yeah. Now, example, for a salesperson, where would you want to give the maximum weightage? If you have to financials, no, customer financials. I did. Yeah. So you got to give more weightage on target because you want the person to run in the market and get you orders. Yeah. Customer operations, to a certain extent, you may say okay, overlooking because you've got a back-end team to do that in some organizations. And learning and growth, I think most of us, including we, at times would give the least weightage to that. Yeah. How can you now convert this into a calculation? Yeah, there are mechanisms to do that. If you see the target metrics is an XYZ number. So example, you say that if my employee was supposed to do 100 crores, he did 80 crores. So 80% of that target he has achieved. Okay, but that target in the 100% has 20% weightage. So there's a clear maths you can follow to arrive at a number. And we can help you do that. If you... Yeah, so 100%, 100. So if you have 6 goals, that 6 goals have to total up to 100. You can say my one goal is itself 50 because it takes a lot of weightage. It's most important goal. If you start giving weightage to your goals, your employees will also understand where to focus more. The moment you say there are 5 goals and I don't know if I have to do all the 5 equally or am I going to get money for all the 5 equally, then it's a vague goal. Today in Thermax also we've got weightage. So I decide the weightage basis on the time I will spend and the importance of that goal in my overall outcome. For most of your organizations, yeah, role and goal to goal. 100. It has to sum up to 100%. Yeah. So another 2 minutes, we'll just close this. Any questions on the goal plan? We'll share this with you. Yeah.
One more thing in the goal plan, you will see, we always discuss about feedback, right? So we have mentioned here as a feed forward. The point of putting feed forward is to guide them in the initial stage only, so that during the feedback time they are open to take the feedback, because you have guided them initially. So this is the format where you are also recording the feed forward pointers, so that they can achieve the goal in a proper way.
And the more you're clear on what goals people are supposed to achieve, the more clear you would be to give a feedback on the achievement of those goals. If there is no clarity on the goals, you yourself will not be able to answer the employee of why you gave him less money or more money, eventually, as an incentive. Example. So, if you ask me, today we're putting the culture in Thermax for people, and we're going to talk about the 9-block matrix here. That's the way we work on the TPMS. We are encouraging people to say that if you got 5 rating is 100% achievement in Thermax. Okay, 6, 8, 9 is exceeding targets. In short, so somebody who is maybe a 6, 8, 9 in the organization, for whatever reasons, gets a 5 for 1 year. Okay. Of course, the person starts feeling bad because I was a 6, 8, 9 and I got a 5. Now, we are trying to also say 5 is not a wrong and a bad rating. You've done 100% of what you were expected to do. When there is a feed forward, we are also encouraging employees to say that don't ask why I got a 5. Ask me why and how can I get to a 6, 8, 9 back? What are those 4 things I will have to do to move to a 6, 8, 9? Instead of saying that what I didn't do well, which got me to a 5. So build in that culture also with your employees to say, what am I supposed to do in the next year so that I go back to a rating which maybe I'm expecting? Yeah. Okay. So let's stop here. We'll take a 15 minutes break, tea break, and we'll convene back. Come by yourself. Be careful. There's people can come on Saturday. That's a pull. No, I'm not forcing you to come with me. You're not telling me to be Ningla. I'm not saying come with me. I don't want you to come with me. In the process, you should. In the process, you should spend time so going. Should we start? Okay. Going. Mic. Okay, going back to the goal plan, I'll just close it since we couldn't close it. Just go back to the goal. How many of you all also take care of the midterm reviews? Do you do midterm reviews, or there's more over a cycle of appraisal where you have the goal plan done at the beginning of the year and you end up the appraisal at the end of the year? Was a normal process you all follow?
Normally, that's actually a briefing at the end of the quarter.
Okay, so quarterly.
That's why we should heavily look at the organization policy at the end of the quarter.
Okay.
From the operations point of view, a brief review is done at the end of the quarter.
Good. So every quarterly you have some communication and a feedback mechanism.
Depending on what the bottom line was, whatever the figures come.
Right. But I would call it a quarterly review for the business. I am here talking about a review with the employee. We will suggest do that because we've started one process in pockets in our organization where we are saying that at the beginning of the quarter, decide what are the priorities of this quarter. At the end of the quarter, review whether those priorities were done or they're going to be pushed to the next quarter. So what we are trying to just do is, just break it into smaller review mechanisms, because sometimes employees also in the speed of what is expected from them, they may lose their focus on their goals. Eventually the employee at the end of the year starts becoming unhappy because he or she could not achieve, and the organization also does not achieve what they wanted to achieve. Yeah. So typically pockets, as I said, we started doing the quarterly priorities which get set, which is nothing else but your goal plan gets divided into 4 quarters, nothing else. Soft goals as well as hard goals, both are discussed in that, saying that this is the 4 things which I'm going to do. Personally, if you ask me, as my own experience, it's helped me because I know that this 4 months I'm only going to focus on these 4 things, which was a part of my larger goal plan. Then I'm not all over the place. Yeah. So maybe you may want to do that. As an organization, we do only one mid-year review, okay, which is in the month of October. It's not a review for rating. There is no rating given there. It's just a review to evaluate what went well in the last 6 months, what did not go well, if goals need to be changed or realigned. Because sometimes you started something in April, but the goal may not be relevant in October. It does happen with all of us in pockets. Okay, and that's where we say and we emphasize do mid-year reviews. In fact, I have broken it down to a quarterly review, saying that do quarterly because it helps. If it's a larger organization, but I'm sure you will have the span of every manager, not more than 3-4 people. So you can always spend that 15-20 minutes. The more frequently you do in quarters, at the end of the year, you don't have to spend too much time. You are just very quick. The employee will not ask you questions. Now, most of you all have older employees, so they may be still happier, but this can also work for your younger employees because you know how aspirational they are. Okay, they need a lot of clarity of thought of what they want to do, what they have to do, what is expected out of them. At the same time, they become unhappy very easily, unlike your older ones. Yeah, because older ones already are at a certain level of maturity, age, settled in life. Okay, so I think that's where we are. Appraisal, I don't know, how do you all do your appraisals? If you can quickly get some feedback. Written documents. And do you also have any people, of course, barring a couple of them here, do you also have any people who don't fit into the process of 100% and up achievement, the elbow ratings, what we call it, and we'll come to that. Non-performing employees, are there any such instances also which you have to deal with? You have? And how do you normally deal with such instances? Hmm. Sure. Coming up.
Of course, we all have such employees. But then I again come back to the point is that because we are so, because we have difficulties in
Getting people, you have no choice but to cajole them and continue with them.
sometimes you have to overlook that fact.
Okay, but so everybody needs to overlook in certain pockets, but do you also overlook till the time it hits your bottom line? In some places where you don't have choices, you have choice. Sure. And what mechanisms do you use to make them go? I mean, are there any processes which are set to make them go? Are documentations done in writing on their performance through the year? Okay. Warning letters are given periodically for such people? Okay, with small. Yes. Not as per law, if you ask me, but see, most of these people in our organizations are individual contributors. Okay. And typically in certain roles, and especially ITIs, you hire ITIs. So ITIs can go to the law saying that we are workers. Okay. And if they are workers and individual contributors, and if you have moved them out from your organization for performance issues without documenting it right and without having enough, reasons to move the person out, they can go to the court for asking for employment and compensation. So you have to be careful. Pardon? So you have a offer, you have an appointment, terms and conditions. Some would have 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. So if it's 3 months, you'll have to give them a 3 months notice. If it's 2 months, it's 2 months notice, because law goes with the appointment terms and conditions of what, because in your appointment terms and conditions, I'm sure you would have written either party can terminate the contract. Yeah, with a notice of 1/2/3 months or more than that. For termination, no. So we will suggest don't terminate, but create documentation enough that the person is requested to resign and go. Because if you terminate, they definitely will go to the court of law, because for them a termination letter will mean no employment later. Yeah, so you will have to handle this very sensitively. We don't normally terminate people unless it's a Quebec issue, integrity issue. Yeah, there also we will make people move out. Yeah, make them resign moreover, and then blacklist them in the organization, because we wouldn't want to get them back. Okay. That's nice. That's fair enough. Hmm. नहीं, नहीं, नहीं. But it will also depend upon what cost will you pay in case he goes to the competitor to fight that case. Is it going to really hit you badly for your business? Is a question we have to ask ourselves. For example, we also have a clause 1 year. You can't go to the competitor. But there are so many who join competitors in different roles. But typically, what organizations today are also doing is, depending upon the role, okay, if it's a sales role and if the person resigns and there's a lot of sales data, customer data, you may want this person to put off all the data to you and move out immediately while you give them good salaries and you give them 3 months salary. Why? Because then this data can move in the wrong direction. Yeah, if it's design engineering, of course, our design engineering softwares, our data is very much inside. Okay, it's secured. But still, I'm saying, depending on what role the person is playing in the organization, you may want to take those calls at that moment and not be more sacrosanct to say 3 mahina diya hai to sabko 3 mahina hai. It depends on that situation, that time, that person, and where the person is going to move. You will not know where the person is going to move because no employee will tell you that I'm going to go to this biggest competitor. But you have to also attach the risk it may carry while the person will move. This is his or her function. Yeah, he mentioned it to me. This is the one you're talking about, the heart attack one, right? So I was trying to tell him he has a personal accident policy. Yeah, so maybe I'll take it up in the second half if you're okay, so that we'll finish the performance appraisal piece and we'll pick that up. We'll write it there so later. Okay. So coming to this is our model of performance appraisal. It's a 9-block model, and it's called a matrix a 9-block matrix model. We have introduced clock behaviors 2 years back in the organization. Initially, we were only doing performance management on performance and potential. So potential would mean that Meenal performs well, but does she have a potential to grow in larger roles in the company? Okay, so that's how we were handling our performance management process. We introduced clock behaviors, and I think very, very effective, I must say. Nothing else but clock behaviors are 5 set of behaviors which every employee needs to have in the organization, and Asad is going to speak more on that as we move in the next slides. But it's, if you ask me, it's equal weightage today. Equal. 9-block matrix. Yeah.
So everything which comes into X and Y becomes an equal weightage that of. Okay. Say for example, what your says is that, say for example, my target is as a sales guy, my target is 10 crores. Okay, and I have done 11 crores. So on the performance side, I am I'm just repeating once again for the people online. So say for example, my target is 10 crores as a sales guy. Okay, and I have achieved 11 crores. So when I am being reviewed on the annual appraisal cycle, then in that case my performance is there, which brings me to this quadrant, which is above expectations, right? Yeah, people are not able to see. Okay, so so this 10 crores. So on the x-axis, I am on the above expectation. Now this 10 crores against me, I have done 11 crores. There can be multiple reasons for it. Market would have supported. Okay, I have been very good. Huh? Windfall orders. Okay, which is not sustainable, which is not going to happen next financial year, and just because of usme se ek order was at 5 crores level. Okay, and I did 10 crores, wherein when my ABP was casted, that 5 crores was not envisaged into this, and I have done 11 crores. Now ideally I cannot say that I have not performed. Meenal cannot say that I have not performed. I have performed, whether it is because of one windfall order or because of 10 windfall. 10 different smaller orders. 11 crores मैंने कर लिया. Now, on the paper, my performance is on a higher side. If it would have been 2 years back wala system, wherein my performance was evaluated only on the performance, and the second thing is potential to grow,
I would have got, say for example, that time it was 10 rating, right? So I would have got 9 rating, 5 rating, 5 scale rating. So I would have got 4 or 5. Okay. What we were missing out on that is that there was a windfall order because of which I have done 11 crores. That's fine. So your performance is there. Now with this set coming in, what happened is that this is being reviewed. That is fine. Now comes the behavior part of it. Now what behavior does is that many things will come into picture while my performance is being evaluated. One is market has supported me, windfall order has been done, my behaviors, my exhibits that I have shown it to the market has been very good. Okay, so now this exhibit comes into this, and there are 5 different sets on which I am being evaluated. Okay, so I'll talk about this at the later part of it, or if you want, I can at least show that slide how it is.
I also want to relate and connect this to the goal plan.
Correct.
Why? Because there have to be certain goals in your goal plan other than finance, which is normally the goal for most of us editors, which is a number game. But we are also talking about other behaviors which play, which becomes a part of the goal. Yeah. Example, if you just put it now directly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, am I audible? Online people? All audible? So, when I'm saying that I've been my performance is being evaluated. So, I have got that exceed expectation in terms of performance. Now, the clock behavior comes into picture. And there are 5 set of behaviors there. What Meenal said is absolutely right, that on what parameters my behaviors will be evaluated. See, if I do not set that target as well, okay, my performance will cannot be evaluated. So first thing first is that the goal plan has to be clear against which you are being reviewed. Sales में बहुत आसान होता है to have this performance evaluation. मेरा 10 crores का target है, मेरा 9 crore हुआ, मेरा 11 crore हुआ, that is evaluated and that is done. Behavior is something which is more of a qualitative input. Because
they then translate into performance.
Absolutely.
So behaviors will definitely translate into performance, and that's one of the reasons why you would have seen on the 9 block, you would have seen a 7 rating, right? Very, very few percentage of the population in the company have a 7. You know why? Because 7, as per the matrix, is high performance, low on behaviors. It's absolutely impossible because they both are intertwined. And when we talk about clock, so these are the clock behaviors. We start with customer. Okay, then we talk about lead. We talk about own, collaborate, and create. This is clock for us. If you see, each of your employee has to do all of it, and they're doing today. But they are doing it in different degrees. Somebody will be very high on sales, so he or she will be very high on customer, but collaboration में issue होगा. Vice versa होगा. Somebody will be extremely high on customer, collaborate, own, but doesn't come up with new ways of thinking. Doesn't know how to create. And that's the middle frozen I am talking about. At times it may happen, they will get stuck. So they keep doing their business as usual routines for the level of experience which they bring to the table because they have reached their peak. Okay. Some of them may not be able to lead. Leading new initiatives, you say in your goal plan that if you're going to do 10 crores of business this year, you also have to drive these 2 new initiatives for the organization because these 2 initiatives are my future organization. Yeah. So Asad brought a very, very important point of what is my future organization? Am I even thinking of it right now? Okay, and the capability which is required for my future organization, where succession also becomes a very, very important part of it. For all those employees of yours who are 20, 25 years in the organization, they will serve you well, But God forbidden, if it's a drop dead situation, then what are you going to do? How are you going to build that pipeline? Yeah. So I think this is very closely connected to the goal plan. Remember this, because if you take up each aspect of the clock behavior into the goal plan, it will be a very rounded, deliverable which you can create for your employees. It's difficult. It wasn't easy for us the first year, but I think the organization got tuned to it over a period of time. When we have to evaluate people on clock, it's not very, very tactical. It is more of behaviors which you have to mention,
because it's
for
more of
evaluation.
qualitative. It's not objective.
It's absolutely qualitative.
It's very, very subjective. Objective चीजों को define करना is much more easier. Subjective चीजों को, qualitative चीजों को define करना will be very.
And your goals, and your goals also translate to these behaviors. Example, if I give you a simple example of an appraisal discussion I will have with my team, this goal didn't go well because he did not show the lead behavior. Simple.
Very true. So this is
goal
the kind of
went
connect
very
that has to
well
happen.
because this person was very high on ownership. You're getting me? So that's how they're interconnected.
So I'll give you an example over here. So now, when this extended range and RG coming into foray of CBG. Now, how does it come? It has not come overnight. Okay, some person would have been working on this in last 1.5 to 2 years, and basis that discussion, this would have come into this. So what he has done, he has a new thought process which he has brought into the table. So that means which it comes into create. Right now, in the performance side, for that particular extension range is going to fetch you 50 crores. Now, if he has not achieved 50 crores, that means that he has created the plan. He has created the new business opportunity, but he has not led it very well. So he might get a better marks in create, but might not get a good marks in lead, which will take him to that behavior part, which will take him to the lesser level. Okay, so this is how. So in the finance goal, he has a ABP. He has a goal plan of 50 crores from this which he has created. Okay, then this has happened or not happened. There will be two scenarios that will be there. So if it has happened, that means that he has already created it and he has led it very well as well, and that is the reason why this 50 crore has happened. But if he has created that plan but not has led very well, and that is the reason why this 50 crores might not have happened. So this is the connect that is there between the behavior and the performance that is there. Behavior में what Meenal said, yeah. ये एक फोटो ले लीजिए and just for your reference.
We will anyway share this as a deck with you.
Just for your reference, what we are discussing when we are talking about this.
Okay,
behavior.
so maybe it is more, then you can relate
Each
it.
table one photograph, that will be fine enough. हाँ, अभी वो performance पे जा.
हाँ, 9 block.
9 block rating.
देखो डेफिनेशन आपके लिए लिख के दिया है उस पे.
ये definition.
That's the definition of how we want to see a customer behavior.
Now, as I said, that depends on the role. See, if it's a sales guy, here customer means customer.
For HR, customer is employee.
For HR,
so employee experience
Meenal
is my target.
I am customer to Meenal.
Yeah,
right.
He's my employee. I'm the HR for him.
So,
so he's my customer.
Some information from the outside customer from where?
No, I myself will give an exhibit, and she has reviewed me over a period of 1 month, 1 year's time, and she will, she will see that. She has reviewed. Her boss has reviewed her, and then he will get an understanding that how many percentage of people are happy with her, how many kind of people initiative that she has taken, which would make people more satisfied into the organization. Similar, it goes for sales. Similar, it goes for service. Typically service and sales, it is more about the external customers. For people in the back end role, it is more about the managers, of course. It is more about the internal environment rather than the external environment.
Just an extension to what you ask, there is also one way for you to go back to the customers who are large customers for these employees and take a feedback from those customers to say how this person has been doing with you. And you can set up 3, 4, 5 parameters saying that what is the response time, tat time, experience, customer experience. Okay. 2, 3 areas which you can ask them to rate them on a scale of 1 to 5. You can make your own calculations basis that, come and arrive at a very simple maths calculation to say where does this person stand in terms of the external customer feedback.
And he has to give some examples and stories behind it. Why is he rating himself as 5 out of 5? Why is he rating 2 out of 5? Or why are you rating him 2 out of 5 and instead of what he has given him the rating 5 out of 5?
And how can this probably also get combined with ownership? If I have to give you an example, maybe the customer tells you that this person was given this problem. Okay, वो problem लेके तो गया, उसने काम तो किया थोड़ा सा लेकिन आधे में छोड़ दिया. Okay, so first the customer experience went bad. Second, you can also relate it to the ownership which the employee was driving in the process, because if he had very high ownership, he would have ended the entire process by ensuring he's done a closure with the customer. Okay, so they are intertwined if you see. So you should take that feedback today within the organization also for senior leadership team. Example, if we have to talk about an Asad's immediate manager will ask me also about Asad's feedback.
Absolutely.
Being an HR and vice versa. And vice versa. The same manager I report to on a matrix reporting, because my manager is in HR, but I have a matrix reporting to the business, that is his manager. His manager also goes back to him to ask feedback about me. Moreover, shouldn't talk about 360 because 360 mein aapke vendors and lot of other suppliers, everybody will come. But you can start with a small step of at least the customer where you have a very, very important weightage
Within
given.
the organization, the loop should get closed.
Yes.
Whomsoever that person is dealing with. And then,
ideally,
for
yeah,
sales
you
guys,
take quick views.
Sales guys, automatically you will be, since this employee is there with you for 1 year now, for the performance evaluation duration that we are talking about. So this employee is there with there can be 10 customers that he has handled. Out of that, 1 customer has a complaint, but 9 customers doesn't have the complaint. That doesn't mean that he is not high on customer. Okay, it may happen that there has to be a situation as well. So you would like to overlook that as well. How important, how critical that was, basis that you will, overlook that, or you would have to talk to this guy that 9 customers is good rating to you, for you, 1 customer is not. What has happened in that case? So that's the way entire behavior is being mapped. Okay. And it is not only about one set of examples, it is about the behavior. Behavior is something which doesn't change overnight. Okay.
People have their core personalities of
it's
behaviors.
a core personality for
so
me.
you have to shift behaviors. नहीं subjective में भी objectivity कैसे आ सकती है?
That is where
Customer feedback.
Jadip bhai.
Reality.
No, but they also will give you qualitative
that is
feedback.
where
A
a
combination.
dialogue is important.
Yes.
Okay. It is not that say for example, Mahesh reviews me and he gives me without telling me that your rating is 5 or rating is 2. It has to be a dialogue wherein
Why
is he
rating
giving
is a
me
5
2
or a
ratings,
6 or 8 or a 9
right?
or a 1, 2, 3,
And
4.
then why is he? What sort of and why से एक step ahead अगर जाते हैं, तो what do you need to do to improve upon that? So today you are getting a 5 scale rating, you should be getting into 6 or 8 or 9. What should be done that? So this is the feedback.
So this is the percentage of population of your employees who should be in those
Ideal
quadrants
situation.
as an ideal bell curve. Why bell curve? Because today, so how do we decide the bell curve? Yeah, the bell curve is a typical bell curve which talks about around 10% of the population in 1, 2, 3, 4, we call it as an elbow rating. Why is 1, 2, 3, 4 an elbow rating for us? Because either ways, it is low on either performance or behaviors. And low means not so good. That's why we call this as an elbow rating. Okay, these are the 4 quadrants if employees are placed into, will get into a performance improvement plan. Straight? Yeah. 5, most of your population will be in 5. That's why it's 50 to 70% of your employee population who ideally is in 5, because they've met 100%. Your top performers should never be more than 15 to 20% of your total employee population.
So,
unless and until your business is done. I mean, if Asad tomorrow says that we were supposed to do 1,000 and we did 1,500, then that 20% of the population can move to a 30%. Why? Because they all of a sudden exceeded targets by 50%. Yeah, it's.
So the point is that many a times.
Pardon? No. So how did those things happen?
वो 500 करोड़ करने के लिए एक्स्ट्रा
क्या-क्या
करने
किया
के लिए
आपने
उसके
create
पीछे
किया
बैक एंड वर्किंग है सर, एंड दैट बैक एंड वर्किंग इज कनेक्टेड विद द बिहेवियर्स.
Very, very rarely. That's what I said. The 7 rating, you can see on the 9 block, says performance is exceeding, but example, external means customer, you're saying.
External environment. So that is where
We
Rajesh
always
ji,
keep that in mind.
Rajesh
And,
ji, that is where it is that.
So I'll give a simple example
so
of
this
that.
3 is there. Say for example, the performance has been increased, but the behavior is low. That is because of positive scenario wherein windfall order or whatever market has grown to a very high level, and because of that, even if I do not exhibit those kind of behavior, market has pulled me to come to that level wherein my targets have been exceeded. Now look at the situation wherein it is target that has been 7. Okay, so my behaviors are very good. Okay, but my performance has not been very good, which is a very rare situation. But then it happens
Because I'll tell you why
market
it's a rare
condition is
situation.
also not there. So that is where this guy will fall into this rating of 7, which is very, very rare situation.
We will not even have
we are talking
10% of
about
the company employees in
5
7.
different
5%.
behaviors. 5 different behavior means
you have seen
lead
it, 3%.
is one thing,
impossible.
and the create is the other thing as well. So if my market is not performing to that level, and I am supposed to perform at a 5 crores level or 10 crores level, then I would create those opportunities in terms of, can I get into the R&R thing? Can I get into say for example, just taking an example that अच्छा मेरे यहाँ पे ये 10 customers के पास में RX लगे हुए हैं, I will go to these customers. Market is not growing. I can't help it. It's out of my control. It's out of it's an external environment. What I will do is that's where the create behavior comes into picture. Okay, wherein I go to 10 customers. 3 out of those customers I convert from RX to RX next, or RX to RX D850 laga hua hai, get it converted into SM10 by showing him some benefit or something. The fallout would be hardly maybe say 10% or 15% or 20% success rate, right? But at least I'm covering up something. Why will I do that? Because I have the create behavior in me, and then create karne ke baad I have led it in front of the customer so that I get those orders as well. I'm talking about in the sales perspective right now. Okay, and similar situation can be, examples can be created for your other roles as well. Even the back end roles can be there. So now what has happened is that even my market condition was not good. Since these behaviors were there in me, I was able to at least cover up some part of it. That's how. That is why 7 is not an elbow rating. Elbow rating means wherein PIP, performance improvement plan for that particular employee has to be issued to him.
But in such cases, at the org level, if CBG example is on a sales incentive plan, which is quarterly today. It's a very binary calculation of 1 and 0. So typically, they say that if their targets are not met basis their goals for that quarter, they either get a 0 or they will get 1 plus plus, whatever. Okay. But situations where there are not completely quantitative targets for functions like us, you may still say that people will hover between a 5 and a 7. Mostly. Because if it's 1 year, if it continuously happens that I don't perform for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, then I may get into an elbow rating at times. So that trend also you have to see in employees. Giving an example of what he's saying, windfall order, or there is market has not been doing well. If market has not been doing well, you may then take a philosophy of what approach he has of rewarding efforts for that year. Why? Because person put the efforts, could not get an outcome because of market conditions. Just because you don't want to demotivate these people. And they're good guys.
So we are not only evaluating on the performance, we are actually evaluating on the behaviors as well. And that's where, the employee, not as high level that what Jaideep Gandhi is doing in his organization. We cannot do that. So I'm being compensated for my efforts also, because I'm rating him at the behavior levels as well, wherein market has not performed, but I'm not a bad guy. Tomorrow, if the market opens up, for this financial year, I may be at a 7, but my behaviors are at the top level. So tomorrow, if even a slightly slightly improved market conditions would be, I would straight away come into 7 to 8. Not even I have to transition back to 5 or 8 or 5, 6, 6, 8, 8 से 9 ऐसा जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. I'm high on that. I will meet my expectation.
Same message for the commercial person.
All of us.
All of us.
How you can evaluate to give the target, but in commercial we cannot give the sales target or anything.
No, you have a target for fee.
Invoicing target. AR collection.
Only AR collection.
Invoicing target. Invoicing target, sir. सर वो तो सेल्स वाले के साथ भी है. तो अगर सेल्स अगर हो चुका है तो इनवॉइसिंग इज एक्चुअली द डेरिवेटिव ऑफ सेल्स ना. सेल्स में तो मैदान एकदम खाली है.
वहां पर डिफरेंशिएट कहां पर आता है मैं आपको बताता हूं. कमर्शियल पीपल इज रेडी टू मेक द इनवॉइस, बट थर्मैक्स से डिलीवरी नहीं आया है, तो वो डिफॉल्टर किस में है? यू शुड फॉरवर्ड टू थर्मैक्स एंड गेट डिलीवरी. फिर उसको क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा.
नहीं, no, your situation is very true. No, that happens. So because of the, see, that is where it is.
फिगर आउट वो पहले से पूछ रहे हैं ना, बस डिलीवरी हो रहा है कि पहले एक हफ्ता पहले, एक महीने पहले फोन करके
नहीं मैं समझ गया आपका करेक्ट.
They will tell the potential escalation will happen. That itself tells you because we can figure it out. Why can't? मेरा कस्टमर नहीं दे रहा है, नहीं आ रहा है बोला तो मेरा कस्टमर भी नहीं दे रहा है ना. So now I cannot.
नहीं, what he is saying is that उनके कंपनी में there is a commercial person and चूंकि थर्मैक्स ने डिले कर दिया प्रोडक्ट, so he could not raise the invoice back to the customer. उनका टारगेट अचीव नहीं हुआ. That can be a situation. But how many transactions he is handling? 20, 25, 30, 40 transactions. Out of that, how much deliveries delays that would have happened? 10%, 15%, 5, 6 transactions. Balance 35 transactions में, is he not performing? So then you would like to give a weightage on that, and basis that you say that out of these 10 cases, you were at fault in 2 cases, 8 cases were not in your control, somebody else was at the fault, so you should not be penalized for it. So there has to be a weightage calculation on that.
And probably the willingness to it. So specifically, only sales numbers are binary. As I said, 0 and 1.
And in commercial, I'll give you one more example. So the delivery happens in, say, for example, 3 months. Okay. Has your guy gone to the customer, see what is the status over there, and reported back to the Thermax that this delivery should be preponed. आपका 3 महीने का delivery आया है. Can we make it to 2.5 months? Or this delivery is getting delayed. Can we make it to 3.5 months? So all these are the traits of all these 5 behaviors.
नंबर इतना आया बाकी सब और नंबर when you say meet expectation there is some band plus minus 5% band
Meet expectation
exact figure right
correct. So अगर meet expectation का क्या मतलब हुआ? मतलब 100
suppose ये 1000 करोड़ का टारगेट है 1000 का 999 होता है तो भी बिलो एक्सपेक्टेशन हो गया.
You shouldn't, because
वो बैंड क्या है?
So if you look at the band, maybe
see 3 to 4% ka see it is not explicitly there which is say that it has to be 95% or which says that it has to be 100%, plus minus 2 or 3% happens. Okay, that is not considered as a low, no performance. It will be considered as
it should not be anything. It should not be anything more than 10%.
10% for sales is very high. Sorry. यार यहाँ 2-3 लोग और बैठे हैं. No sir, I have to get the business done. Okay, so anything which is less than 95% should not be considered for performance related not issues. Yes. See, sales and service, it cannot be more than a 5% delta. Okay, and in some of the functions it can be even 10% because the magnanimity of that function, criticality of that function. Typically in sales, commercial, and services, these 3 functions, which is more of a front-ended role for the customers. We have a tendency to believe that commercial is a back-end position. Commercial is actually not a back-end position. It's a very, very vital position because it is adding turnover to your organization. Sales is bringing that order, and if it is not getting converted into invoicing, then it actually becomes a paper order. So your company's turnover will not get created if the invoicing is not happening. And for the product business, it is more of a month on month and month and month. Okay, you eat breakfast, you eat lunch, you eat dinner. There are very few people in the world who eat only 24 hours, one meal in a 24 hours, right? So that is the reason why these 3 positions, which are connected to the front end role, so the criticality is very high. Because the organization's success or failure depends on these 3 people primarily. Not that it is not because HR is not there, but the criticality which is there in the front end role is very high. So that is why the deviation should not be more than 5% in terms of the 100% performance.
So we had it initially, but where do we cover the future potential is in our TLDP discussion. Ideally, we wouldn't want to, because potential should be looked at from the perspective of career growth and career planning. That should be kept outside the purview of increment and incentives is what we feel, because the outcome of this purely today's increment incentives.
I have also an input. See, future potential, what Vigan is saying about the growth of an individual.
Yes,
you look up on this particular matrix, if somebody is rated high on a behavior as well as performance. Future prospect,
So I will further explain over here. So that depends on the roles as well. This is something which is thoda sa person orientation bhi hota hai. Okay, so if a sales engineer is there, if a territory manager sales engineer is there, so then if he gets 6 rating, for me he has done a fantastic job. But same thing, Vijay Deshpande or Ankit Singh does a 6 rating. Has he done the fantastic job? No. Why? He should have got into the 8 rating, at least, bare minimum. Why? Because if he has this behavior available at a very high level, because these are the people who are not only handling the transactions, who are handling the strategic part of it to how to create, I would say, complete the transactions by the sales team, right? So, and these are the people who would have to grow to a level which requires high level of behavior rather than handling the transactional part of it.
So as you move up the ladder in terms of the seniority of roles which you handle, behavior starts playing an important role then.
Very important, because strategy comes into picture.
In larger organizations who take care of the doing role, somebody has to also do the thinking. Yeah, and thinking is where the behaviors will come into picture, and that's the expectation if you ask.
Finally, judgment or maybe
Subjectivity will creep in. Subjectivity will creep in. You will never have a mathematical number which will come in.
That is where dialogue comes in.
And how will the subjectivity which can be reduced is only by being more clear on the goals. Because the goals are connected to the behaviors because they are intertwined.
So I'll one more example on the goal setting part of it. So entire organization, the ABP for us is say 1,000 crores. Okay, and it is getting distributed amongst the 25 territory managers. सबको 40-40 crore का, I mean just for example, सबको 40-40 crore का target है, ठीक है? अभी अगर मैं finance goal में जाता हूँ, ठीक है? तो finance goal is what? कि as a territory manager, he has done 40 crores. तो वो उसका फाइनेंस गोल हो गया, तो उसका फाइनेंस गोल इज 40 करोड़ टारगेट. नाउ अगर उस 40 करोड़ फाइनेंस गोल के लिए इसका वेटेज फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर रोल इज 70%, फॉर मी इट विल बी 25%. ओके, माय गोल प्लान में जो वेटेज रहेगा ऑन द कस्टमर साइड, दैट मींस स्ट्रेटजी. On the people management side, that means the strategy of people will be on a higher side. So my finance goal may be only 30% or 35%, depends upon what it is there, and balance 65%, 60%, 70% will be more towards the goals which are distributed amongst the strategy part of it.
The behavior side, as we are discussing on the commercial, I can just share examples. Earlier, when I was in North, there used to be a disconnect when this blog behavior was not with us. It came in 2019, I think so.
नहीं 2021 22 हाँ 21.
So what happened कि TCS के तरफ से भी कंप्लेंट रहता था, सेल्स टीम के तरफ से भी कंप्लेंट रहता था कि कमर्शियल टीम when they communicate with customer, they have a different tone of communication. Okay, and many of our times there is a shoulder run. कि उनका एजेंडा है कि मेरा इतना इनवॉइस हो जाए, पेमेंट आ जाए. Okay, उसके लिए they used to be a bit harsh. They are not wrong at their end, but they are used to be discouraged. But when this behavior thing came into picture and that started monitoring, and there was certain feedback that was given to the commercial team
by their peers.
It has improved. End result has also improved. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि invoicing has gone down or collection has gone down. That has also improved as because business is growing. But the relationship, the impact on the customer and the impression of commercial team over the channel partners and the sales team has also seen an upside. So that is what the impact is of behavior when a behavior is monitored. And what you are saying, there will always be a subjectivity which calls for a dialogue. जहाँ पे पहले हम जैसे मैंने सेल्फ अप्रेजल भरा, पांचों बिहेवियर पे मैंने पहले अपना इनपुट्स दिए. Then you have a dialogue with them. Here you were good. Here is the scope of improvement. And as per that, the ratings. TCS also should be rated.
You have a balanced scorecard basis this only. There are everything in that. अच्छा सॉरी 12 को लॉन्च है सर.
That's what they're saying. It's included.
This is why we are showing so that you can implement it at your org level. And this.
So some part of it you can take it from here and try to imply that. Not necessary that you have to imply that for all your 25 people. You can imply it for 10 people or 20 people or all the 25 people. That is what we do as an organization.
This is across all organization levels, functions, employees, including a fixed term contract. So we've got two types of major employment. One is a permanent employment, which we call as grades, and then we've got a fixed term contract. Fixed term contracts also the 9 block applies. Yeah, till the time they're there with us, whatever, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, where the contract keeps getting renewed.
Here we have better defined role of the one person. In our organization, one role will not. One role will be? Role.
So what he's saying, because it's a smaller
Multiple
organization, people end up doing
Everything,
multiple
multiple rules.
That's fine, even we do that. You have a wrong impression that you only are restricted to what you are supposed to do in the whole plan. I'm sorry. Lot of things come up eventually in the year which comes as a firefighting. And we have to do a lot of things which probably may not be our roles altogether. And I think we all go through that as a process.
As a salesperson, my prime goal is
With sales.
correct.
As an HR, my prime
At the end of the
goal is
day, whoever we are, whether he's a territory manager, whether he's a regional manager or national sales manager, at the end of the day, our goal is number. But while achieving that number, what all the process that we are going through and how sustainable it is, कस्टमर रिलेशनशिप कैसा मैं डेवलप कर रहा हूँ, न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स जो आ रहे हैं उसको मैं कैसा पोजीशन कर रहा हूँ, थर्मैक्स एंड लाइव जैसे जो डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव्स आ रहे हैं उसको मैं कैसे पोजीशन कर रहा हूँ, how I am collaborating with my across regional team, maybe across regional team. These all things comes into picture which helps in achieving the ultimate.
See the I'm coming to that, sir. I'm coming to that. Okay. Now, I mean, because CBG is a perfect example for that. Okay. Because we handle 5 different products. Okay. And my EVP is 10 crores. Is it that my EVP is 10 crores? No, sir. My EVP is not 10 crores. My EVP is 5 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. Right? So we are doing multiple roles. That is number one. Number two is that when I mean, if I would have been able to share my goal plan with you, okay, my goal plan says people development. Abhi people development aaya, to whose department is that? HR. Am I not playing the role of HR? I am. My
I mean, just to an addition to this, there's been an organization concept that attrition and retention has to be taken care by HR. We are shifting it.
we should.
Shifting it.
I'm being questioned.
I don't deal with Vijay's employees all days.
Every
Correct.
manager's HR skills is equally important.
So engagement of the employees is
So I was actually giving you the cross-functional example. Okay.
we are shifting it.
Second thing.
In fact, we are putting those goals with the heads, saying that your business attrition is equally your role along with us. We will facilitate it. We cannot entirely do it by ourselves.
So second thing is.
No, why? I said we will facilitate it. So are we saying that you are supposed to facilitate
because of the bosses,
it? Who will do the recruitment? Who will get you creative ideas of how do you hire? Who's going to get you bench? Who's going to look at your people? Succession planning? Who's going to take care of your culture piece?
Employee growth.
Organization? There are n number of things with HR.
And for growth, what is the training needs that are there?
It's not about retention alone. Who's
Okay.
supposed to retain? If
Second example.
I want to close this. Tomorrow, if there is attrition in Vijay's team because of his behavior, is HR responsible for it? So my role is to coach Vijay. You getting me? My role is largely to coach Vijay to deal with these situations of how he can better engage with his employees. That is my role as a coach, as an HR.
So there is no one dimension. See, it's no one dimension. Every role which is there has multiple dimensions. So when say for example HR का role ले लेते हैं. HR का role, I mean a lot of organizations think about people development, think about recruitment. Does HR do? I mean HR doesn't do the sales role. Very wrong. HR does the sales role. He is selling the position to the external candidate. He or she is selling the position to the external candidate. He or she is negotiating with him or her on the salary part. He is demanding 12 lakhs. She can offer only 10 lakhs. Is she not negotiating? It's a cross-functional role. Any person who is there. क्या हो गया? क्यों बंद कर दिया? यार, अभी और हीट बढ़ने वाला है यार. कूलिंग क्यों कर रहा है? Okay. So, I mean, so any role that a person is handling, I mean, it's a myth that that person is not handling the cross-functional role. HR is also doing sales. HR is also doing people development. HR is also doing training. Now, is she a trainer? She's not a trainer. She's an HR professional.
By profession, I'm not trained to train people.
Correct? Right? Training is a different art altogether. But she facilitates that training, number one. Number two, she knows you. The trainer who has come doesn't know you. So she knows your culture. She knows your strengths. She knows your areas of improvement. So she keeps on adding value. What am I doing over here? This is an HR exercise. I shouldn't be speaking anything. Meena should be doing this. She doesn't know you. I know you.
Yeah, because he knows the business side of where you may need help, you know, as
So depending upon the role, at what time I have to exhibit which functional role is extremely important. Now, I'm a sales guy. Okay, channel is more about, I mean, outside world आपको channel sales ही दिखता है ना, और तो कुछ दिखता नहीं है, ठीक है? I mean, it's very true. Now, if a customer is not, I have booked an order of 5 crores and the customer is not picking up the unit, who has got the first contact with the customer? I've got the first contact with the customer. At that point in time, I'm playing the commercial role as well, wherein I'm talking to the customer that what is your problem? Why can't we pick up this unit? How do we facilitate that? We are doing that as well. Okay, so none of the professional organizations as well is there, wherein I mean people are not exhibiting the cross-functional role, because सिर्फ एक set of dimension में गाड़ी नहीं चलती है सर business में. Whether it is a small organization, your case might be much more nitty-gritties. Our case, the nitty-gritties will be on a lesser side and high-level things will be on a higher side. But I cannot say that I do not I have only 1,000 crore to be achieved. That's it. Channel गया बाहर में, people development गया बाहर में. ऐसा नहीं होता है. Everybody has to play that cross-functional role.
I mean, we decided to spend one day in a quarter only on discussions. Why? Because these are mechanisms and ways for us to retain what problems we all are facing. We all are facing problems of how are we going to engage your youngsters? How are you going to give them meaningful jobs? This will not happen only with a mechanism कि चलो लोग बाहर जा रहे हैं recruitment के लिए there is a recruitment HR machinery sitting and only recruiting. That's not your future organization.
What I suggest is HR should play a role where you make people multi-skilled within the TC organization.
That's what the training piece comes into picture.
In the sense, all multi-products, multi-services, multiple, behavioral, whatever.
Sure.
So that with minimum people, because we are not getting people. Minimum people, we are able to increase the numbers.
So, if you ask me, we had this Delhi session, and there, of course, we took. It wasn't a commitment, but I think a go-ahead from all the Delhi DCAs when they told us we will create a bench every year. So the campus piece which we were talking about, and we'll come to it in the second half, they all have agreed with us saying that if we decide to recruit every year from campus, every TCA will take one person by default every year, whether they like it or they don't want it or they want it. Okay?
That's a very good idea.
If that happens, then we create a campus school, we go to campus for TCAs, okay, and we say that one will be taken by you every year.
You should do it territory-wise.
Yes. Local colleges.
Look at person to be sent from Pune to North, he will never stay.
Very true.
We will do that in case there is it is a buy-in for you all as well, because then the numbers will speak for us.
It's a very good idea, actually.
And second thing is that as far as training is concerned, so you would have, acknowledged it or seen it, that for the first ever time, we have started training your TCAs on the behavioral aspects as well. We hired an external consultant, okay, and we asked you to nominate your people, okay, and we had done it region-wise. Okay, so these are some of the things that we as an organization are looking towards it. Okay, and these small steps will definitely add value to your organizations also.
this bench strength will be very good idea, because what will happen, you all over India you can recruit, and even you can train for 7 8 days. So it's ready-made material for us.
Very true. उसके लिए हमको एक ही कमिटमेंट चाहिए होगा सर कि one person has to be recruited by you every year, because if you do not do this, we will not be able to get the proper campus recruitment from the colleges.
We are ready. A resource that is able to deliver. Yeah, absolutely. Because we all
Ready to deliver, that you have to make him ready to deliver.
in terms of at least
I can give you the employee, you have to make him
we'll
ready to
ensure that he
deliver.
stays with the organization today. I think everybody is ready.
So let us finish all the 4 reviews.
Then we will formulate a plan for it.
Mind running one campus in a year only for TCS. But provided TCS give us a commitment, they will take one each for whichever number.
Waste is okay. Waste we are okay.
तो आपको बाइन मिल गया वेस्ट एंड नॉर्थ. West and North, you have got the buy-in.
Burning issue for entire. No, I'll tell you.
Sir, मिलते ही नहीं, interview के लिए नहीं आते.
So I'll tell you what is happening with us also. We know that people are leaving. We're trying to do a lot of engagement mechanisms of, retaining people. We're trying to give them meaningful roles, continuous dialogues. We've started something called the 30-60-90, which happens in the first 90 days of a person joining. To engage them better, because that is the time if they become disengaged, then they will move around and they will wander. Their engagement levels will start reducing. So certain psychological behavioral mechanisms which we are trying to put in place for how an employee feels. Just imagine if I come in the first month and I've not been made to feel inclusive. What happens to me? I will never have a belongingness to the organization. So at our organization level, this becomes important because today the organization is also growing. So if you ask us of people who are with us last 25 years, that 25-year-old person will say उस टाइम के जो कनेक्ट्स थे वो अभी नहीं रहेंगे. But we can't give that kind of an experience all the time to them because organization has gone global. That was a time when the promoters, everybody used to meet them, greet them. But is that possible now with a growing organization? It may not be for most of us also. So then we have also decided we will start creating bench because that's the only way. Before somebody moves out, you have a person in place. That's the only way you can tackle these issues today. Yeah? So that's how you will start creating a bench. Of course, we'll come to you with that model of what you all want to pay, okay, as a salary. We can take on. Okay. Should we move next? I think we covered quite a bit of performance. Any specific questions on PMS? We will also share samples of the goal plans because I think to address your issue of how to make non-sales roles measurable in terms of matrices or goals, we will have those samples shared with you. Ideal goal plans which can be taken as from these samples for you to have them goals.
हमारे यहाँ पे इश्यू ये भी चल रहा है कि एम्प्लॉय जो होता है ना वो बिना बोले चले जाते हैं.
स्टैंडिंग आजकल बहुत हो गया है. वो तो इट्स अ प्रॉब्लम.
फोन ही नहीं उठाएंगे, फिर हम घर पे जाएंगे उसको उठाएंगे.
So we don't face it in our normal employment, but we face this for a couple of our business on sites. Specifically for our EMS business.
इसके लिए मेरे यहाँ पर भी यही इश्यू स्टार्टिंग में आया था. मैंने जितने भी नए एम्प्लॉय देखे थे उसके पास से मैंने रिटेन करना.
ओके, यानी आप क्या करते हैं?
इंटरेस्ट आई विल गिव द इंटरेस्ट फॉर द 1 ईयर. 1 ईयर तक मैं मेरे पास रखता था. एक
सम अमाउंट
व्हाटएवर द अमाउंट है, 1 साल तक मेरे पास रखता था. 1 ईयर अमाउंट विद इंटरेस्ट में उसको वापस करता था. 1 साल तक मेरे यहाँ पर.
यानी आप पहले ही पैसा लेते? हाँ, पहले ही पैसा लेते.
पहले.
When you
joining of the
accept the offer letter.
This is Gujarat plus mindset.
अभी हिमाचल भाई ये कंट्री के बिना आदमी नहीं मिल रहे.
मैं आपको बताता हूँ. वो कस्टमर के
मिल जाता है कैश फ्लो।
टेंशन रखना है तो आपको जो इनका कंप्लेन है वो कंप्लेन मेरे पास भी शुरू में
Yeah, they accept the offer letter and they don't come.
वो सेकेंडरी पार्ट है,
वो बहुत है, वो हमारे यहाँ भी है।
So you give 90 days. I've lost the 3 month one quarter.
या तो सैलरी में से आप
But then some added.
है मेरे यहाँ पर हुआ है
Some see, I mean, nothing is wrong, sir. What I have seen is all these things will be successful to one person, will be not successful to the other person. So there is no rocket science behind it.
That kind of atmosphere we are not creating, then all these things will always come up.
Second thing, I also saw this practice what you are saying in one of an organization where they have decided to retain that salary as a part of the appointment clause. They say that we will retain this 8% from your monthly salary and we will pay this 8% whatever gets accumulated at the end of the year. So that again becomes like it's a very simple technique if you see.
हम लोग कर रहे थे but उसका भी इफेक्ट नहीं आता.
See the kind of salary Thermax is paying, the kind of salary we are paying.
Agree.
8% makes a lot of difference.
No, but here I'm not talking about a large. No. I'm not talking about a large organization. This organization is close to 100 crore.
No, but as in today's people, they don't want even the PF and gratuity cutting to be done. They say give me
That's why
in
you
hand.
can look at a cap of 1800 instead of 12%.
12%. वो तो अल्टीमेटली वही पूछ रहे हैं इन हैंड क्या आ रहा है बस उतना ही चाहिए.
अभी दूसरा
होता है ट्रेंड है.
सेकंड पॉइंट मैं क्या करता हूँ सबके एक आदमी चाहिए तो मैं दो को रिपोर्ट दो को करता हूँ, दो में से एक गया तो एक रिटेंड है.
ये नहीं समझ में आया
एक एक्स्ट्रा स्पेयर भी
क्या है, दो आदमी को महीने लिया, अभी 2 महीने का एटमॉस्फेयर में कोई भी आदमी को छोड़ने का रहेगा तो 2 महीने में तो चला जाएगा. तो 2 जन को मैं लेता हूँ,
मान लीजिए दोनों रुक गए
वो उसमें से जो आपको लगता है कि ये आदमी कॉम्पिटेंट है मेरे लिए, जो मेरा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पे सुटेबल है, उनको फिर मैं दूसरा डिवीजन में ट्रांसफर करता हूँ. मुझे मालूम है कि वो डिवीजन उसके लिए कंफर्टेबल नहीं है तो ऑटोमेटिकली वो छोड़ देगा. बट उस तरह से मैं मेरे यहाँ पर मैं आदमी लोगों को ले.
salary retention.
These are some of the local tactics that actually work for a smaller organization. These are the tactics which actually work for a smaller organization.
Just one thing, people who have joined on the call from Google Meet, do you have any question regarding the discussion that we are going through for performance management? Am I audible to all of you in the call? So what I'm asking is, do you have any question related to performance management, what we are discussing now? If you have any question, please share so that we can also discuss those things in the session currently. Okay.
Good one, Vikram ji.
Okay, so
I
we
think
any questions on how to do appraisals, any questions on how to have difficult conversations with employees, because that becomes a very, very uncomfortable situation for our managers. We are also culturally moving in that direction of performance-based organization, which doesn't mean that you weren't before, but we are more open to tell people that they're not doing well, they're not doing well, because that helps the individual. More than us as an organization, you have to also look at individuals, because you also have a set of people who are in their mid-40s, mid-50s, and nobody in the organization has ever told them that you didn't do these things well. But at the same time, they have stopped growing in the organization. So I think we are becoming open enough to teach them and identify them of what is not going well, or what is going well. Because after a certain age bracket, it is very difficult for people also to get jobs.
empty draft letter, you have to get the appointment of our employee, new employee, where all the wants to be covered.
So you are saying pre-employment letter which says that this is the expectation?
Terms and conditions.
We can share.
No, but they don't Thermax, not Thermax. Our PCA का जो रोल है उस हिसाब से पूरा वो ड्राफ्टिंग Thermax का ड्राफ्टिंग लेटर will be the separate.
No. So I will do one thing. We created so I'll tell you many terms and conditions may be applicable to you, some may not be. We very recently made one letter for one of our we've acquired PSA, right? For water organization. So we are also helping them with water infrastructure. I am leading along with the team. We made something which we can share that with you because that's not Thermax. It's for a smaller organization. Ensuring that most of the clauses which are required as statutes, legally are included. Agree, confidentiality, all of those things, confirmation. So we will share that. You can give it to you. Okay. That's exactly it. And you can do that. And you can pick up the clauses from there and then curate your own letter. It's more inclusive of what
May stuff send a Google folder type bana ke that link will be shared so it can be accessible to all.
Okay, so then should we break for lunch? Maybe 5 minutes. We are already at 18. So any more further questions? Anything specific you may want to know? We are not going to run through slides, but this deck will of course be shared with you. So that is for your reference. How do you all, I don't know if you all got employees that you have giving feedback to performance, documentation. Do you have performance improvement plans with your give to employees?
We have employees for 3 years. After 3 months, you again give. So you have employees with 10 years. So what feedback do you give?
So what feedback do you want to give? Let me ask you that.
No,
question.
it is like,
Is it a good feedback, not so good?
No, whatever. You keep on giving the feedback.
Right.
So maybe improvement is there, but maybe 1%, 2%, 5%. So at one point of time, you will say, we don't have.
So that's your call as an organization which decided to
No,
accommodate.
I'm just asking
It is a
feedback.
very specific way to decide as an organization to what extent will you accommodate. If you have decided to accommodate through your life, then there's no EIP model.
Exactly. That is what I'm saying. At one point of time, it is like,
That's what I said. Your degree and level of accommodation will decide what action you take.
There are always two ways to handle this kind of a situation. Okay, I'm telling you this. There are always two ways to handle this kind of a situation. One which you said that छोड़ो यार जाने दो जो कर रहा है करने दो, right? Is I mean it will come back you haunting some later part of the year. So it is not right. So I mean दो तरीके से ये सिचुएशन टैकल होती है सर. या तो आप उसको एकदम अल्टीमेटम दे दो कि these are the things that I have been telling you for the last 2 years and it is not getting handled. Second thing is that, and which I am a very firm believer of, that if you ask same set of questions again and again, it will get improved over a period of time. It may take some time. All of you have watched Munna Bhai MBBS. All of you would have watched Munna Bhai MBBS. A person going पान ऐसा थूक करके डेली जा रहा था, 4 दिन उसने साफ किया, and which is a, I mean it's a filmy picturization, no doubt about it, but there's a great learning out of it, and it actually works. It actually works that if you are asking same set of questions again and again with a clear dialogue with him, what he needs to do to improve upon, it will get improved upon. And trust me for that, a person who is there in your organization for 2 years or the person is in there in your organization for 12 years, he is bound to make mistakes. Nobody in the world is there who cannot make mistakes. No, everybody has his own personal traits, and if it is not aligned as per your organization, then it needs to be corrected. Keep trying, yes, and keep on accumulating the data and give it to him that this is what we have discussed, and again you have exhibited the same characteristic, again you have exhibited the same characteristic. Someday he will change. It will because you cannot remove people. If Thermax is the organization, they will remove. Okay, you cannot. And appraisal का एक बहुत simple fundamental है sir, that start with positive note, end with negative note with a clear MOM. These are 3 steps that you have to take. Never start with negative dialogue. It never works. It never works in appraisal. 3 things that you need to do is, number 1, start with positive, because no person is there who will be bad in everything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been sitting in front of you for more than 3 years or 2 years. Number 1. Number 2, so start giving positive feedbacks. Start giving him areas of improvement. Don't tell it as a negative feedback. Tell him as a positive reinforcement always work. So tell him it as areas of improvement. And third is, ask for your own feedback from that employee. This is something which is a golden fundamental rule for any appraisal discussions. And 4th step, final step is, jot it down, give it to him. He should be knowing what has been discussed, documented, so it is never forget.
What are the one-time costs? It depends. This can go anywhere between, I think 5 lakhs onwards. It starts with rupees as well. No, no, it actually depends upon how many employees subscription, but they are size everything. Yes. With around 50, 60 employees, it shouldn't go more than 55 lakhs. 1 5. And one people also give you recommendations of which they could be.
No, manpower of the sales one.
In the sales numbers?
What will be the today's inquiry will be there.
Yeah,
Apart from
yeah,
SMB, apart from SMB.
So we can explore such options. Documents will be, we can get you, we can explore and help you recommend some. There are numbers in the market.
SFDC is the world's best CRM.
Also great.
नहीं बट फॉर गोल सेटिंग ऑफ योर एम्प्लॉय सेल्स एम्प्लॉय हाँ सेल्स की बात कर रहा हूँ मॉनिटरिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं
सुबह में आ जाएगा कि आज का डेट में मुझे इतने लोगों का हमने कोटेशन दिया था
टॉक टू जयदीप भाई हैज काइंड ऑफ दैट सो टॉक टू हिम
कोई नॉमिनल चार्जेस का नहीं एक भी ऑर्डर आ गया तो उसमें से वो जिस पे फॉलो पे आ गया तो अपना जो भी चार्जेस है वो रिकवर हो सकते हैं
ब्यूटीफुल सॉफ्टवेयर रात को 9 बजे आपको मेल आ जाएगा एनी टाइम आप चेक कर सकते हो कि वो सीआरएम ने जो भी अपडेट किया है आपके आपको आ जाएगा और एवरी डे सुबह 9 o'clock उसको मैसेज चला जाएगा कि आपने डाला है कि ये क्वेरी को आज फॉलो करो वो ऑटोमेटिक बट वो गूगल में
कोई इश्यू नहीं है आप मेरे को जरा जिसने भी बनाया उसका हम क्या काम दीजिए
देयर आर मल्टीपल डेवलपर्स
नहीं इट्स अ ट्राइड एंड टेस्टेड वन आई मीन टॉक टू जयदीप भाई एंड डू इट हाँ ट्राइड एंड टेस्टेड है ना यार and it's working for him very nice so it no reason why it will not work for Himanshu bhai
अगर उस वेंडर को वॉल्यूम मिल रहा है तो आई थिंक सो एवरीबॉडी कैन गेट अ कॉस्ट बेनिफिट
दूसरे का तो मैं नहीं बोल सकता हूँ मेरे बारे में बोल सकता हूँ दूसरे के बारे में तो मैं थोड़ी बोल सकता हूँ
ऐसे ही बढ़ता है
लेने का कि नहीं
ऐसे ही उसका मार्केट बढ़ता है मैं ये कह रहा हूँ आप यूज करेंगे जैसे 10-12 सॉफ्टवेयर अनदर सॉफ्टवेयर वर्क फॉर अस इज टास्क बेसिस जो वो कैसे नहीं है हमारा पॉइंट ऑफ सिंपल रहता है वो लास्ट ईयर हमारा कमर्शियल वाला मेरे पास आया था सर आपने इंप्लीमेंट किया मैंने उसका डैशबोर्ड खोला उसमें उसका 35% था पास तो पास में 35% पास नहीं होता उसके बाद में इज द पावर ऑफ टास्क वेरिएशन अभी वो 18% के नीचे जाता है डायरेक्टली और उसको और मुझे दोनों को दिख रहा है एक ही डैशबोर्ड पे दिख रहा है कि आपको ये दिया आपने किया
Okay, let's break for lunch. You may let us know in case anything further required in PMS, otherwise we move to equipment. Okay, so 45 minutes.
I think which we should move to now recruitment thing only. मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ तो अंकित को कराया अंकित को कराओ विजय को कराओ गीतेश को कराओ अब मेरे को बख्शो यार नहीं समझाओ ना यार उन लोग को भी तो वो करना है एवरीबॉडी है अंकित को कराओ अंकित मेरे से भी ज़्यादा इंटेंस फाइट करेगा अंकित इज माई रेप्लिका आई एम टेलिंग यू नेक्स्ट चैनल हेड है वो अगर मैं 3 साल और रुका सीपीजी अभी क्या क्या करेगा मालूम नहीं
मेरा भी टाइम आने में टाइम लगेगा ना
हाँ?
इधर ही
So it's more important. We'll do it at 3:30. Okay. Start with it. Okay. Anything specific on PNS or we move to recruitment? Yeah. We move to recruitment. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to start picking on this. What? I think I have not addressed your concern of middle management review mechanism, but that's something which we'll take up separately. If others also need that help, we'll extend. Because that's going to be an intervention we'll have to do.
I agree. इनके अलावा बाकी सबका फ्लैट ही है.
नहीं फ्लैट का नहीं सवाल है. When he, I think what he's saying middle means he's also going with the perspective of age bracket. Middle management will also mean people who are in that 35 to 50 age bracket.
तो फिर हमारा
Those who
वो क्या
are longer in the organization.
स्टप ऑन रहते हो.
Their growth doesn't move the way it would have moved between a 25 to 35 age.
उनका क्या टिपिकल प्रॉब्लम रहता है कि ग्रास्पिंग पावर डाउन होता है और एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी टू लर्न भी डाउन होता है. और उनको लगता है कि मुझे तो सब आता है, मेरा 25 साल हो गया, आप मुझे क्या सिखाओगे.
So learning curve is very minimal.
है इशू.
अभी में जो लिखा होता है वो भी
नहीं वो यानी MBA बोलते हैं ना.
I think we've addressed individual performance evaluation. Individual performance evaluation. Any more questions on that? I'm taking it off. Middle management will pick it up separately. Just one. I mean, let's take 5 minutes to understand what middle management would mean. Just like Jay said, हमारे पास flat structure है, but middle management has got nothing to do with a flat structure. What we were trying to bring in is people in that age bracket of 35 or 40 to 50 ideally are people whose learning curves move down. They start becoming more as solid citizens in the organization. When we say solid citizens, people who may not perform to an experience level. So the combination of experience versus performance may not relate to each other. Okay, and I think he's got that concern with his organization. We are planning to do some intervention internal to Thermax also, but maybe I'll pick it up at the right time.
Same problem हमारे साथ में.
हाँ, exactly. Yeah. Sure. We move to anything on upskilling. What you may want to first discuss, then I will move to recruitment.
So would you like to have skilling first and then upskilling? Yeah, because the population keeps on changing. So it's not that by the time he's 3 years, 4 years, he may be there, he may not be there. A fresh guy who comes in is not skilled enough to attack the product or solve the problems on the product. So again, we need to train him. We need to upskill the deliverable. Because you want to pick up a resource which is equivalent, but he's not able to work on the product that we have.
How do you normally today? What's your process of not upskilling? Maybe I'll use this word of skilling. First and then
स्किलिंग के लिए हमने क्या किया, हमारा खुद का एक ट्रेनिंग पोर्टल बनाया हुआ है.
हाँ, उसपे सब प्रोडक्ट नॉलेज, प्रोडक्ट डिटेल्स
जो भी हम लोग ट्रेनिंग देते हैं या ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं, we will make a video and upload it. जो नया बंदा आता है उसको हम लोग एक गूगल शीट डाल देते हैं एंड उसमें 40-50 टास्क दे देते हैं कि ये वीडियो आपको
कंप्लीट करना है.
है.
Are there any pre and post evaluations for them to know that what is their learnability?
Right now, no.
That's where
Right now, no. Right now,
you, as in we do have certain as in Google forms that need to be filled and all that.
Discipline.
Out of the, you're doing the training and you realize that out of the 10, only 3 people understand it. The other 7 people are not really understanding.
Because it's online also.
It's online, so
and it's self-learning. So how much will people be serious, pick up,
absolutely,
do it diligently?
Correct.
That's your concern.
So can we have some kind of a examination system wherein boss he has to pass it, and that's the minimum level of technical training that he has to get through. Then he can be promoted.
That's exactly what I was going to come to. But that is internal to Thermax.
Yeah,
no.
But वो once a while रहता है ना, यानी year में एक ही बार रहेगा.
See what the service division has done. We have engaged an external faculty to coach service team. L1 and L2 is for smaller boilers and L4 is for larger boilers. Okay. The dealer engineers send them for training and then they get the license number. But that is for service. So, but then you should use that for sales as well. We can have a module if required.
No, but internal to us, internal to the business, I'm sure the L1 and L4 both, right? So the pre and post evaluation. Most of the business divisions do it, environment, water,
You are talking about
training.
skill training.
Skill is just what they are saying, product training we have. So how much have we absorbed?
Evaluation is test नहीं करते हैं.
Exactly, we do it.
TCS का भी evaluation
होता है वो, उसके बिना वो licensing
नहीं
नहीं
होता
होता
है.
है. Address it, but
सर्विस टीम के लिए टेस्ट है एंड लाइसेंस है. ओके. बट सेल्स टीम के लिए नहीं है. बट आपको सेल्स टीम के लिए लाइसेंस नहीं है, बट इवैल्यूएशन है.
Test it, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
What I
send online test to say sales like है. हाँ.
every month होता है बिना
Every
कभी
month
तो.
होता है and based upon their marks, their balance scorecard is
No, I mean, go after launch करेंगे तो उसके
हाँ,
बाद
but it is going on starting from April.
So any further help you may need from us, upskilling?
Because the guys come, the guys go. It has to be a constant, you know. It's every year we'll have to do this and we'll have to keep sending the people there.
Yeah, but you don't have a choice at this point of time. But does the team allow you to send people
Yeah,
every
yeah,
now
we
and
do
then?
send.
You send.
We send.
Okay, okay. So I don't see a major challenge there. Kind of. Or you have some other areas where you want them to be upskilled.
See, because majority, at least in the service side of it, it is not only the boiler. It's actually many times the problem on the boiler is because of the water or because of the fuel, which is not
they're
really understood
Not understood because of
because they've been concentrating only on the boiler
on the
side.
boiler side.
So I have one more query. Like suppose you recruit a good engineer, okay, and you give him you tell him that if you do well, Thermax will absorb you in maybe a couple of years. So I tell you seriously, Otco valves they do that. They say that they're dealers of L&D. They recruit good technicians, and the talk is that if you do well, you will be recruited in L&D.
So we had a long debate and all.
How is it? I'm sorry, I didn't get where this is going.
No, that's yeah. So I know what he's saying is how would
we
you
recruit
attract,
from your
how would
is
you
a
attract
two-way
better
sword.
people is what he's trying to say.
Correct.
Who could be better at learnability, yeah, better at getting themselves skilled while the training is given to them because they have a career path which is being shown to them. But that's
उसमें ब्लैकमेलिंग बहुत हो रहा है जैसे इन्होंने बताया वो मेरे साथ में हो चुका है
वो हमारे साथ भी हुआ है
आपको लोगों को लिया है
तो वो ब्लैकमेलिंग किया था कि मेरे को इतना पैसा दो सैलरी बढ़ा कर दो अदरवाइज मैं थर्मेक्स में
But अभी तो हमने
अभी नहीं है वो मैं काफी का
we want to try to check and control.
Yeah, correct. We have given already 4-5 people. Thermax is taking.
मैंने भी 4-5 पर्सन को लिया
हाँ agree. So
you should all be proud.
नहीं लेकिन क्या हुआ वो टाइम पे टोटल मेरे यहाँ से इंजीनियर्स लोग चले गए तो मेरे लिए प्रॉब्लम हो गया ना
करेक्ट
इसके लिए ट्रेनिंग है ना
लेकिन तेरे आदमी को इस तरह से करेंगे तो तू क्या करेगा पास्ट में क्या बात
No, I just want to have a thought from you all. What if Thermax develops a program? I'm just asking, it's an afterthought. I'm just asking for your views. If it develops a program where people get exchanged between TCA and Thermax in intervals. I'm not saying one way. What happens if you use one way? I'm saying in intervals. Intervals means what? And if I have to give you an example. Okay? So I say that the person joins Thermax first for 1 year, then moves to TCA after 1 year training. Then after 3 years of TCA comes back to Thermax. I'm asking.
Is okay.
I tell you this.
No, just give me 2 minutes. Let me think there understand where.
But after 1 year of Thermax,
Sorry. No, so I'm saying it's a program. When you talk about a program, they can leave and go. There would be 10-20% who will still leave us. Is there a guarantee for any of us today saying that we're not going to leave? We can't do that. Even if you take a bond, we can't do that. What I'm saying is, even if 20% people leave to competitors, you still have the 80% left. No, because they are anyways going to leave you.
Today, my organization is that's the way they join. What salaries they are? Like 1 year training.
Freshers. We will ensure we align the salaries with you all before employing them. Around, if you look at a diploma holder, today we pay them around 2.5 lakhs to start with. 0 level experience diploma holders. If you're looking at sales guys, service guys, typically you will look at 2.5 lakh. Diploma holders. We shouldn't take engineers because they may not work long and so forth. Apprentice only diploma. वही concept है. 1.8 तो को हमको भी नहीं मिलेंगे लोग. अभी कहाँ से मिलेंगे with so much inflation 1.8 पे? नहीं मिल सकते. Right. But that was almost, we changed. In fact, campus से जो आते हैं tier 1 tier colleges, they have almost paid 3.5 lakhs. But this is non-campus. So we go to the next level of colleges. We can't afford tier 1, tier 2. Then maybe you will also not be able to afford in this model. हाँ, अब diploma रहेंगे. No, I'm just throwing a thought. How does that work for you all? Either ways, I'm saying, as you rightly said, they will first come to you and then come to Thermax. But then coming back to you will become an issue. Because the salaries which we'll pay may or may not be affordable. But if I do it the other way, where they come here, go to you, after a certain time, they'll start wanting to have more salary. So they will come back to us. So you get a trained resource of 1 year. Workable? Flow की program है ये. So they will get retained. So it should be a structured program. So when we recruit them, we will tell them that this is the program. The exchange will happen after a particular time. After they come to us, whether they continue, leave, that is a secondary thing. So that 1 year which we are saying, no. So that 1 year, CBG में ही रखेंगे हम लोग.
पर्टिकुलर पर्सन के लिए, क्योंकि जब तक वो थर्मेक्स में 1 साल किया, 3 साल मेरे यहाँ पर किया, फिर वापस उसको 5 साल के बाद में उसका वो स्टार्ट.
क्या? नहीं, he's on employment. He's already on job.
पहले 1 साल तो वो लोग apprentice ऐसा कुछ रखेंगे.
Apprentice रखेंगे. We can afford, but not at a. No. He said 18,000. I said we can't afford 18,000 tier 1, tier 2 colleges. No, they will not come to us. Their salaries, they will expect. No, I didn't say they. No. He said, हम 18 देते थे, बढ़ाया क्या? I said we had to increase it because you will not attract good talent from tier 1, tier 2. What should be the manpower cost as a percentage of the total? Around 6 to 7%. Average, it can go up to 9%. Average. Ideal 7%. Ideal. 9% for engineering, manufacturing organizations. It can go up as high as 11-12% for IT organizations, service, ITES. Ideal. That's what I'm saying. That goes in variable your G&A cost. Your travel cost should always go in G&A cost. It can't be a part of your compensation. So that becomes a part of your total fixed salary cost. But travel for official purpose will go in G&A. That will go in G&A. If you're giving any other benefits, it should become a part of your total employee cost, CTC. Average. 7 to 9%. No, he's saying 7% is the employee cost. Employee cost. Turnover. Cost as a percentage of revenue. Engineering, manufacturing. Okay, so we go back to upskilling. Okay, anything else on upskilling?
आप ये जो भी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं उसको आप कहीं ऑनलाइन पोर्टल पे लोड कर दो because it's available 24
Yeah, so yeah, we thought of it, but we haven't yet reached that level because abhi hamare calendar programs, the revamp of calendar programs have just started 3-4 months back. Yeah, so we will
आपके पास अवेलेबल है
नहीं हमारे नहीं बिहेवियरल प्रोडक्ट जो भी है वो बोले कि there are people can also benefit. That's what he's mentioned. उसमें अभी तक है नहीं कुछ ज्यादा.
जैसा अंकित आप अभी मान लो आज टीएम का और इनका प्रोडक्ट पे ही ट्रेनिंग हो रहा है आपने उसको
अच्छा the ones which are existing he is saying
और उसको अपलोड कर दो ना वो कंटीन्यूअस इंप्रूवमेंट प्रोग्राम चलता रहे आपके पास जो अवेलेबल है आइडिया इसको तो वो आप अपलोड कर दो जैसे ही मेरा
so example हमारा जो अभी प्रोडक्ट ट्रेनिंग हुआ for the team
वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग अपलोड हो जाए
the facilitator who is
that training program is conducted online as well. Participant on that. We are recording that program on that program. So, so I have done the first step. Now the second step would be I have to see that how do we collaborate with the channel partner that you have.
मैं सिंपल बोल रहा हूँ अर्शद वो जो आपने रिकॉर्ड किया हुआ है उसको कोई एक जगह पे अपलोड कर दो
मुझे देखना है कि I mean how does it go to the channel partner that it doesn't go to the outside.
Beyond that login दे दो
very
official
वो देख करके we will do that.
ऐसे
this time we have already taken that
training on every Saturday
for products.
Like suppose PLC is one part, combustion is one part, burner is one part. Every Saturday we have
very nice.
Every Saturday we do that.
और वो मटेरियल आपको भी बनाना
We only create
कंटेंट जो है आपके पास
may not be in a structured format, but then practical.
Sure.
Like suppose we have maximum gas units now.
So that more of training, more focus on gas. I think it's more need based, so it's more customized.
This option of pressing forward about Hassan is saying what will be the right platform so that the privacy of that data also remains and it remains within the Thermax pattern which includes PCA.
So then
SFDC library
Ankit
बोल रहे हैं उसमें सीबीजी का रोल नहीं आएगा सर्विस वाले का
दोनों का है
नहीं सर्विस वाले का ज्यादा आएगा नहीं ऑलरेडी अपने पास प्रोडक्ट का सब काफी सारा अवेलेबल है
जब वो जैसे जहां से आप ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं
नहीं वो अलग बात है ये जो बोल रहा है कि उनके इंजीनियर लोगों को जो ट्रेनिंग देते हैं सर्विस पार्ट
वो सर्विस से रिलेटेड
हां वो सर्विस
नहीं ठीक है so what we are doing it for CBG equipments today we will proliferate it to the service team as well. And just give it to the people. That link can be shared.
But SFDC is an exclusive portal only with the TC owners. वो employees के पास भी सबके पास नहीं होता है. They can access within when they are sitting in the office itself. So अगर हम I don't know whether we can, but if we can upload it, we have a KMS over there. We have a magic, we have a library. So library, if we have enough data space and we can upload it, it will be technically on the cloud. And anybody at PC office can access it and yes. Rather than when he maybe plus two and one छोड़ गया तो वो उसके साथ नहीं जाएगा. It will remain at PC's office.
Okay, so we move to recruitments. What I see is campus and new recruitments. Okay, so let's first figure out what are the queries on campus, new recruitment, anything specific to selection methods, processes, sourcing, evaluation, offers. So where are we on that? Any specific questions that we
हमको एक या दो उसके लिए कंडक्ट करना हमारे लिए.
That's why I asked you that option. If I
That is a tick mark. That is a tick mark, I think.
I think
go ahead from
second tick
well
mark
side.
है.
Yes.
Second tick mark है, third fourth
Second
करना है
tick mark,
but
third and fourth.
we'll do that as well.
It's all related to mass kind of recruitment, not
Because हम लोग जाएंगे तो हमको एंटरटेनमेंट नहीं करते.
Right.
वो लोग सुनते भी नहीं प्लेसमेंट वाले.
आप लोग वॉकिंग पे जाते हैं या कैसे बताओ?
नहीं वो
we tried, we spoke to colleges.
वो नहीं करते एंटरटेनमेंट ही नहीं.
नहीं एंटरटेन करेंगे.
नहीं वॉकिंग वो तो कैंपस पे तो नहीं करेंगे बट वॉकिंग में आप लोग कंडक्ट करते
अभी
हैं.
अंकित मैं बताता हूँ, मैं लास्ट 6 महीने से 4-5 बार ऐड दे चुका हूँ. इंटरव्यू कॉल के लिए बुलाते
And
हैं.
mostly sales and services.
Sales
two
के
roles which you will be hiring.
करेक्ट.
सर्विस के लिए बहुत कम आते हैं लेकिन सेल्स के लिए थोड़े बहुत आते हैं.
नहीं सेल्स के लिए ज्यादा इशू.
सर्विस के लिए नहीं.
सर्विस के लिए तो क्या,
आते हैं.
सर्विस के लिए लोग आने के लिए रेडी हो जाते हैं. बिकॉज जो भी फ्रेशर्स हैं उनके दिमाग में सेल्स इज अ डेविल जैसा है कि भाई सेल्स में नहीं जाना है हमको क्या है, हमको तो डिजाइन में जाना है, हमको तो टेक्निकली सीखना है.
हमारे यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने जो कॉलेज कैंपस के अंदर इंटरव्यू के लिए कैसे किया है कि उनका जो बुक्स है और जो भी निकलता या तो उनका ईयरली एनुअल प्रोग्राम वहाँ पर हम लोग एक एडवर्टाइजमेंट और वो एडवर्टाइजमेंट से वो प्रिंसिपल फिर सब लोगों को बोलता है कि यहाँ पर ऐसा रिक्रूटमेंट है, इफ यू वांट यू कैन.
सो टीपीओस के पास जाते हैं आप.
हाँ, जहाँ पे नजदीक में इंस्टीट्यूट होते हैं, हमारे यहाँ केजीआईटी है, पारुल है, तो वहाँ जाके हम मिलते हैं. तो
इस तरह से आप मैंने एडवर्टाइजमेंट दिया.
ओके, उसमें एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे रहे हो.
एडवर्टाइजमेंट दिया तो उसके लिए तो
नॉर्मली कॉलेजेस में कैसे होता है, उनका जो नोटिस बोर्ड होता है वहाँ पे भी आपने अगर एक पेजर बना के डाल दिया तो श्योर सम वर्ड ऑफ माउथ में हो जाता है.
यही पर ये ट्राई करके देखो.
नहीं तो बस ट्राई नहीं किया. हमारे केजीआईटी करते हैं तो मैंने डिप्लोमा इलेक्ट्रिकल का मांगा, मैंने पूछा, उसने बोला मेरे पास तो 100% प्लेसमेंट हो गया है. नहीं
मेरे यहाँ पर मैंने अभी 2-3 जब मेरा दूसरा ऑफिस के लिए जब भी मुझे रिक्रूटमेंट के लिए चाहिए था तो वहाँ से मुझे इस तरह से उन लोग ने बताया आप एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे दो, हम
लगा देंगे वहाँ पे और देन पीपल विल कम एंड अप्रोच.
वो एक ट्राई करते हैं.
One more issue quickly to discuss this. One of our channel partners is Rajesh Hegde, who looks after Navi Mumbai. Two of his salesperson have been poached by IBL and Chima. This is going on in very regular basis. They are trying to poach the salesperson of our dealers.
Because they are getting nice trained resources. Just the way we want to do our program, they have started their program informally.
So that has happened now back to back with it.
This point पे what I see, when Milan was asking, I was trying to make this point because seeing the other way around. मान लीजिए कोई ऐसा सर्विस इंजीनियर या सेल्स इंजीनियर है which you feel he is about to leave, yeah, he is showing interest of leaving your organization and moving towards some other opportunity.
And that is
it
very
can be
higher
competition. You can be proactively, you can contact somebody in Thermax whom you feel is the right person.
In fact, let it be JB.
हाँ मतलब.
Because then कोई flow हो जाएगा.
Correct.
And the JB puts it to us and then we say that ये business है.
हम लोगों को तुरंत पता नहीं चलता है ना वो क्योंकि जब भी वो छोड़ के जाएगा उधर बाद में हमको पता चलता है.
किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में फैमिली ऑर्गेनाइजेशन
हो सकता है वो छोड़ रहा हो, छोड़ के मे बी
बोलने के लिए भी करता है,
कहीं भी जा रहा हो.
पर इसीलिए लोग बोल रहे हैं
कि क्या तू थर्मैक्स जाएगा,
आता ही
बात करूं क्या.
वो
हो सकता है जो इंटरेस्ट यहाँ सर थर्मैक्स मिलता है तो मैं बताऊंगा. Just have a contact. In that way, what I'm trying to say.
So now the point of this exercise is, if you evaluate your people every 6 months or every month, you will know what their aspirations are. Now, if you don't do this, you will never know what happens to them.
And more of dialogue with them.
Huh?
What did you say?
Then you
सर एस्पिरेशन नहीं होगा तो फिर काम करने की ज़रूरत कहाँ से आएगी?
बेसिक तो काम करेगा बस
ये तो करेगा
ये कुछ सपोर्ट है but then
this
is more practical.
then probably
no ambition or no aspiration, you should focus on him.
Then
anything more of him.
But then that will also lead to less aspiration and less this thing on the organization.
Out correct. हो क्या out correct problem.
So that is something which if you are agreeing to, then please continue. Yeah, because that immediately impacts when you have no aspiration. They're dead box, they're dead locked.
I am not saying
100% language में बोलेंगे तो PIP वाले लोग रहते हैं.
I'll tell you, it is like, you need soldiers and you need generals. Okay, so you have a lot of soldiers who give you the daily bread and butter. Okay, but who cream nahi de payega. So that means that if you say, okay, now if Assad wants you to do, if they want to grow to 1,500 crores the next coming year, then you will need to go out of the box. Like poach into some other territory. Then now all of you are content. You talk to Rajesh, and Rajesh will say, don't come here, I am handling. So some kind of a healthy fight.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it practically.
I'm telling you.
Practically, what you are saying, I can understand, but that's why I'm saying there should be a mixture, because if there is a team which is not having an aspiration.
So that is how we put a lot of efforts in terms of engagement with the people.
Yeah.
Training. And maybe adding a kind of fun element with work.
सर अगर वो एस्पिरेशन नहीं होगा ना तो ये एफर्ट्स भी आपका टेक्निकली पुशिंग अगेंस्ट द
we are finding people are slowly
coming back
होता है and they still stay with you.
No, it is easy to tell what we are saying, difficult to implement, but just you can give the thought. If there's anything.
No, so I think what Vinayak is trying to bring is, आपको बोले कि you will not know before the person leaves. In certain cases, if you do something what he's saying, regular connects, you get a hint. Nobody is going to tell you on your face that I'm leaving. But you may start getting hints of disengagement, and disengagement can be seen in various behaviors. If you have ever seen, disengagement first impacts performance straight. Disengagement will also be seen in all the clock behaviors. All the clock behavior में होता है. If you closely observe somebody, disengagement behavior में ही आपको पता चल जाएगा, and then it will start impacting performance as an outcome. So maybe that choice is left to all of us to decide. Do I want a mediocre? Because if he's mediocre, my organization will continue to remain mediocre. You will never have spikes.
Mineral problem ये आ रहा है कि आपको रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं मिल रहा है, इसलिए आप मीडियोकर लोगों से चला रहे हैं. That is the issue.
करेक्ट वही ये बोल रहे हैं.
Issue वही है. आज की डेट में यानी
रिप्लेसमेंट मिक्सचर रखिए, so that both thing is balanced.
When we analyze, we are finding that 85% of the business is coming within the same customer base.
तो 80-20 सब में लगता ही है.
तो उसके लिए आपको basic services to keep on maintaining, right? So you don't need high flying efforts. You have to just maintain and keep that customer engaged properly, because आपको उसी customer को use करना है. So you have to decide where we need to focus. If you get an ambitious guy, वो एक साल में will give you performance, next year will not be there.
पता नहीं मुझे,
It's a
मैं हमेशा ऐसा मानता हूँ कि 80% जो है एवरेज आप जो बोल रहे हैं चाहिए, 20% जो है वो एम्बिशियस लोग चाहिए ही चाहिए.
तो 20% करने के लिए you have.
So I was coming to this.
वही ऊपर लेके आएगा.
What is your growth aspirations as an organization? And if I ask you a graph for yourself of last 3 to 5 years, how have you grown as an organization?
I think we have almost doubled, like in terms of
numbers. Okay. So I'm talking about the overall numbers of sales or service numbers.
The reach, customer reach.
Okay, that if it works for you, then you should continue. Till the time it works.
Problem नहीं है double.
If it works for you, it should.
Double किया है तो फिर आपको सोचना नहीं.
Because people are saying, customers are saying, in fact, customers के यहाँ पे people are changing.
I think what you will have to now focus on is how will you replicate that model while your older people will start moving. That should be a focus. You are the promoter. You are not. I mean, part of the organization, but the promoter. I think it's time for you to think about yourself also.
What I would say, the level of growth that it has been for you, and I would say the team has not been aspirational. Both doesn't go.
They don't go hand in hand.
Aspiration in the sense every time looking out.
वो aspiration की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं growth
Aspiration is internal to your
So
organization.
everything you need to provide within.
Yes, that is the environment that you have to give.
You have to engage with the people. You have to keep them training.
Sir, out of my small experience ना, मेरा जो experience रहा है, I have shared it with Asal also many of a time. Employee जब छोड़ रहा होता है ना, ये market sentiment है या कहीं ये impression बना हुआ है कि salary is the one thing you do.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
It's engagement levels.
Absolutely, मेरे हिसाब से it is the last thing. Maybe a fraction percent of people leave due to salary. I will not say nobody, but it is probably the last thing for the maximum percent.
Right.
Some or the other trigger is there, or maybe environment, maybe growth aspiration, maybe something is there which is not as per that individual's thought process.
Last month we took them to barbecue for dinner. That is a different experience.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
एक तो बुलाया नहीं उसके ऊपर से नहीं विजय एक तो शशांक भाई ने बुलाया नहीं उसके ऊपर से यहाँ बारबेक्यू सुना रहे हैं मतलब जले पे नमक
Exceptional case I can share. जहाँ पे there was a guy of a TCA employee. He left after around 1.5 year kind of a tenure. उनका हर क्वार्टरली पे ना जो थोड़े परफॉर्मेंस होते थे उनके साथ उनका गेट टुगेदर वो करते ठीक है उस गेट टुगेदर पे ड्रिंक्स एंड एवरीथिंग दैट गाय डिडंट ड्रिंक डिडंट स्मोक नाइदर नॉन उसको वही चीज नहीं अच्छा लगा कि यार I am being forced to be part of this. This is exception. Again, I am saying we cannot take it, but देखिए trigger क्या है? किसी
trigger अलग रहता है. You know, one more aspect of this is what is the age bracket in which you have people. So, example, if you have people in the age bracket of 25 to 30, 99% if they are not very engaged, they will leave for salary because there is an addition to the family, marriage, liabilities, responsibilities. 30 to 35, thoda stability आप देखेंगे. 35 to 40, you will again see some jumps. If you see more over. 40 के बाद then the stability starts increasing because your life cycle as an individual you start settling. Then money may not be the priority alone. Stability may be the focus. Because I don't want to shift 10 jobs. I mean, everything I liked about this job, let me continue. Because a lot of things are good here. So I think maybe you may want to relate it because we are trying to make some relations around the age bracket versus who will leave and who. More of a predictive analysis. So even if you take those feels from people, because वो आपको तो एक दो interactions में after the person joins you, you will get to know how aspiration is that person. That you will understand from his actions and behaviors itself. So, okay, now we've got some lateral hiring slide on this. Any specific place where you want us to help you? This is a normal process of recruitment. It starts with job description, process, interview observation sheet, evaluation, okay, reference check, lateral recruitment.
First, whenever we have to give a job offer, what will job offer to some person? What will be the official say you how much leave we have to give? What will be the government statutory that I have to.
Okay, we've got one slide on it, but can I take offer at the end? So you're talking about statutory social security compliances. PF, gratuity, ESIC, superannuation.
Plus, how much leave we have to give, when the leave will be the encashed time. That will be the legal part.
Compliance part.
ગુજરાત માં
shop and establishment I was about to come to that.
So establishment.
એમાં આપણે લખેલું બધું લખેલું છે.
નહીં, no, so he is partially right. Shop and Establishment Act. So what is your office registered under? Some of you all will have workshops, factory, under Factories Act,
Shop and-
or
we are
shop and
shop and-
establishment
shop
act.
and-
If it is shop and establishment act, your usual public holidays have to be 8 now, okay, by default across India, I would say, okay. Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, it differs. It has to be 9. Okay, so these all modules are there online specifically to the region in which you operate, okay, which you are talking about, and it defines well of what should be the bare minimum public holidays. Moreover, if you look at bare minimum leaves which you need to give, range between a 19 to 20 weeks, bare minimum.
Gujarat not a 7/7 and every 26 day 1 PM.
Now you had also asked a question on how do I look at my leave burden, because he himself is giving some 30 leaves, 35 leaves.
35 leaves per annum, including paid holiday.
I think we also joined an organization.
30.
You should guide Thermax also.
So we have to take back the learning and go.
As per law, stop and establishment, 8 paid holidays, 7 sick leave, 7 SL,
Sick leave,
casual leave,
medical,
and 50 PM. Total.
By 0. By 0.
29 plus 8.
Including public.
Public holiday के साथ में 36.
हाँ तो मैं 35 दे रहा हूँ. 35
वो paid holiday के साथ में आता.
No.
फिर तो आप कम दे रहे हो यार. नहीं हो जाता. 36 होता है, 37 होता है.
So if you want to simplify it, you just say that these are the number of leaves you get.
It is not registered in Gujarat. No?
वो कंपलसरी है, लिखा हुआ है, कुछ
वाकई
नहीं कर
गुजरात.
सकते. मैं पहले 29 जैसे थर्मैक्स देता है ऐसा दे रहा था. फिर लीगल एडवाइजर ने बोला ये मत करो, लीगली फंस जाओगे, बिकॉज लीगली लिखा हुआ है उसमें 7 आपको एसएल देना है, 7 सीएल देना है और पीएल देना है.
और एसएल अगर नहीं लिए 7 के 7 तो आप मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट मांगते हैं when we take these. So then that also is prescribed if you ask. That if it is more than 3 days, you ask for a medical certificate and so forth. To make it simple, maybe your legal advisor has given you this advice कि it should be segregated.
लिखा हुआ है, कुछ नहीं.
हाँ, separated है, but कितने audits हुए हैं अभी तक आपके पास शॉप एंड सर्विस? Normally इस चीज के लिए नहीं आते unless somebody from your organization raises a complaint. Okay, but coming back, we ensure that 10 days are
हमारे
mandatory.
लिए गुजरात में इट इज लाइक दिस ओनली क्या? गुजरात में हम लोग ऐसे ही करते हैं.
तो अगर मैंने 5 ही
जैसे हम 29 डेज ही करते हैं ना हम लोग ओवरऑल. कोई सिक नहीं, कोई ये नहीं, टोटल 29 डेज में ना. हम लोग कैसे करते हैं?
Which is a combination of sick leave,
कहाँ है?
15 plus 7.
नहीं, 29 डेज में है.
How I utilize my 29
अब उसमें कोई बाइफिकेशन नहीं है. उसमें सिर्फ हमारे में कहाँ बाइफिकेशन है? हमारे में 29 डेज का लीव है. उसमें से 10 डेज जो है वो बेयर मिनिमम है. अगर ये नहीं लोगे आप तो भी ये 19 डेज ही आपका कैरी फॉरवर्ड होगा. दैट्स हम कहाँ सीएल एसएल पीएल में कन्वर्ट करते हैं? नहीं नहीं है. पूछिए
लीगली क्या है कि लेना ही पड़ेगा, ऐसा है? लीगली है क्या?
नहीं, लीगली तो 14 लैप्स होना चाहिए हिमांशु भाई, बिकॉज सीएल एंड एसएल cannot be carried forward.
So
Correct.
This is our rule. Why we have done it is also first to give work-life balance, because there are a lot of people in the organization who may not even want to take those 10 days because they are so dedicated to the organization. But eventually, if you keep working through the year, it affects your productivity. Typically, so we are saying we are also encouraging people to take leaves. We are saying please take leaves; they are your due, because this also gives you a dual benefit. You reduce the burden of leave encashment on you, which you have a concern, right? Because you will have so many leaves which are carried forward. We moved from 120 days to 90 days of carry forward. You can do that with a very planned, structured communication to people. Maybe you can start this exercise by talking to people in pockets. I mean, you've got a good side of employee number 25. Talk to all of them together, saying that I wish to do that. Okay, what is your view? And slowly do it. Don't put it as a mandate because then people will, retaliate and say, "Humko ye nahi chahiye." So start preparing them now if you want to do it after 6 months, 8 months down the line. Once they start getting prepared, then you can always move it from 100 days today. How much is it? 100.
120.
You have 120 carry forward. Okay, from 120 to shift to a 90 first. Then you can think of shifting to a 50 maybe 2-3 years down the line.
But giving a leave encashment at the end of the year and putting it
every year we settle. Whatever the balance is,
no, you can carry to a certain extent. उसमें भी issue है because establishment में लिखा है 30 days is minimum.
6 months
वो extend कर सकता है.
See, it's a government, it's an organization.
Organization.
गुजरात का जो शॉप एंड एस्टेब्लिशमेंट है उसमें क्लियरली लिखा हुआ है 30 days minimum. तो आपको एक्टिवेट करना पड़ेगा.
See why this carry forward concept comes is because if you need leave in exigency, then it should not go leave without leave because it hits your pocket, right? Because salary is required on a day-to-day basis. That's why leave carry forward is a concept so that it helps you in times of exigency. But how much number you can always use. There is no rule to say that it is bare minimum 120 days. You can shift it to 90.
30 minimum.
So you can come from a 90 to a 50 to.
Immediately कोई 30 पे नहीं आएगा 120 से उसके लिए टाइम जाएगा एक साल जाएगा.
Gradually.
Right. Okay.
That is also way of retaining also. 50 on leave अगर उसका आपके पास पड़ा भी रहेगा तो कर दीजिए. Employee के साथ भी it's kind of saving for him.
हाँ, encashment के लिए वो saving ही कर रहा है. But the objective should be he should also take leave.
वो तो सेम ही है ना. आप जो इंक्रीमेंट दे रहे हो पैसा लेके बैंक में रखेगा तो भी you can take employer benefits.
समझने वाली बात.
Insurance policies that way.
कैसे उसको यूज कर रहा है? That is employer. That is not really. वही मैं कह रहा हूँ कैसे उसको यूज कर रहा है.
बट वो
इंटरेस्ट लेने के चक्कर में भी लोग खर्च ही कर देते हैं.
Offer what information would you need in offer? Statutory compliances?
इसका तो सैलरी if I have जैसे मैंने अभी पहले आपको बताया कि मैं पर्सन से कुछ पैसा रिटेंशन में मैं रखता हूँ तो लीगली इट इज चल सकता है.
As long as you put it as a part of his appointment terms, which I was talking about, this organization has put it as a part. Keep 8% of your 8.33% of your whole salary, which is like a 1 month salary, will be the retention we will keep with us. We will give it to you at the end of the completion.
नहीं दो ऑप्शन देता हूँ. अपफ्रंट दो या तो सैलरी दो में से
तो अभी आप अपफ्रंट लेते हो?
दोनों ऑप्शन में दोनों देता हूँ. 90% कस्टमर 90% सैलरी नहीं अपफ्रंट ही.
Oh my God, is it?
Upfront
देते हैं. Very surprising.
Corporates are paying joining bonus, joining salary.
What a practice, I mean. What to learn?
This is
हम लोग ट्राई किया
recruitment talent है.
रॉयल्टी कलेक्शन है.
Strategy है इनका. Very nice.
You should take it to Pune.
नहीं थैंक यू सर. नॉट रिक्वायर्ड.
But we will suggest keep it documented.
It is in a documented office.
No, because if you ask me legally, taking money from somebody may not be.
That is bonding.
May not be seen as a right.
That will be treated as a bonded labor.
Yeah.
I will give you the my appointment letter for also. Is somewhere around 20 to 22 possibility. You can check and give me the if any changes will be required.
And we'll also share that template on the common folder of what should be the ideal terms and conditions which are legally vetted and legally required for ensuring the employment is safeguarded.
इसमें एक और ऐड कर दो आप ऑफर लेटर. यही एक
We are going to show you. We've got the offer letter format which we will share.
And what are the documents to be submitted while joining?
Offer में आपको you want us to show you the social security percentages, basic HRA 50% of the basic. You have all that. So what?
This share that. वो है ना already Propel में. Propel में है जैसे.
I think it's the 49% ना basic.
40%.
Basic can be up to 50% of the total CTC.
40.
Minimum नहीं. So
Total salary is 49% will be the as a basic salary, no?
हाँ, so 50% should be the basic of the total cost. Cost would be including your security, social security.
Everything all put together, whatever your fixed CTC is, uska half should be basic salary.
Wage code did not come into existence, but if the wage code
Basic का
would have come
50%
into
HR.
existence, then your basic
नहीं वो
has to
उसमें
be
कोई ऐसा रूल
50%
नहीं है.
bare minimum of your total.
वो that is income tax. 40%, 50%, metro, non-metro.
Excluding, so only social security.
I can give as low as ये हमारा structure है. It's not government structure. सब जगह ऐसे ही होता है. But it is not. पहले Thermax में it was not 50%. पहले Thermax में it was not 50%.
But this, we are going by the wage
सबका
code. It
वैसे ही
never
होता
came into existence.
है. Generally
But
सबका
if
ऐसे ही
it
होता
ever
है
comes into existence,
because it
and if your
aligns with your income tax rate. ऐसा कोई रूल नहीं है.
say in the bracket of 30-35% of your total CTC, start pulling them up. So if currently average if your basic of your employees is in the range of anything lesser than 50%, start pulling them up in your increment process. Why?
50%.
Don't take it to 50, but get it closer so that tomorrow if there is any statute which may come up saying it has to be bare 50, then your employees will not get hit in the process, because what's going to happen? You are not going to increase the salary all of a sudden. You are going to just pull out money from their special allowance or whatever miscellaneous allowance and put it in basic.
Meenal,
When you do that, the entire take home will go down.
Meenal, I have a question over here. Is this the government rule or is this Thermax structure salary?
No. This is the government.
No. So I mean, so basic has to be 50%.
That's what I was explaining. As per the wage code, basic will have to be 50% when the wage code
And
comes.
HRA has to be 50% of basic by the government rule. I stand corrected.
Rest of the we can have on which end we have.
So now it depends on the flexibility you may want to give to people, and you may want to take advice from a tax consultant. If you want to keep, because I have seen with smaller organizations, you also have a cash factor. So you will say that I don't want to show it somewhere, but give it as a cash under the allowance heading of petrol reimbursement XYZ. Not many organizations are moving away from it. Yeah, and you should move away, because as more as it's difficult to handle at a later stage. But if you look at it, Thermax components are absolutely sacrosanct. You've got a basic, you've got an HRA, you've got a miscellaneous oblique special allowance. Yeah, that's three components in your first part, along with education. Your education sets ke liye you get 1,200 rupees, tax concession. That's all will come on the top piece. ESIC for people, as we have written there, anybody whose salary is less than 21,000, yeah, will fall under ESIC.
So employees 10%.
The basic plus
We
DA
don't have
will be there.
basic plus DA is, yeah, but we call it only basic. We don't call it DA.
Because government minimum wages, whatever they declare.
Yes, but our employees, most of them.
So basically, it is. So basically, the law says basic plus DA. For us, DA is 0. So that becomes actually basic only.
And for minimum wages specifically for workmen.
Workers, workers,
No, this is not a worker's salary.
एक ही साथ मिलता है, करोड़पति बन जाता है एक ही बार में. वो फिर इंटरेस्ट के साथ मिलता है. क्योंकि वो विद इफेक्ट फ्रॉम 1st of July 2009 उसकी
तो पीएफ के लिए क्या
ये भी देखना पड़ेगा.
तेरा कौन सा जोन में है, पीएफ के लिए क्या है?
You don't have a mandate. Mandate comes after that. That is, you have to give PS.
After 10 or
10.
After 10.
After 10, not
10
पेरोल पर 10 ऊपर आपको देना पड़ेगा. And उसके लिए you have two options. One, when you say I give 12% of my basic, or I will have a cap of 1,800 rupees, which is a flat rate, which I will deduct from everybody, irrespective of what basic they want. Now, why do you do that? Because in a lot of organizations, people may want more take home. The liability of the employer also goes down if you keep 1800. Because the moment basic goes up, 12% of the basic employee contribution goes up, and 12% of employer contributions keeps going up. So that's a more liability for an employer. So 1800 is perfectly fine, which is a 15,000 basic ka cap. 12% of 15,000 is 1800.
In our, sorry.
Yes. Huh. You wanted to repeat that? Huh. So he asked a question about whether PS is applicable for which, how many numbers? I said above 10, you should give PF, mandatory hai. Two options for PF. One, which is your social security option of 12% of the basic. And one is a flat cap of 1800 rupees.
उसमें वैसा भी है ना कि ट्रेडिंग रहेगा तो 20, ट्रेडिंग रहेगा तो 15, PF take.
Yes, yeah. So there are options there, but I'm
option
saying
will be there. If you are come in the factory, then minimum 10. And if you are going in the trading, then it's the minimum 15.
Yeah. So here what I'm trying to bring in is 1800 is the bare cap which you will have to do. So which is an assumption that 15,000 is your basic, 12% of 15,000 is 1800.
Whether it is 30,000, 40,000, 1800.
But that you have to get it
across all the employees. Across all the
across all. Then you can't say I'll give 1%, 1800. No. Across the org, then you put that rule of 1800 for everybody, irrespective of their basic number.
In the industry, for our nature of industry, what is the salary bracket or salary range for 3 year in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, or tier 1 and tier 2 cities?
It will depend. We don't have a mapping them, but we can always do that. But what experience level and what roles?
Correct.
Because your compensations will be very specific to certain roles and certain roles within those territories, regions.
For our capital utility industry, a service and a sales engineer with 3 years experience, what is the tentative bracket, salary bracket?
But what
in
will be the
Pune,
qualification? Engineers, diplomas?
B and diploma. Yeah. Diploma would be separate and B.
Between 5 to 7
lakhs.
Pune.
Yes, I say the limit will be the 21,000. If my PSIC number is continued and 4 people are above 21,000, then I have to surrender this number, or I have to.
That I am not aware, but no, if all people move up, you don't have to surrender because there may be some time when you may have some people entering into that. Why would you surrender the number? You don't have to surrender the number. That's for sure. Unless you decide to surrender basis, see, you will go through another one process, right? What if you get tomorrow a person below 21,000 for whatever reasons? You will have to pay ESIC. So you will have to have an account number. You don't have to surrender it. Okay, professional tax, of course, gratuity 4.8% of the basic. Yeah. And provident fund superannuation is now become voluntary. Yeah. So superannuation rule was 0 to 15% first. So you could opt anything between 0 to 15%, 1% and above. Yeah. Today, you also have a provision where you say that I don't want to have superannuation. So that's how we have started in Thermax. We've given an option to people where they get repeated. Either you can have it 0 or anything between 1 to 15%.
It's voluntary.
Yeah.
Only employer or employee?
Employee. Employer has to provide if the employee wants it.
Gratuity 4.8% of basic.
Basic salary. 5 years.
5 years.
So it starts with 4.8 years completion.
Per month. 1 month salary for
1 month salary for
15 years.
वो काउंटिंग का कैलकुलेशन है, उसने कितना साल जॉब किया, उसके ऊपर से करके पूरा डिटेल करके देना पड़ेगा.
So it's a calculation which you do.
The last drawn salary.
And 4.8, no, your current job in your current job. So you have to complete 5 years in your current job. That also depends how you start the gratuity date.
For example, suppose 15,000 is the basic salary. He has completed 7 years.
So 4.8% of the basic.
No.
So
See, that is the part of the CTC 4.81%. when it is gratuity is to be calculated. So if your basic salary is, say, for example, 20,000 rupees, then and you are established into that gratuity establishment, then अगर उसने 6.6 years complete कर लिया, so it will be counted as 7 years. 7 multiplied by 15,000 divided by 22 into 15 into number of years. ऐसा एक calculation है. 22 is if you are not established, then it will be 26. If you are established, it will be 22. Listed. Listed मतलब established in gratuity department. And that number of years will be calculated as if it is 6 months से एक दिन भी ऊपर हो गया, so it will be counted as, and 5 years is the rule. But as per Kerala state government, some time back, they have declared 4.6 years is to be counted as 5 years. So you are bound to give, even if he has completed 4.6 years, from the date of joining, 4.8. So then you are bound to give that 5 years gratuity. That is counted right from the date.
एक ईयर पूरा ऊपर हो जा रहा है
तो भी हो जाएगा. 3 महीने में अगर वो एक, see, lot of confusion is there कि डेट ऑफ कंफर्मेशन से होता है और डेट ऑफ रेजिग्नेशन होता है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. डेट ऑफ ज्वाइनिंग वर्सेस डेट ऑफ एग्जिट. रिजाइन कब किया, कंफर्म कब हुआ इन द एस्टैब्लिशमेंट, उससे कोई मतलब नहीं.
सपोज मैंने मेरा पर्सन को परमानेंट जॉब दिया, वैसे करके ऑफिशियल लेटर देता हूं, वो दिन से गिना जाएगा कि जो मैंने 1 साल के लिए मैंने उसको ट्रेनिंग पीरियड में रखा था वो भी गिना जाएगा.
अगर वो अपॉइंटेड है आपके ऑन रोल ऑन योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, हाँ,
saying that now you're a permanent employment, then the permanent employment date to exit date
will be counted.
If you don't give any separate letter after traineeship, it's from the traineeship to exit.
And जैसे हम लोग,
how to change the person's employment with a separate letter.
जैसे हम लोग अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जीईटी एम्प्लॉय करते हैं, राइट? So we do not, I mean, differentiate between GET versus the confirmed employees like us. So that will be counted. Say अगर उसको 1 जुलाई को हमने अपॉइंट किया है, तो उनका अपॉइंटमेंट 1 जुलाई से काउंट होगा till the, I mean, say for example 31st August को he moved out of the organization, पूरा काउंट होगा.
Example, FTC contract में हमारे पास employees हैं.
FTCs fixed term contract भी आते हैं ना इसमें.
I'm just explaining that. FTC contracts, they have, if they are in an FTC contract for 5 years, today FTCs also have to be paid gratuity.
Correct.
5 years. Minimum, if they work for 5 years on a continuous basis, because the contract gets renewed every year. So we are paying today to FTCs. Now, if that FTC employee moves from an FTC contract to a permanent contract, say after 4 years, or if he moves after 4 years, he doesn't get gratuity. If he moves after 4 years, 8 months, I have to pay him a gratuity in FTC and start his new contract in permanent. New contract, he has to finish 5 years in permanent to be eligible for gratuity, because my contract term has changed. Employment has changed and he or she's been issued a new letter.
Basically, he will be counted as, he or she will be counted as a new employment.
Yes.
One is Thermax Limited X, the second is Thermax Limited Y.
The type of employment.
Fixed term contract is a FTC.
FTC.
Who can do that? We also can appoint some.
Of course, you can appoint.
Anybody is allowed to do that.
Temporary employment or actual.
It's actually the objective of a fixed term contract.
No. That is third party role.
That is third party through a contractor. But this is a contract on the rolls of Thermax, but it is a fixed term contract for a period of 1 year.
Even for consultants, when you have.
He is on the payroll of Thermax only.
No, we call them as consultants and we get them onboarded as consultants on a stamped permit. So they fall in the 4th category of consultants. Fixed term contract. The objective of fixed term contract is specifically to get people in for a particular period of time to do a particular job and move out. Yeah. So today we've got fixed term contracts. Sometimes you continue the fixed term contract because Typically you feel another 1 year is still required to close this job. We thought it will finish in 1 year, it did not. So we extend the contract by 1 more year. But we exit the contracts also.
What is the minimum period?
1 year.
1 year is the minimum period.
1 year is a fixed term contract period in Thermax. If we want to sometimes extend the contract because we feel that the work is still not done and it's going to take another 6 months, then we don't extend the contract for full 1 year. We will extend it only for the next 6 months.
First contract,
1 year.
That is 1 year minimum.
Bare minimum.
No, that's Thermax's policy. No,
Thermax
but as you're in an organization, you can do anything. You can do 1
ये
month.
जो है ना,
You
सीए
can do
के
2
पास
months.
सबसे ज्यादा मिलेगा डाटा एंट्री करने वाले, वो लोग इस तरह
So
से,
these are the operational jobs which are monotonous jobs. No time.
तो वो आप एक महीने के
You want an
कैसे लेना वैसे ले
ISO
सकते हो।
ISO process or something implemented. So you ask a contractor to join you, come for certain months, get the project kicked off, and then you can vacate.
और ग्रेजुएट में नंबर ऑफ पीपल का कुछ रूल है क्या?
एक आदमी भी रहेगा तभी आपको
5
ग्रेजुएटी
साल
देना।
हो गया तो आपको ग्रेजुएटी देना है।
As stakeholders or owners are not eligible for gratuity.
If you get a salary, in your organization, because you are employed in the organization at any rate, if you know this thing, then you will also be eligible if it's been mapped into your cost to the company.
वो तेरे को प्राइवेट लिमिटेड में या तो एलएलपी में तो कर सकता है।
Yeah. Example, the chairperson of lot of organizations.
लेकिन उसमें तेरे को राइटिंग में लिख के देना पड़े, क्लोज में आना चाहिए कि पर्टिकुलर पर्सन will be the director and he will get the salary of.
He gets the salary or like an employee, and then he becomes a part of the entire cost to the company concept.
तो करना नहीं चाहिए वो बात।
Okay, this program. So we share this also in the deck. You can have a look at the general guidelines.
Share workers.
Workers, okay, we don't have it handy, but we have to prepare. Anything specific on this? Any information which you would like us to share with you? Any questions?
Candidate selection.
Selection plan framework.
मैडम, जैसे उसमें किसी एम्प्लॉय के मेरे यहाँ पर लेता हूँ, एम्प्लॉय के लिए इंटरव्यू लेके मैं उसको फाइनल करता हूँ, तो उसका सब ओरिजिनल डॉक्यूमेंट रखना चाहिए कि जेरॉक्स रखना चाहिए?
Ideally, lot of organizations in the past used to keep original documents. For a reason, वो छोड़ के चला गया. Okay, that's illegal. If you ask, because you cannot hold my documents, original documents. You have to get the documents verified, either self-attested or verified through a notified notification officer or something. Yeah, that's what it's going. Gone are the days when we used to say, because अगर आपने उसको गुम कर दिया, that was the older philosophy. वहाँ पे employees भी सुनते थे. आज
मैं थर्मैक्स हाउस में हूँ, तो
it's illegal. It's not mandatory that you can take it and original documents.
Now, if he leaves, what's the course say? He's supposed to give 3 months notice. He's not serving. What is the course for us?
और very good, okay.
Now you paid him salary. Say first. यार 7th को आपने सैलरी कर रहा था, वो 8 को चला गया तो मेरा
ठीक है, ओके. कितने बजे करना है? अब मैं बताऊँ 11:30 से 12 कर लें. ठीक, ठीक, ठीक है,
हम लोग उल्टा करते हैं, हम लोग एक अलग से लेटर देते हैं. से कि आपको 1 year आपने ज्वाइन किया, and if you say, then we will give you the bonus 1 year after.
Absolutely.
12.
So that's what it can be. You don't have to give alert letter also. It can be part of the appointment letter which says 8% of this entire cost I'm retaining it will be given to you at the end of.
Retain लिखता है. I will say कि 1 year के बाद में I will give you the
same concept, yeah.
12 years, 12,000 concept.
Concept same, how do you put it? Yeah,
sales package.
That we should avoid taking money.
नहीं हम क्या करते हैं मैडम,
Because 8% हम उसको लिख के दे दे, तुम्हारा डिपॉजिट होगा तो मेरा ही है,
Yes, and that's the right.
तो ये क्या बोल रहे हैं?
Okay, you want to see the selection process? क्या चाहिए आपको इसमें?
Selection process जो हमने क्या बोल रहे हैं? We will get after one.
अच्छा, interview
1 साल रुक तो 12,000 मिलेगा. Correct.
इसको लेके जा पैनल पे, इंटरव्यू का पैनल पे आ जाएगा. काफी एक्सपीरियंस है.
So there are different types. These are extremes what we have spoken. But आपके simple employees जो आ रहे हैं अभी, I think the basic, what will be the basics which you may want to see in a candidate? You know, I think first is attitude, because mostly knowledge and skills, everything you will be able to,
Give them.
you know, give them. You will be able to train them. But आपको अगर एटीट्यूड देखना है तो जो क्लॉक बिहेवियर हमने जो आपको एक स्लाइड दिखाया उसके आप अगर क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं उनको एग्जांपल बेस्ड कि आपने पिछले कंपनीज में क्या किया था, पार्शियल कोई सच बोलेगा, कोई पार्शियली झूठ भी बोलेगा, बिकॉज ही हैज टू इम्प्रेस यू इन द इंटरव्यू. But I think with experience, there is no right and wrong formula for interview unless you do psychometric tests. But they are expensive. क्योंकि हम हमारे कोई सीनियर लेवल लोगों के लिए साइकोमेट्रिक्स करते हैं. You know, specifically to understand their behavior patterns from the psychometrics, because you cannot fool the psychometric. And if you try giving answers, because psychometric में कैसे होता है, 5 क्वेश्चन रहते हैं, 5वें क्वेश्चन के बाद 6वां क्वेश्चन पहला ही क्वेश्चन होता है in a different form. If you try to manipulate it, the assessor immediately comes to understand. Okay, so there are mechanisms to check that, but maybe at a service engineer level, I will not, suggest psychometrics. They're quite expensive in terms of. But आप एक basic test कर सकते हो, like we do it for our trainees. We do something called the what? Talent litmus. Okay, it costs you 450 rupees. But it takes you through the entire behavioral piece of the person in that 450. We do it only for selected candidates. That is, first once we have gone through the technical round, उसमें से जो qualify हुए technical round को उनको ही हम वो test देते हैं, which is like 450 rupees per person, which is a pretty decent amount.
Available online, is it?
Yeah, it's available in packages, but we can share the link with you of where you can buy it from. And it's a very simple test. It talks about teamwork, it talks about a lot of behaviors and attitudes.
मेरी गाड़ी में
Things and it's a proper test. It's an online test, but proper.
इनके पास
It's a very simple one, easy to understand, and you just get to know the basics of this person. Does that mean it is completely accurate?
ऐसा है ना
It
तो
will
मेरी
not be,
गाड़ी
but
सुनिए ना
it gets you closer at least to
सुनिए तो मैं बोलता हूँ वो बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा.
an alarm for you which will not go in the interview. And then basis the test, you can take the interview.
पहले पार्किंग में नहीं है तो
That gives you a basis. That gives you a
ठीक
basis.
ओके है मेरे पास लेकिन
We have the interview observation which we have made for you all, which has the clock behaviors, and we will show it to you. So वैसे आप selection कर सकते हैं.
So mainly we can use block in
I say
constructive. And I'm showing you the.
So we prepare an observation, interview observation sheet, which will be a part of the deck. So you can select whatever suits
सर
your
आपने एल्पेन लीडे खत्म कर दिया. मेंटोस तो मैंने वहाँ देखा. हाँ मैंने देखा आपने चोरी किया तो मैंने भी वहाँ से 2-3 चोरी कर लिए. It's the best.
Okay, anything else which you may
उसमें
want to?
सारा एल्पेन लीडे चुन चुन के मैंने ही खा ली.
Observation sheet. Yeah. So this is
आप
what
लोग तो
we
फिटनेस
prepare.
फ्रीक लोग हो, आप लोग खाते नहीं हो.
This is got both technical evaluation as well as the clock behaviors. You can use this as a reference point for selection of people.
So if you see the start, it will have the initial background and about prior experience. Once you, there are actually sections which have been made. First one is
Background and technical evaluation. And then we've also had the related evaluation segment, which is aligned to our clock. So you'll have questions around clock, which you can have leading questions asked. As I said, partially you will get a feel from the interviewing candidate whether how deep is he to tell you what you asked.
Actually, we want candidate to pass.
जयदीप भाई कॉम्पिटिटर का जब भी लेंगे तो ये सब का जरूरत नहीं पड़ता, स्ट्रेट अवे सैलरी बोल आ जा कल से सुबह में, ये कुछ भी नहीं होता है.
Sharing this? Will be sharing this?
Yeah, this will be a part of it.
I have just one question. When you take from competitors, are you 100% sure that it will culturally fit for your organization?
ऑलमोस्ट वी ट्राई. जैसे इतना टाइम से हमारे सामने खड़ा रहता है तो हमें मालूम है ना कि आदमी कैसा है, तो उस हिसाब से हम लोग आ रहा है तो फिर वो
उसका इंटरव्यू बहुत बार कस्टमर क्या हो जाता है.
He's already interacted with them indirectly, directly. Those kind of people in the market.
Just the way somebody coaches from you also coach you now.
That is the best way of the recruitment, I would say, for especially for a smaller organization, wherein, see, why I'm saying so is because if you know your competitor very well, that is first thing first is that you are into the market connected, number one. Number two is that the employee that you are hiring, you don't have to train him technically. You only have to fit in your organization's culture, or I mean whatever, all structure, everything all put together.
So he'll take all your information and he'll go back.
You never know. Yeah, you never know if he's seated in your organization.
See, a lot of time we are unnecessarily worried about it. I'll tell you, a lot of time we are unnecessarily worried about it. Even if you have put in a lot of clauses in your appointment letter and all, something that 3 months you cannot join competition and all, it doesn't hold any guarantee in the court of law. So, कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ता. Even for company like Thermax, I have signed, and a clause is there that I cannot, that is only applicable to the senior management. But for me, when I was regional manager or when I was territory manager, kuch farak nahi padta. I have signed it. I could have gone to Force Marshal. I have taken people from Force Marshal. They also have signed this clause in their appointment letter. So simple. I mean, it doesn't stand any good in the court of law.
We have the time to fight in the court. We don't have the time to fight in the court.
And you don't have the time also.
As we were saying, as we were saying, we will
that was infringement. That was data. Data लेके आया and उसके ऊपर formula बना करके chemical बनाया and all these things. I mean, you're talking about 10-12 years back. Yes, it was the case. It was not about the breach of competition getting hired into Thermax. What he was doing was unethical activity, and that unethical activity was penalized to Thermax.
Okay, so we will share this with you, the evaluation sheet. Anything specific candidates we've discussed? I'm taking a go ahead from all of you all. One per TCA or year.
years, nothing new is going to. Like all big
Acha.
companies keep on outsourcing, like talent outsourcing the knowledge or whatever. We also outsource all this digital and.
No, so I'll just give you a simple example. When new people join our organization, as HRs, what we do, okay, we meet them. We've got the 30, 60, 90 concept which I was talking about. We ask them very simple questions of what were the best people practices you all had in your previous organizations.
Very true.
And outside in perspective, in short, there are 10 suggestions which come to us कि हमारी previous organization में चार अच्छी चीजें हो रही थी इसमें से दो हम कर रहे हैं उनके but no we are not doing.
एंड मे बी उन दो में से भी एक चीज मैं और अभी अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में नहीं करना चाहता हूं, मैं कल करूंगा, एक मैं आज करूंगा.
So and you know this, I'm typically sure this is done by every function. I mean, I'm sure Asad ke paas jo people are getting hired in sales, I'm sure they are also getting some new ideas to their own, you know, teams when they come in, and as long as the managers are open, the managers pick up those. So if the outside in perspective of infusing fresh people becomes very important in pockets. I'm not saying everybody should be fresh.
New people are welcome, but that is our main problem. People are not even concerned.
Agree.
That is how we want to, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So that already we have discussed that how can we help you out onto this. So that is what we discussed, that we will, how do we help you out on this.
Even if, you know, even if 5 years may 2 people remain with you, it's good enough.
That's the welcome scenario. So what is a welcome scenario and what is not so a welcome scenario, that is something which will define the things.
Maintain our whatever set of people.
Absolutely right. What Vinay's question was that is it mandatory for you to have people who are into the system for 15, 20 years or 10 years, or do you want to include new people into your system as well? So that's where the answer was there. That mix of both the things are important. The point is that whether you're getting new people or not, that is somewhere if we can help you out on this through the campus program.
No, you're not sending them out, but they are there.
What is your so it's not, see, it's not that correct. Absolutely, absolutely, nobody is sacking.
The system will either throw them out, either they themselves will go.
Because if you have a growth path and that 15-20-year-old person into your system is becoming an hindrance in your growth, you will sack them. Automatically sacking पे आएगा वो. He'll get frustrated. Some may not move.
But then they understand. See, at one point of time, they understand कि अभी मेरे को सिर्फ यहाँ पे रहना है. Salary बढ़ा के मिले ना मिले, मेरे को रखा है ना.
So they become an hindrance to you. So because I mean you want to grow at a pace of 30%, and he is not growing at a pace of 30%.
There are people who will run at 130, 150 miles per hour. There are people who will be at 30 miles per hour. So these people will take them.
Till the time they are not becoming an hindrance, he should be there into the organization. The moment he becomes an hindrance in your growth, he should be out of the organization.
I will. It is going against the company's
No, hindrance is about the pace at which you are trying to grow and the pace at which he is growing.
There is a need for fresh people also, okay, who can think out of the box, grow the things. Okay. Now, what is happening is, I would like preferably that all of you, the promoters, regional managers, sit in your office and then plan and send your people out. Okay. What is happening is most of you are traveling. Okay. So you are not able to sit and think and strategize. Okay. So you guys have fresh blood running on the ground. Okay. Then you have both. You are not doing anything. You will run.
We will target that. That is their concern. We are giving a solution. And partly we've asked them for.
Yeah, this is where I am coming from. I personally, I think all of you should sit in the office, and you should make other people run.
So that is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. It's a mix of balances. So we have, hold on, sir. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. I'm not saying that Vijay should be fired. I'm not saying that Gitesh should be fired. Gitesh is also extremely important, as good as 2-year-old into the system is important. But most critical part of it is that it has to be mix of balances. So we have 15 people in our team out of 70 people who are 10 years plus into the system. I am also one of that. Ankit is there, Gitesh is there, Vijay is there. So there are some 12 to 15 people. Okay. There are, 12 to 15 people who are less than 1 year old into the system. Hold on, suniye to sahi. If, imagine a case, sir, please understand what I'm trying to say. Imagine a case wherein all 70 people are less than 3 years old into the system. Will we grow? No, we will not grow. If all 70 people would be in the range of 10 to 15 years into the organization, will we grow? No, we will not grow, because he might not run and he don't want to run. He doesn't want to run that fast. Okay, so mix of balances is very important. Absolutely. So that's how the base is created, because आज वो नहीं जा रहा है, आप निकालोगे भी नहीं. कल को हो सकता है कि he gets superannuated, he gets he wants to change his organization. So then you will face the shock. वो शॉक से बचने के लिए always there has to be a replenishment. वो replenishment करने के लिए what help that we can provide, that is what we were talking about in the afternoon.
No. So yeah. So now what I was saying is, Vijay will not come with you. Okay. So you go alone. Okay. And or you say that you will not come. You will send your just recruited email. Then Vijay will say, मैंने जाएगा. Okay. So then Vijay also will ask us for a territory manager. Okay. Now Vijay is also not asking. Tata is also very comfortable, because Vijay is not asking. There is a service there.
Yep.
Okay, Aksar is not giving, Vijay is not asking, and both of you are comfortable. So as a system चल रहा है, but there may be a day when you may get shaken. So I am asking you to prepare yourself.
Is it an example you are saying? Is it an example you are saying? You are quoting the live thing.
Now I am giving you a situation where it may happen like this. So
Correct.
You need to all.
And a lot of time it does happen.
So there is a
Lot of time it does happen. You have to have the bench strength so that you do not face the shock if your senior employees leave.
There's an example being cited by a lot of people. This is what happened to Nokia. Everybody was comfortable, and then things got settled. And finally, they were on their
do we do it in TLDP? TLDP हम लोग हैं ये इसमें ये हाँ नहीं ये जो टॉपिक चल रहा है ना दिस इज एक्चुअली आई मीन TLDP प्रोसेस हाँ करेक्ट you said that correct absolutely हाँ आई विल डू दैट वो मैंने मॉर्निंग में किया
That's the point in running this program. We want more people.
Okay, so I think we'll
सुना नहीं
10 minutes. Okay, sure.
अच्छा लॉस क्यों
The problem of the person.
हाँ
Okay, so I think आपको बताना है, केस बताना है, then I will.
ये गवर्नमेंट बहुत अलग डायरेक्शन में जा रही है थर्ड वाली अरे कोलिशन है ही नहीं यार क्या कोलिशन है
काम करके घर पे जा रहा था और वो टाइम पे मुझे ये रूल मालूम नहीं था कि जो आज जब से वो घर से निकलेगा और वापस घर पे आएगा तब तक कंपनी का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होता है
Which says during the course of employment, if anything goes wrong with the employee, it's the employer's responsibility. And I think you went through that cycle. He had one very pertinent question to ask. What is the definition of course of employment? Okay. But my response to him is it will completely depend on the situation and the case laws, which will get picked up during that case suit. Because if you look at law for compensation, workers' compensation, course of employment as a definition becomes very, very important. And course of employment in a pure law definition is if you are going to go for work, then the time you start from the house till the time you come back during the official timings is a course of employment, not the punching time. There have been any stuff.
एंड सेकंड थिंग उसने जो क्लेम के लिए जब भी डाला था उसमें उसने ऐसा बोला कि कंपनी ने मेरे को काफी सारा मेरे आदमी के ऊपर प्रेशर दिया था जिससे वो टेंशन में आके उसको ये अटैक आया
So I will give you a very simple example which just happened almost a month back with us. We've got a site employee and he went through a issue with his health a year back. He has been in site for the last 22 years with us. Typically, last full 1 year, he was not able to work because he was under treatment. And he was told by the doctor that he should not be deputed on site because of the health issue which he was facing. So, full 1 year, we gave him salary while he was at home because, of course, on humanitarian grounds, we ensured we supported him. Now came a time when, we wanted to ask him whether can he continue at the site work because he has done 25 years of site job. He doesn't know laptop. He doesn't know how to operate Excels. So there is no other employment which we can give him, which is a desk job. Because of his health reasons, we also tried exploring whether can we give him a desk job. Now he was not able to do a desk job. He also requested, my doctor has advised I cannot go on the site. So then we said, what do we do with you? Because 1 year we have still employed you without any work. We have given you the whole salary on humanitarian grounds. So now is the time, and he has another 6-7 years of service left. Yeah. So now can we keep this person for next 6-7 years is a question mark, because if he's not able to go on site, then we also explored whether can we give him local sites in and around Pune, so that he doesn't have to travel much from one site to the other frequently. As you rightly said, the answer and the response which came while we were discussing this is, मैडम क्या गारंटी है कि ये जो मुझे डिजीज हुआ वो साइड पे नहीं हुआ? Are you getting me how it was probably seen by the employee? And we said, but do you have, any validation that it happened because of the site? So employees will remain like this for their own job securities. What I'm trying to bring in this is not new. We'll have to tackle these situations on a case to case basis. Now, today, if you ask me, is there a rule which tells me that I cannot take out such employees? No, there's no such rule which will tell me you have to continue them in employment throughout your life. So there is a combination of humanitarian approach, at the same time legality, at the same time organization, policies and practices, and how the organization sees such employees. So there's no right and wrong answers which can be there कि अभी इसमें क्या करेंगे. So what we did now is, we have continued with the employee. We've asked him that he has also agreed that after 3 months down the line, we will send him on a site. Because he's recovered, he will get us a recovery certificate saying that I'm fit to join, and we will put him back on the site. Now he agrees that he will go on the site. It's okay. As long as he continues on the site, we will support him. The moment he doesn't continue, we will have to see at that moment what to do. Today, we don't have any answer of what we will do 2 years down the line. So that is how you will have to deal with such some sections of the employments and employees who are there in your organization.
What is the solution now? It will happen to anyone.
What solution? He's already. You have to settle it.
Only settle.
Policy or something.
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. It is absolutely situational.
उसके अंदर मैंने सिर्फ एक ही काम किया था. मैंने उनको बोला कि जो भी लेबर कोर्ट में आप जाइए, लेबर कोर्ट मुझे जितना पैसा बोलेगा उतना पैसा देगा, मैं आपके साथ में सेटलमेंट नहीं करूंगा. लेबर कोड बोलेगा कि 5 लाख रुपया देने का तो मैं 5 लाख रुपया दूंगा. लेबर कोड बोलेगा कि 20,000 देने का तो मैं आपको 20,000 रुपया दूंगा. नहीं होगा, उसमें भी नहीं है. मैंने पर्सनल 10 लाख रुपए का लिया था, वो भी नहीं चला. मैडम ने जो
or life insurance, which is like we have a group term life insurance policy, GTL, yeah, which is for death we cover a certain amount for certain days, up and above and down, So if you have taken the GTL, this could have got covered. Second, in Mediclaim, what could have got covered is not death insurance, but his entire hospitalization expense in case he would not have expired. Yeah, but that would not have got covered in personal accident.
पर्सनल एक्सीडेंट में ये सब कवर है. सपोज हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन और ये जो भी है वो मैंने कवर किया हुआ है.
But for what accident के लिए?
हाँ, हाँ, एक्सीडेंट का वो क्या है, एजेंट लोग वो पर्सनल का वो कुछ भी वो हाँ वो हो. बट अभी हम लोगों ने डिसीजन ये लिया हुआ है कि एवरी 2 years मेरे सब एम्प्लॉय का मेरे यहाँ से 100% टेस्टिंग होगा, और टेस्ट के अंदर कहीं पर भी मेडिकल में कुछ भी प्लस माइनस रहेगा, ही हैज टू गिव मी इन द राइटिंग कि मैं ये मेडिसिन ले रहा हूँ और मुझे ये टाइप का ये डिसीज है. ये मैंने अभी अंडर 2 years मैंने कंप्लीट 2 साल में मैंने एक बार लेने के लिए किया हुआ है.
We lost an employee in COVID. So from that year onwards, all 21 employees we have life insurance coverage. We pay the premium. The policy is in their name. The company bears the premium till the time they are in employment. After that, it is up to the employee whether he wants to carry forward that policy or not.
लेकिन तेरे को मेरे ख्याल से वो इनकम टैक्स में नहीं है, एक्सपेंसेस में अलाउड नहीं है। LIC का नहीं है,
अरे
LIC का मैं बात कर रहा हूँ।
नहीं हुआ तो भी करते हैं।
एम्प्लॉय बेनिफिट में जाएगा ना।
एम्प्लॉय का बेनिफिट में जाएगा वो अलग बात होती है। आप जो मैं पर्टिकुलरली लीगल के बारे में बोलूं तो इसमें नहीं चल रहा है।
If the employee comes from a very elite family, the families may not even ask for such things. But most of the employees who may join in this level of employment will not be coming from elite families. So they definitely will like to see what more and more support they can seek from the organization where the incidents will happen. So that's simple.
I'll just like to state here, he was not under Thermax services. I have a separate business. He was under that business. You will not believe, every employee of that principal German company contributed certain amount from their salary, and a check of 2,80,000 was given to his wife by that German company.
In fact, we also keep that open sometimes if, because the organization also contributes in such cases. We've got some policies around COVID affected or, where, there's a death of an employee, we support the children up to 12 standards. Okay, we also look at career counseling for the spouse if he is not working, she or he. So we support to that level, but over and above that, of course there are insurance coverage and sometimes we also have to help them with their own bank accounts where the family may not be too educated to know what coverages are there. Because most of the bank accounts also have a life insurance coverage.
This was over and above. This was not you do it for your employees. The company, he was my employee. The principal company gave to his
Over
wife.
and above that, what I'm saying is, apart from the debt funds, which the employer also contributes, sometimes if such incidences of hospitalization, any family member, we request employees to also do that through GPA model. They do crowdfunding. And a lot of people come forward with it. That is a good question. Okay, so we'll take a small break. We'll come back. We will pick up two parts. One is succession planning and cloud. Okay, and then we'll end the session. Unless you've got something more to ask.
झालं नाही मगाशी.
बॉस बोलने वाला है, सुनना पड़ेगा।
आपल्याला तुम्ही कसं ऐकून घेणार काय व्हॅल्युएशन करता आपण तुमची समोरच्यावर कामं करतो आपण माहिती का आपण मान खाली घालून उत्तर देतो कस्टमर बसवला ना कस्टमर समोर
उसका टाइम ड्यूरेशन ऑफिस से घर पे जाए मुझे मालूम है कि मैंने ऑफिस से उसका घर 20
कौन बोलत
what is the plan ahead. But that's not a discussion here about your succession. It's just a thought we will leave you behind with. Yeah. So that's where we'll be.
And when we talk about your succession, it is not that we are saying that you become a thinking partner and your
Show that only
son
one
or
slide
your
you show.
daughter or your close relatives or anybody for that matter will take up your business. It's not that. What we are saying is that you are an entrepreneur. So you need to just Vinayak ne baat kiya, that you need to be in office and take it up these strategic level things that you need to do. Okay. And the ground activities have to be taken up by your senior employees. So amongst your senior employees yourself, you should be nominating and so you can decide upon whether it is a profit sharing basis, whether it is the incentivization at a very different degree altogether. So all these things you can decide upon. So that's where your succession is, that you take up the kind of chairman kind of the role and the or MD kind of the role, and the other person who is taking up the sales head or the business head, I would say, not sales head, business head, who is responsible for sales, service, and commercial, all three in your organization. So this is the succession planning that we are talking about. When we are talking about your succession planning. The other succession planning is the employee succession planning, which Meenal is talking about.
And I'm going to connect it to this performance management system because our succession planning gets connected to this piece. Yeah. Typically, we call it as Thermax Leadership Development Program, TLDP, where we only talk about succession of our key talent. So, first important aspect for us as an organization should be to identify our key talent. So we're not going to talk about everybody, all 25 people in your organization, but you may look at key or oblique critical talent. And how would you define critical talent? Critical talent is if the absence of the person can have a very great impact on the organization. As simple as that is what is critical talent for us. Critical talent oblique critical roles. Some will also put it in a definition of critical roles. Example, in our organization, we have decided in every business which are the critical roles. If I give you an example, any business which you all are closely working with, say let's take an example of an Enviro business. Enviro, your SBU head will be a critical role. Okay, your PU heads, there's a PU structure. PU heads of any business will be critical roles. CBG head, CBG will be a critical role. Regional managers will be critical roles. Territory managers, not a critical role because replaceable. May not be easily replaceable, but you'll get enough people, at an arm's length to say, I can immediately train them and put them on the job. Yeah. So that's how we differentiate between critical roles, important roles versus non-critical roles. And we only talk about succession of those critical roles, keeping in mind absence of the person oblique the role holder can get you into a issue at an organization level. So please, I don't know if you've been ever identifying, some of you have very small structures, some of you have very simple flat structures, but still you will have roles in those structures which you need to keep in mind and have a future plan ready for them. I'm just connecting to this part of our performance framework where we spoke about our 6, 8, 9. Okay. Now, 6, 8, 9 are your critical talent in the organization. Don't confuse them with critical roles because somebody in a critical role may not be a talent. We are all clear? Critical roles are important for the organization success. Critical talent are important for the organization to succeed, not because they handle the roles, because their existence will matter. So what we do is, typically in Thermax, 6, 8 and 9 are considered to be very good ratings. Why? Because either of the parameters of performance or behaviors, the employee is exceeding expectations on a 6, 8 and 9. Either behavior is higher or performance is higher or both is higher if he or she is a 9. So we typically pick up these people and we talk about their careers in the organization. One reason why, because we want to retain them. They are fast movers, right? They are very good employees and they know they are good. Somewhere they themselves know they are good and the organization also knows they are good. So in case we have to ensure that we don't lose these employees, we start talking about their careers in the organization.
Why not 5?
5 is 100% okay achievement, but they have not done anything which is over and above meeting expectations to achieve their goals, either in behaviors or so. Your 55% of the population in the organization will be a 5, but typically you are not being able to. No organization can give careers to 2000 people, 3000 people at a stretch. What will impact is the delta. People who are doing exceedingly well to make a difference in the organization. Your 6, 8, 9s are typically people who can make a delta difference in the organization. Your 5s are people who will absolutely required for the organization to sustain, not have an inflection and grow. That's how we define talent. Does that mean that there are no good 5s? There could be good 5s also in your organization.
It is all about the priority setting.
Yes.
So if your priority is to have 3 big roles, okay, next year, and 6, 8, and 9 rating are only 2, then we look at which of those are 5 who could have been with a little bit of extra thing would have been into the
6 or 8 or a 9. Now, example, if we take, say, an Asad's role. Okay, if I have to find a successor for Asad, will I look at a 5 or should I look at a 6, 8, 9 to take up his role? Ideally 6, 8, 9, because they are the ones who are my talent, the defined talent in the organization. Yeah. But two parts to this. Asad's role is a critical role. So I'm finding a successor. But all my 6, 8, 9s in the organization, which could be close to around 20% of the population of the organization, I have to build careers for them because I want to hold them in the organization to take up higher order roles. Because they are the ones who will take my organization to the next level of growth is an assumption because of their performance and behaviors which they have already displayed. Simple. Yeah. Okay. Now I go back to the TLDP process which we do on how are we having people discussions, which you all can also have for your own organizations. Maybe the frequency can be as good as 1 year. We do it in 1 year, but we have now started moving to a 3 months to a 6 months window. The reason is because a lot of things change. We've also realized that 1 year is a too far time for us because what we decided at the beginning of the last year, by the next year, if you don't review, we may still have not done any actions on those areas. So you want to be frequently reviewing it for ourselves. These are 3, 4 categories in which we, put our people. Okay. As we were saying, HP, high performance, high potentials. Now here is the concept of potential which comes into picture when we talk about people discussion.
And there's a difference between performance and potential.
That's right. Potential is what? That capability to take up higher order roles. Moreover, you will never have a 5 who will be in an HP because the 5 is doing his day-to-day jobs to cover up his 100% achievement. Potentials normally would be fast runners. Fast runners would be your 6, 8, 9s because either of the places they are trying to run faster than the normal curve of 100%. They are exceeding targets. So they are assumed to have higher potential to take up higher order jobs. And when you say higher order jobs, it's nothing else but succession of critical roles within your organization. So what will inspire me to continue in the organization? Tomorrow, if you tell me that I can take up a much larger role than what I'm doing today, that will help me get retained in the organization because I look forward for that role in the organization. Yeah. Growth potential. So there are definitions to this. We will also attach this slide into your deck, which was not the previous idea, but we thought succession planning specifically for some of you where you've got very, very long timers in your organizations. It's done well, it's done good till date. It may not continue if that's the case. So you have to be cautious about saying that, let me start preparing myself as an organization. Yeah. Growth potentials are also equally good. They can be a 6, 8, 9s, but they may not move as faster as the high potentials. Yeah, so they will take up roles, but growth potentials normally can take up roles after training them, after supporting them in 3 to 5 years. High potentials are people who can take up roles in 0 to 1 year or 0 to 2 years window. So they are immediately ready with certain support required. Growth potentials can be ready over a period of time if you support them well to take up roles. Solid citizens, maybe his organization has a couple of solid citizens, who are very, very strong, robust. The mechanism, the machinery works very well with them, but they will not take you to the next level of your organization growth. They will sustain what is happening, and to a certain extent, they'll have limitations on their potential to grow. Yeah, that's where it is. And placement issue. Placement issue is nothing else but people who have concerns on performance behaviors, either of it for us. Placement issues are people who eventually we decide to part away with, but only after giving them enough opportunities to grow. Yeah, after helping them enough opportunities to move themselves, change themselves to be better performers. We don't just tell them to go away overnight. That's not how we deal with any employees in the organization. Yeah. So this is typically a framework. You can see on the right hand side, there's a chart there which says high potentials are approximately 5 to 10% of my population, of my employee base. You can't have more than that, and you shouldn't have. Why we are saying you shouldn't have? Because we are also talking about a differentiated approach in the organization. If I say a 5 is equal to a 689, then the 689 will never stay with you because he'll say you're comparing me to a 5. You have to have a differentiated approach in performance when you want to reward people. Yeah. Promotable, 10 to 20% are promotable. All promotable people may not be people who can take higher order roles, but a combination. We have moved away from, of course, you all don't have grades in your organization, but for us, we have moved away from the traditional approach of every 3 to 4 years, logon ko promotion milenge. We are saying today, 2 years from last 2 years, that people who have potentials to grow, who take up higher order jobs will be promoted. They can be promoted as frequently as once in 2 years also. But people who continue to do what they do, there is no compulsion for us to promote them just because they have finished 3 or 4 years in one grade. Yeah, so we've moved away from that philosophy. So now we've stopped encouraging people from asking us कि मुझे 4 साल हो गए ये grade में, अभी मेरा next promotion कभी है. We say either you take up a good role, larger role. If there is a vacancy, only then will the grade change. Placement issue, of course, and solid citizen is nothing else but moreover your 5 rating. They are required in the company. They are absolutely important for your company. But they will not grow, and they have to be told that they will not grow beyond this time. Yeah. Okay. We do this exercise once in a year. Yeah. And we've got the business and the HR who do it together. We've got a very slated, rigorous process of deciding, identifying their areas of improvements, areas of growth, weaknesses, and then we put a chart on how are their individual development plans going to be prepared for each of these, identified people in HP and GP. Yeah, so this has been the framework for us. Asad, you want to add here for the succession planning of how you would look at the TCS doing that?
So, am I audible? So, when Minal is talking about succession planning, so there will be, so there are two succession planning. One which I talked about, your own succession planning. Second is the employee which are there in your organization. organization. So there are typically smaller organizations which are very, very flat organization, and everybody reports into the owner of that organization, as good as many of you would be having with a different kind of a structure that is there in say Gautam's organization, Veda Engineering. So now how do you differentiate those employees, because everybody is reporting into you, right? So when you are having the clear cut mapping of the goal, when you are having clear cut dialogues, so then in that case what happens is that if a person has actually and typically what happens is that if a person has actually invested and if he has got the aspiration in his mind and he has actually invested 4 to 5 years in a role at a certain level, then the aspiration of growth will come into picture, and then he will think about looking for outside or something if he doesn't see the growth potential that is available in your organization. So that's where it is extremely important for us that we understand and we know those who those people are. Once we identify, and then we have started doing about the searching of what is the role that he should be looking at, he or she should be looking at, then in that case what is the I mean understanding issues that would be there, because overnight if I was say for example a national sales head up till 31st December, and from 1st of January I became channel head, overnight I am not going to change anything. Matlab, I'm a human being, I'm a person. As a person, nothing changes between me as a trait between 31st December to 1st of January. How do you handhold him, and how do you impart those trainings which are required from a national sales head position to the position of a channel head? So similar kind of thing that needs to be done at your end as well, wherein now everybody you cannot give the role. So say for example, there are 4 salespeople in your organization, and one salesperson you have identified when I'm talking about your succession planning, then in that case how it can be related to both the employee and your succession planning both put together is that when all these 4 sales employees are reporting into you, and there is one sales guy whom you feel that he can grow to a different level altogether, and if I do not provide him the growth opportunity today, tomorrow he might be looking at something else, whether recruited by Thermax, whether recruited by Thermax kind of an organization. Okay, so he would definitely prefer to go into that organization, right? And typically I'll give you example like say for example, for that person, he is a senior person in your organization and he is there in your organization for 10 to 12 years. Typically you will be paying 50,000-60,000 rupees salary to him. Okay, now if say for example, I'll not take the example of Thermax, but say for example if he is approached by a company, say Atlas Copco, right? Atlas Copco is a big name, you are giving him 60,000 salary. Do you think that that guy would remain with you even if Atlas Copco offers him 50,000 rupees salary? Most likelihood, I'm not saying 100% it will happen, but most likelihood, if that guy has an aspiration, he will not look at that 10,000 rupees monthly salary that he will lose, and he will go to Atlas Copco even at 50,000 rupees salary, because he know 2 things. One is my job stability would be there. Second is this is a more professionally managed organization and I have the possibility of growth. As of now, I may be losing 1,20,000 in a year, but tomorrow, if I get into this organization in a matter of 3 to 4 years, I may be 1.2 lakhs ka 5 times I will be gaining out of it. So if he has the aspiration, he will chuck off that 10,000 rupees and he will go out of your organization. Now, how do you retain those talents? These talents, even if they are 10, 12, 15 years old into your organization, and he has been doing the similar kind of a role in the past, these talents have to be retained. Because ultimately, an organization is made by the quality of the people who are serving into that organization, right? And it is important to have those kind of people, and only salary will never entice them to be sticking with your organization forever if he has the growth aspiration, right? So now out of those 4 people who are reporting into you for sales, one person is very, very good. Then in that case, you should build up the organization structure in such a way that that guy will report into you, a service manager will report into you, and these 3 sales guys will report into this guy. Do you think that you have added people? You've not added people, but you have just changed a little bit of organization structure. Now you have cleared yourself from all the transactional activities on daily life. Transaction will never go out of your control, ever. Whether I'm a channel head or whether I'm a territory manager, 100% times the transaction will not go out of my hand. There will be some transaction that I'll be handling, but I'll be freeing myself for 60 to 70% of the time, and I will be working on more strategic initiatives which will help me grow into my organization. For you as a, I would say, as an employer, okay, you have the leeway to look at, okay, fine, I am working with someone, and there is a lot of synergy which happens with pump organization. Can I look into the leadership of the pump organization? When will you start thinking about it? When you have the free hand available. Every time you have to go on site, every time you have to go to an order finalization for RX, for AMW, for 2 meter cube RO plant, for a 2 TPH boiler back filter. So you don't have time to strategize and work around what is the vision for you in next 3 years for your organization. As an owner of the organization, that there is planning that needs to be done. In our organization, we call it as annual business plan, which is a short-term plan, and a strategic business plan, which is called SBP, which is called 3 years plan. As an entrepreneur over here, what you should be looking at, where do I see my organization 3 years down the line? How will you do that? Till the time you are not looking into, you are only looking into transaction, you will not get time. You have time to invest with your family, you have time to invest with your customers. So how much time will you give for transaction plus strategic thinking both? So that's where you can offload those transactional activities to this guy who will be made responsible, incentivized that today we are operating at 5 crores of order booking, and we are generating 15 lakhs of profitability from this. Tomorrow, if you do 7 crores of, I'm just giving example, tomorrow you do 7 crores and with a profitability value of say 25 lakhs. So जो आपको 25 lakhs, 10 lakhs का delta आया, so I will give you 3 lakhs from that. It has to be designed in such a way so that his growth aspirations, not only in terms of the role enhancement, but in terms of his financial enhancement also. So this is how the succession planning that we do in Thermax. And if it is suitable for your organization, you should adapt that as well. But it's very, very important in whatever way you want to. We have given you, we have quoted the example of Thermax, but in whatever way you do, you would have to adapt sooner or later. You would have to adapt, and as earliest as possible. I would say not sooner or later, as earliest as possible. You would have to adapt this thing in whatever way you want to, but you have to build up that organization structure planning in each and every role. And for you as a channel partner, you don't have R&Ds, you don't have manufacturing, you don't have engineering. All these are not there with you. Now, for you, 3 most critical departments are commercial, service, and sales. Typically, an organization as good as your organization, these are 3 typical roles which are extremely important. So please look into it. Which is the one which I should be starting today? Which is the one which should I be starting tomorrow? Which is the one which can wait for another 1.5 to 2 years? And but 2 years down the line, I should be having this. So until unless you do this, your
strategic business plan or your organizational development plan, as I say, for a smaller organization, which is nothing but a little, diverse form of SVP only. So then your organization setup will. So that's. Any questions over here?
The solid citizen 70%, is that not a very high percentage of people who you say are solid but they are not promotable?
It is, but that's a factor in organization. Because you need the solid citizens also. But where we are coming from in terms of the development programs, these people are not aspirational. At the same time, these people have to also communicate it that they're not going to go beyond this.
But then what he's saying is this is not 70% of the total. This
Yeah,
may be
so-
around 30%.
No, so I'll
I'm saying does 70% not look थोड़ा सा larger?
कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, कुछ और कम होना चाहिए, right? ठीक है. So I mean that depends. Okay, organization like Thermax, solid citizen would be into this range. But an organization as small as you, okay, which is say for example 20, 25, 30, 40 odd crores, the solid citizen should be even lesser.
No, so we are saying in our case,
Percentage of people.
around 20-30%. 20%.
Can be, yes.
No,
And
for you, it could be at this maximum 40%.
a maximum.
But for you, it is 70%.
If it is.
For you, it is 70%. Thermax?
No, it's not 70%. We are saying it's a bracket in which today your population can remain. So, example, your 5 ratings, all may not be solid citizens. Please understand. They themselves are 50-55% of the population. So, we are saying that out of the total critical roles which you are discussing, out of that, so maybe
See,
maybe show
I'll just give some data points.
So, I'll
so
just
that we
explain
can.
it on the chart.
So as of now, she's bringing up that chart. So with Thermax, what happens is 30% is in the range of high potential and promotable. 5,000 employees. 30% is how much? 1,500. Can I give more than 1,500 people the growth? I cannot. Right? Reliance can be only, that 70% for Reliance kind of a company, wherein more than 50,000 employees are there, it can be only 20% which is into the growth potential and the high potential. That depends on the number of employees into that organization. For you, if it is 20 people organization, 70% are into solid citizen, then you will not grow.
I'm just asking because we don't have such percentage. We have.
Yeah. See, everybody have that percentage, sir. You have not worked it out.
How come?
Because I know.
So, what is your
You
population?
mean to say solid citizens or whatever you're calling it?
How do you define solid citizens in your life?
Almost reaching this saturation kind of thing.
Right, saturation. It's not about the age also, huh?
It's not about
have
age,
as young
saturation.
as a 40-year-old young person who also can be a solid citizen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And say 45, 50 also not a solid citizen, but a growth potential or a high potential. Yes, specifically, yeah. So what we are trying to say is, whatever people we identify in our charts, so these are dummy charts that we are showing you, and this is how we run our succession planning workshops. Okay? So we are saying whatever population gets discussed, nothing above 70%, it's a mark, it's a red mark for us. If anything goes beyond that, it's an alarm for us to revisit them. To say that the organization is not creating capability to get people in that window of 50% of high potential. So when we started this exercise 2 years back, we realized that when we had not done these discussions in the past, we ended up having more solid citizens in some organizations. And then now, last 2 years, we started very, planned approach, started saying that solid citizens, how many are real solid citizens required, how many are the ones who have to move out eventually, because they are not beyond solid citizens. And they're not required in the organization for, not being able to contribute to the organization. Does that mean they will move out? No. Can they be redeployed within other businesses? We do all those things first.
So look at this chart as well over here. This lady is having total 12 years of experience. She is also into high potential. This star mark is high potential. Now, she is having 20 years of experience, but she is into solid state. So, age or the experience doesn't define this.
And this also gives us a measurement and evaluation of our own organization. So what we are doing is if we don't have high potential,
टोटल एक्सपीरियंस के बाजू में फिगर लिखा है वो क्या है? हाँ, उसके बाजू में लिखा है वो
टोटल एक्सपीरियंस है थर्मेक्स में इतना हुआ बाहर दूसरा हुआ
So how can this Lakshmi Sen का
is total experience, out of which 12 years is Thermax experience, and जो bracket में है ना, in the current role she has spent 5 years.
No, that 8 figure is that वो आपका
ये सेकंड लक्ष्मी
In the current role, she might be into the different role 8 years back.
Okay. ठीक है.
That's how we do it. And you will also see that Maya Banerjee is there. She also comes with 12 years of experience, but she's a placement teacher. Correct. So for us, what if they require somewhere else, or there
Some sort of intervention required.
discussions with such people, because sometimes what happens, I tell you, some kind of employees, they are more solid citizens, but they are highly aspirational. They feel, how can I be a 5? I have a 689, but they don't contribute to a level of 689. You also have that issue, right? With some employees who say, I'm so good, but you feel he's no good. And there is where we start setting expectations with them.
So,
saying that you will not grow beyond this. This is how you
if I make it even more simpler,
and this is how you will continue.
this person is basically a hindrance to the growth in your organization. So she is a placement issue. This person is not a hindrance to your growth in
They
your
are required in pockets for your
right? They are
sustainability of your
required because she might be having a great experience, very strong in one of the things that is there, which is actually very, very important and required in your organization. The other two, which is blue and star, those are the growth drivers for you into your organization. One, the degree is on a higher side, one, the degree is on a little less.
The green ones are the ones who probably will have to move faster in 2 years, 2 or 3 years in role changes. Your blue ones are the ones who will move over a period of 3 to 5 years, 5 to 7
In sales terminology, if I say, if your aspiration is 15% growth, this lady will be giving you 20% growth, this lady will be giving you 15% growth, this lady will be giving you say 10 to 12% growth, this lady will be in the range of 3 to 4%.
Okay, so when we look at succession in this slide, Arundhati Roy is an HU head. Now, who could be the potential successors here first? The green ones. The green ones, we will consider them. Can they fit into her role in case there's a drop dead situation or for whatever reasons? Arundhati today may be a green, so she also has to move somewhere else. If she has to move, how can I make the system robust enough that somebody from her can move there immediately in the next 1 year? And we also look at drop dead situation. We call that drop dead because what if Arundhati leaves tomorrow? We are nothing down the line. So we have to start building capability. So this chart also allows us to understand, right? Example, some organization within Thermax, all are yellows and blue only. Then we realize that we don't have enough talent in that organization. We have to get some things. So that's how we work on it.
So why 20 years you have taken? Consider is there some of experience you have written. Example you have put.
Just for you to read the charts. When I call ask this question, what is this 20 into bracket, outside a bracket? So that's how we got it. We just put it as a formulator for you to understand. I mean, anybody of us to understand. Okay, fine. That's all from us.
ये पॉसिबिलिटी है कि हाई पोटेंशियल होने के बावजूद कोई बाहर से भी आ सकता है ऊपर अरुंधति रॉय की जगह पर?
Probably would move in some other role, okay, within the organization. Is one way of looking at succession. Second way of looking at succession is what if Arundhati decides to leave, or what if there is a concomitant situation, which is a drop dead situation, that Arundhati is not available from the company. Three options and 3 ways of looking at succession. Now we say that Ashish Sharma is the next successor. So what we do, we start grooming Ashish Sharma right away, knowing that Arundhati is still in the system, because Arundhati will be moved in the next level role after say 2 years. So we have to plan it. After 1.5 years, we will make Arundhati leave from this organization to another bigger value. What we usually do is, instead of all reporting to Arundhati, we will say Ashish reports to Arundhati and a couple of them start reporting into him. Now we watch Ashish for 8 months, 1 year, 1.5 years. But somehow Ashish is a high potential when he decided that he's not able to cope up with the. Now when coping up doesn't happen, when we say that we want him to be a successor, but now after giving him that role, he's not closer to that. He's not exhibiting those behaviors to be a successor. And that is a time when we will still induct somebody from outside. Now what happens here, we have to set very clear expectations with Mr. Ashish Sharma, saying that look, you were put in this role, we don't see you going closer to the role. So you have to take somebody from out. And these are clear conversations we have. Now Ashish, in that situation, there is a high possibility risk for us to lose Ashish if we get somebody in place of Arun. Yeah. And then we also make our templates to say the challenge here or the risk is going to be we can move this Ashish. Is the organization ready to risk it? At times we say yes, there is no choice. But of course, at a larger organization, definitely it's easier to do this.
ये देख के सीसीडी याद आ रही है।
Chess, we call it a jigsaw puzzle. We call it a jigsaw puzzle because
सीसीडी याद आ
if one
जाता है।
doesn't move, now another 10 movements are all held back. And it takes number of days for us to discuss this. We keep on discussing for days with our senior leaders and how these changes have to happen. And we spend lots of time because it's a jigsaw puzzle.
So there must be some AI kind of thing.
Sadly, no. Sadly, no. We don't go by that.
Potential business plan.
And this also involves a lot of 360-degree kind of feedback. For example, when Ashish Sharma takes up that role, we typically talk to the stakeholders who observe him in the role. And we talk to him about where does it fit? What are the clock behaviors he is displaying? So we take a 360-degree overview of them before arriving at these decisions of saying he is not, the new fit for the role which we thought he or she would take over. This also happens at times. Okay. Fine. So thank you so much. Any further questions, anything, or we can call it a close of the session with a small activity.
तो मेरा तो बंद है, ये बोल रहा है कब से। लंच के बाद में मेरे को इससे बंद करवा दिया।
इसको कोविड मास्क पे अगर भीड़ लागलं का तुला आता 12:30 फोटो निकालना है बाद में इनकी जगह पे अपने फोटो आए कोई 8 मिनट की जगह पे अपने फोटो आने वाला है
डीलरसाठी पण करत असतील
extended arm of who I don't know, but you're like extended arm of each other. सबको मिलके रखिए Okay, so you have to blow it your balloons और आखिर में सबसे मतलब in the very last जिसका भी balloon रहेगा inflated will win this activity. So you have to blow into your balloon and सबसे last में जिसका भी balloon रहेगा is the winner. Is the winner.
बोला था ना पहले क्या बोला था कोटे का टीम बुलाने का ही नहीं बुलाने का ही नहीं बुलाने का ही नहीं लाओ मत ना लाओ एक कितने रोना
Declare the winner, declare the winner who has to be
I want to ask you all what did you all observe in the process? I had my own observations, of course, but what did you all observe? Close it. I'm going to close it. So.
कस्टमर आएगा सबसे प्राइस मांगेगा
हाँ
होने के लिए
हाँ
बट हम देंगे नहीं ताकि हमारा प्राइस ऊंचा रहे
you safeguarding your own interest. Okay. Any other thoughts?
एक दूसरे से बहुत प्रेम है
हाँ बहुत ही प्रेम है. The amount of collaboration I saw, and you know when we were in North, by the time we could give instructions, सब फूटे थे. That's what happened. And I said, by the time we want to even not give instruction, we are waiting to give instructions. Sabke food ke everybody jumping on each other. So I think yeah. I think extremely highly collaborative.
I posted the first time. Someone told me that you are not participating.
also means you are more civilized
Oh my God. More civilized. Yeah, maybe I take that. Yeah, I think a very collaborative team. But I think one observation I had is trying to be very good to each other will not make anybody grow in the process. So let's.
Collaborative is one thing.
Collaboration is very important. Submissive, yeah.
You cannot be submissive. You can be collaborative.
And no action, inaction is no growth.
No fighting at you. This is submission. This is submission.
They're not competing with each other.
The idea of this activity is to tell you in a very humorous manner that what is the difference and where is the fine line that is there between a collaborative environment and the submissive environment. You cannot, because at the moment it becomes a submissive environment, your aggression in the market goes down.
No, I mean, sorry, but it was not an evaluation of your performances. We were just trying to get you flavors of how do we close this activity. You know, normally we see those behaviors which we observe in such events and such activities.
Aggressive होने के लिए price चाहिए.
So what happened now is you all have told it yourself. So what Asad is saying, 800 crore in this year, अभी ये 1000 कर देंगे, so that all of you will do more business than what you're doing. So I want to put it more positively. It is not submissiveness. Okay, it was like, you know, probably you wanted a more attractive number, you know, attractive something, a gift or, you know, whatever. So you look forward to it, I am sure. Okay.
Incentives.
बढ़ाओ
Sales commission
बढ़ाए
बढ़ाओ या incentive बढ़ाओ.
इंसेंटिव बढ़ाओ, हम करेंगे.
चलिए सर वो भी.
नहीं. Right. So Asad bhai इधर ही है. So I think he's also very happy. You know, like he said, ठीक है यार, 1000 यही साल हो गया तो क्यों नहीं? Why not? You know, so. Right.
आप 1000 crore करो, ये balloon हम लोग South Africa में.
Okay, so can I close the session? Yeah. So, guys, I want to close this. I think all of you have to go far, including me. So that's why I am also in a hurry. So point is that West as a team has done exceedingly well. You know, like considering all the 4 regions, we have done about 575 odd crores till now, YTD. Okay, so this is a fantastic number when compared to all the other regions. And in this, CBG is close to about 100 crores, right? Not 100, maybe about
70-80 crores as of now, YTD. So it's a great number, and with all of you contributing and then pushing yourself more, I think you can do the ABP by December. That's what I. January में party. Okay, so that's on the numbers, and then great of all of you to come here in numbers and participate. And the takeaway from this, I think all of you have given your feedback to Meenal, and she's also told you what is expected from you. Asad also has told what he is expected from you. We also, during the course of the meeting, we expressed that all of you need to grow as an organization, put yourself, make a bigger team, compete with each other. Okay, if not the competes of IBL and Chimas, at least we'll compete with each other. Something like that. We'll have to set up something. So with this, we'll close, and thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, all of you, and good luck to all of us. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mukta, for such an informative session. I was talking to some of the channel partners, and they were very positive about the session that we had today. And when I was talking to Meenal had given even more, I would say, lucrative thing is that it should not be stopped over here. It will be a follow-up exercise that will be happening, and we are ready. Okay, whether it is an intervention coming in from HR or whether it is intervention coming in from my side or the team side, is that if there is something which is required in terms of your organization, whatever we discussed today, if you want one-on-one exercise to be done, we are ready for that as well. If you want to have an incentivization program for your channel, for your team, wherein you can incentivize your team, and how do you want to make that incentivization for your team a very, very attractive one without hurting your balance sheet, we are ready to help you out on that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Meenal, and thank you, Mugdha, and thank you, Soham.
We look forward to more such programs because this gives us an opportunity to meet all you guys. I'm meeting Asad for the first time actually. Wow. Person to person. Even you are meeting after.
You're meeting me, but I'm the
And secondly, we get to exchange ideas. And for us as for
but
such
for
small
your
scale.
information, I was not in this role for the last 2.5 years.
वो भी हमको पता नहीं था.
I moved to this role just a year back.
So we were not even aware of that. But the idea is that the more sessions you have, the more value addition gets done to us. Because we depend.
And that's one of the reasons we want to keep this online every quarter. We will decide a date. Whoever can join, most welcome. We can have an interactive session for an hour. And meeting in person, I don't know how often it can happen physically, but we'll try our best.
Yeah, one last thing. I forgot to mention the basic. Thank you, Meenal.
No, why would you?
Yeah, she's taken a lot of pain to join to this program. And Soham, Kirti and Dilawar.
So because we depend a lot, I mean, for organizations of our scale, to get some quality programs, we have to depend on our principal company. So the more programs you have, the more value added gets to us. So we would request jitna aap kar sakte ho in terms of programs. I mean, they are all welcome. So on behalf again, once again, thank you so much, and already looking forward to the next program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the team who has joined online as well. It was a pleasure having you online and so much attached to that program. Thank you very much. We are winding up.
We need just have group photo here. We have to come together this side. Actually, you're right. मैंने उनको वही बोला बैलेंसिंग करो थोड़े पीछे उधर भी जाओ I think that hiding.
No, 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 I am fine. इतना छोटा नहीं
नहीं, I shouldn't hide it.
Okay, wait for video. उसके बाद फोटो में. Yes, everyone smile. Yes. Okay, wait. Let me close this.
Did you all come in one frame?
Yes. उनका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो.
To put it in the collage.
एक मोबाइल में